y'all try to get flued out to Dubai, but in Dubai you can't just walk around showing off your stinking ass. You can't do that in Dubai. You're gonna get locked up, or even worse. They might just stone your ass. So it's possible. You know that it's possible. Places like Dubai, Kuwait, you know it's possible to have a successful society without the women being promiscuous. It's possible, right? But our people act like it's impossible nowadays because they get programmed by Babylon the Great. Just look all through your social media, no matter what it is, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, even here on Clubhouse. You'll see there's a lot of harlotry and a lot of abomination. And you know it's an abomination to the Most High God, homosexuality. There's a whole lot of homosexuality all over social media and a whole lot of harlotry all over social media. That's how you know this Bible is real. And this is how you know we in the end times. Because Babylon the Great is becoming more and more over sexualized. More and more every day is over sexualized, even to the point where now they're trying to over sexualize these children, man. I had to I had to get my son to take a break off of that anime, man. He like watching anime, you know, and I know it's a masculine thing because they fight a lot. But also that anime, I figured out is a gateway to like that cartoon porn. Cause they got an anime, then they got something called a hanime or haitime, something like that. And that shit is damn cartoon porn they make for children. That shit could be a gateway. Everything be like a setup in Babylon. You gotta watch what you do, man. You gotta watch what you have your children get into. You gotta watch what they watch. You know what I'm saying? I got a 16-year-old stepdaughter, and sometimes I just sit down with her and watch what she watch. Like, what are you watching? Let me see that. Okay, you know this is off, right? Hold on. Pause this and let's open up this Bible and let me show you why this shit is wicked and tell you the consequences from this shit. Cause she'll watch a show called like 13 Reasons Why and it's talking about suicide. But then these children, they're on drugs and they're over sexualized and you wonder why they commit suicide. Their spirit is off as hell. A lot of people don't know that over sexualization and brings on depression. Because our people, we wasn't meant to just sleep around like that and fornicate like that, man. That thing is torture to your soul. It feels good to your flesh. When you sleep around and you know, you get them juices flowing and you know, you get that release, right? That feels good to the flesh, but it's torture to your soul if it doesn't come with a spiritual connection and commitment. Hey, Elder Torah in the building, Shalom.
Shalom.
Yabashim Yashabrakatah.
Yabashir.
Yeah, that connection through sex, because sex is marriage according to the Bible, and there's a reason why the Most High God made it like that, because it wasn't meant for us in our spirit to just dilly dally with one another, right? Just to sexually use one another and they cast each other to the side. That is torture to the soul. It leaves women and men with a bunch of spirits on them, man. That's why a lot of people are depressed. That's why a lot of people isn't happy. You don't know why you ain't happy, right? Especially our women that's feel like they don't need no man. They got a successful career, they got a house, they got a car. You don't realize why they not happy because a lot of the sexual encounters they have it don't come with commitment, and that's torture to your spirit and your soul. Whatever feels great to your flesh could be destroying your spirit and soul and your mind. And this is why, like I said, a whole lot of our youngins, they are now suicidal and depressed because they're trying to keep up with the over sexualization of Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations, man.
Oh no. Oh.
over sexualization. What happens? A lot of times, our young people, you know, I know the young people that usually comes from a certain program, and that's not to say it can't happen to all, but the young people that comes from a certain program, as far as foster kids and group homes and what I mean, that type of stuff. A lot of times, what I mean, in cases, because that's not their immediate family, they get abused, whether it's be siblings or just the parent themselves. Because when you look at the foster care, a lot of times it's about money. That's not your actual parents. Now, some cases you can luck up and get a foster mother or father or whatever that's really sincere about the children. But a lot of times this is a financial thing. So therefore, they allow the kids. Anything happens a lot of times with the kids, and I notice a lot of children that come through that type of structure. They deal with abuse, sexually abused, and stuff like that, which lingers all the way into adulthood. You take your childhood into adulthood, and once that person has been violated, what I mean, sexually, especially in a woman's case, a man too. He's going to act out very aggressive. He's going to be a very aggressive, very angry individual because he has a secret that he can't tell, which is going to make him a very angry individual. But in some cases with the women, it makes them very promiscuous because now they feel like sex is the only way they can get that attention. And now they're confused because now they see their body as a way to get attention from the opposite sex. So a lot of time because they've been from that abuse, first abusement, just that promiscuous attitude where now they feel like sex is a way to get attention from a man, and you'll find out that those particular women have been abused early, become very sexual, very promiscuous because they're looking for something. Now they're confused that sex is that love that they need, that they're going to get that attention and that love. And it takes them to a spiral of things, whether they become prostituting themselves, you know what I mean? All of that goes along with that and brings them. Now you're looking at the depression that you're talking about. So it's serious. And the white man, he knew this from the beginning. That's why he raped our women, he raped our men. He knew that. He knew when you go into the butt breaking thing, and a lot of the men that he raped, they began to put on dresses. They began to act out as women. You know what I mean? When you go into that history of that butt breaking, it was done in Jamaica and stuff. So, yes, sex is used as a weapon to destroy our nation, you know, on the evil side. We know that sex, the Most High says, be fruitful and multiply. Nothing bad about sex, but when people start abusing it, that's when you get this type of depression that you was talking about. You with me, Ot? What's up, Chief? Here we are. Got there?
Shalom, shalom, Tawab Barakwa.
How about Shimon Shabrakata?
Yeah, Bashimi Ashabrakata, welcome Ephraim and Yahweh all Shalom.
Sharakatham. Yeah, great topic, man. It's something that a lot of our people go through and are going through right now. Always been. There's always been, especially, in this new generation where they secularize everything. Back then, it was more, you know, when I growing up, the 80s and 90s, it was it was more it was a little bit more conservative. It wasn't out like this. Like they didn't say bitch and hoe on the radio and TV. They didn't say certain words. Certain words got bleeped out. Um certain you know, certain scenes got blurred out. Now, it's okay to show the two men kissing and
The chief, the
Sometime.
chief. Lock
Yeah.
it, chief. But I bet you, when you saw that movie Debbie Does Dallas, I bet you saw that when you was a kid.
Yeah, but it was always, there's nothing new under the sun, but now it's just more extreme.
I know what you're talking about, chief. I was just using that as an example, and we still stuck, and we saw the movie Caligula, and we still saw Debbie Does Dallas. So it was always there, but I know exactly what you're saying. It's definitely more open now and extreme.
Yeah, and I remember, see, back then people had, you had your little porn stash, whether it was VHS or magazines, and you used to hide it. Now, the click of a button on the phone and it's free. You ain't got to pay for all of that. So people get caught up more on this damn porn now, and that's another portal. That's a heavy portal that a lot of people are stuck on, especially, you got single brothers, single sisters, and they deal with that porn demon, man. That porn demon is crazy because back then you used to have to go into a certain section, you know what I'm saying, in a newsstand. They don't even have newsstands like that no more, you know. But back then they had the little newsstand. You had to go on all the way in the back. Now it's just all out there and it's free. You ain't gotta pay, $5.99 for a porn mag. You know what I mean? $10, $5 for a VHS tape. Me growing up, I used to have one tape, and it was my uncle's. I took that damn tape wherever I went. You know what I'm saying? I used to have this tape, man, but now this thing is serious. There was a camp. I'm not mentioning the camp, but I mean they put it out there publicly. The leader of the camp was talking about how a brother in their camp got fired for watching, got caught for watching porn on his job, and he had a very high paying position, and he got caught watching porn on the job, and they fired him. Just that, and supposed to be a brother in the truth. You that you can't even wait to play with your demons when you get home. You got to do it at the workplace. That's kind of crazy. That's extreme, man. And then you lose your high paying job for your lust. That's a heavy spirit, man. That's a heavy spirit. I've seen that. I witnessed that too when I was used to do loss prevention, and I remember when the phone started, getting the internet access. Man, I used to zoom on people with the cameras, in the security office, and I used to see people walking through the store watching porn. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot of Ishmaelites, man. Ishmael and Elam. And then when you analyze it and you see Ishmael, Elam, those are the ones that own the biggest sex stores. Them dudes are super perverts. That's why when you go to Dubai, they do all type, Eve be fulfilling their fantasies of them taking doo-doos on you and peeing on you and all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Stuff that's not your regular norm, So, but yeah, I just want to bring that up. I got some more to add to this. It's a great topic.
Yo, Chief, you right, man. And people don't know the Elam and Ishmael is super. You right. Those cats are super perverts, huh? You know what I mean? And I used to work around them cats. They super perverts and they buy prostitutes like crazy, man. Elam and Ishmael, you right, huh?
Con, I used to live in Dyker Heights, Brooklyn, and that's like they turned that name Sadiqa Heights. Before, back in the days, that was Bensonhurst. But Moab took that over Ishmael and Elam, but more Moab. But down the block in Bay Ridge, you go to Fifth Avenue, Sixth Avenue, it's mad Ishmael and Elam. And I've witnessed it. They used to ask me, yo, man, because they used to cop drugs from me. I used to sell them drugs, and they, yo, man, you got any women? And that's during the time of Backpage. I'd be like, man, just look up Backpage, man. I don't got no damn woman for y'all, man. You can find them on Backpage. And these dudes, all the time, they used to take pictures and used to show me, look what I had, look what I had. And this was like definitely every weekend, but damn near every day, so yeah, nah, they heavy, and they heavy drug addicts too. They like the pills, the sniff, and they love that weed. You know what I mean? Heavy drug addicts and perverts, man.
Con, and even Elam from the West Indies, the coolies, them niggas are super perverts too. They love paying for panani, and they be sleeping with family members, man. In my days when I used to be around them, what I'm saying, I used to be around their family functions, and they be messing with their cousins. Sometimes these dudes even mess with their own sisters. Like they really into perversion, man. Them guys is perverts for real, and they always crack sodomite jokes. Yeah, Elam is off all the way out, all the way around.
Yeah, but ain't that God like the man, like the tranny? It's like a man. It's like a tranny. They got the tongue out. There's a God that they have that it has the tongue out. It looks like a boy girl with like with jewelry on his hands and stuff. They have a God like that. I believe it's Elon.
They got a goddess with the tongue out. They got a goddess with like three breasts and a bunch of arms. You know what I'm saying? They're into a bunch of weird gods and goddesses. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, they said Shiva, Kali, and Krishna. Let me look one of those jokers up. Let me see, because I know one of their gods is a sodomite looking like a tranny. It looks like a boy, a Elamite boy, and an Elamite girl.
God. And what y'all see, I got a video up about females body count, right? Because nowadays they take that for a joke, and there'll be a lot of men and women with negative spirits on them. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get into that too. But yeah, we talking right now about the perversion of the heathen and the gods and goddesses that help bring that perversion. Even when you look at the Egyptians, man, they got some perverted gods too, man. But y'all
And
continue to
Cali
spit.
God, if you look up the Cali God, that God, it is a tranny because he got long hair with no breasts. It's a flat chest,
Mm,
and he's killing, and he got hair like a woman. That's one of them. That's definitely one of them. But they got them in different colors, in blue and green, and yeah, that's definitely a tranny. That's a tranny or a heavy sodomite.
right? That sodomite spirit, man, or batty boy, that batty boy spirit. Um, yeah, those heathen, man, and Ishmael. Ishmael's notorious for taking advantage of our women when they come into that corner store and bodega. They perverts. They can't wait for Eve to be a couple pennies short. They be like, "Oh, you know what you can do? I can give you store credit, but you have to give me something. Baby.
And
Sweetheart.
that, yeah,
Girlfriend.
that baby, yeah, that's it.
That's Ishmael, baby.
Dusty bastards.
All right, yeah. They
Yeah,
can't.
yeah. I was lucky. I was in Brooklyn one time. I heard that I was tight. This Eve saying, "Yeah, I heard you a freak." She telling Elon that. Like, how the hell she know this, man?
Wow.
Young Eve, man. She say, "Yeah, I heard you a freak." Crazy, man. But you can't look at they woman. They
No.
bring their woman over there. If you look at them, they better to chop your damn head off. They can say anything to our women, disrespect them. Like you say, as soon as Eve can't afford, her food stamps, her EBT card run out, and she can't get no Fruit Loops or whatever she want, or sandwich, it's right in the back. And brothers have seen that Eve coming right out of that back, wiping her damn lips. Terrible, the way they. But this is the curses, man. This is the curses.
And Eva give it up because she has no understanding that sex is marriage, right? She thinks sex is just something people do. It's whatever, you know. This is the mind state and the mental retardation that's amongst our people, where they feel like sex is so strong that all of us here listening right now, all 82 people, all of us here right now is here because of sex. All of us here right now listening is because of sex. Like, sex is so strong that we are here living and breathing because of sex. There's not a person here right now. There's not a person here right now that's not alive because their parents had sexual intercourse. So sex is so powerful and so important and so strong that we are here because of it. Through the of course, through the power and glory of Yahweh. But sex is the function that Yahweh made for us to be here. That's why sex is marriage and sex is to produce life. But a lot of our people, and especially our women, nowadays they get taught like sex is nothing. Like I got the clip up there, like, oh, what's your body count? Right? This woman over here says 64 on the front screen, right? Like she says 64, like it's nothing. You know, you can see go through a whole bunch of women, our sisters, they act like it's nothing, like, and then they wonder why they be all messed up in the head. They wonder why they're depressed and they're emotionally unstable, is because they just give away the Qurbah like it's nothing. They give it away like it's nothing, man. And we got to get out of that as a people, the over sexualization. You know, they have no idea the ramifications, which is gonna go even when doing a video like this. Somebody that knows you is gonna see you say that you have a body count of 13, 20, 64. Even when she say a lower number like 5, and then the guy holding the mic would be like, "Well, what's the chances of me being number 6?" And she giggle and say, "Maybe." Now, every dude that sees her face and recognizes her, or meets her in the future and recognizes her from that video, the video of what, like, video got like 20,000 views right now, they're gonna just look at you as a freak. But the problem with our women is they think that if that hole in between their legs is good enough, that it don't matter, right? They think a man to stick around if that hole in between their legs is that WAP, right? Listen, man, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. WAP may make a negative or toxic man stay around, but it's not gonna make a good man stay around. Y'all gotta get your mind right. Y'all gotta get your mental right. Y'all gotta get your spirituality right. You so-called Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans, y'all gotta get your minds right, man. And no, we're not saying it's good for men to be whoremongers neither, man. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger until he die. But I yield. If brothers is caught up, man, I could get into the video. I could play the video for the audience right quick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my son making a lot of noise, so that's why I'm on mute. I got some stuff to say, but I'm gonna wait. Yeah,
Take
yeah,
your
I'm gonna
time, Ken. Take your time. Handle your business with the fans. Take your time. I'm gonna play this video. Let me just look it up on this other device. When I talk to my stepdaughter, I like, I'll make her watch videos like this. And like, you see these girls out here where they say their body count is 11, right? 15, their body count is 20 something. The few women say they lost count of their body count, right? I told her, like, in this world where all these women are being over sexualized, a virgin is like gold. Imagine you at the mall with your friends and somebody approach you and like, what's your body count? First and foremost, you're supposed to tell them, mind your business. You ain't that type of girl. And if you want to know, it's zero. Like, you'll be probably the only zero in the whole damn mall. And that's like gold, right? A lot of people don't realize that, like, to find something rare is priceless. People go crazy over rare Jordans or rare sneakers. Imagine being a rare person. So this is what we got to teach our children, especially in this society. We got to teach them to be set apart is to be cool. To be rare is to be special. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, man, no, you just can't be like everybody else, man. The Most High God said He severed you from other nations. All praises to the Most High God that our sisters repented in this truth. You know what I'm saying? And they are not over sexualized for the most part. But to meet an actual virgin, man, that is special. That's a rarity. We can't even sit here and act like it's not. Even a young man that's a virgin is a rarity.
and this goes for the brothers and the sisters, man. Don't you know? I know you got a lot of single sisters, a lot of single brothers. Don't rush nothing, man.
Right.
Don't rush nothing through your lust, through your impatience. You know, if you dealing rightly with the Most High, Papa, Khan. The Most High going to grant you what you deserve, man. But you gotta don't rush nothing, man, because a lot of that happens a lot. You sisters just coming to the truth. You ain't been in here 6 months, and you already you okay, bye bye, and you already got a husband. You brothers ain't coming here 6 months, and you already got a wife. Or you say, "Oh, I'm talking to this one. I'm caught in this one." You know what I mean? Because you're rushing things, and a lot of times when you come into this truth like that, you're gonna end up having a messed up marriage. You're gonna already have one strike at marriage. Stop rushing, man. You know, just because you like the way a brother speak, or like the way a brother teaches, or like the way a brother coordinates his fringes with his sneakers, you know, just pay attention to the signs and start continue to court, man. Continue to observe. And I tell this to all the sisters. If you looking at any brother, well, at least if they're in the camp, but even if they're not in the camp, try to ask around. Ask other elders, hey, elder, do you know this brother? You know, ask other brothers, have you ever met this individual? Ask sisters, do you know about this brother? Do you investigate? Because a lot of y'all sisters come in and then y'all get tainted, and then you know other brothers see it, and you could have had a good brother that wanted to speak to you, and he was waiting, but you rushed it, and now you went with the one that crept unaware, right? And now you tainted, and now you messed that up with that good brother that was sitting there waiting on you. You see what I'm saying? You gotta pay attention to the signs, man, and stop rushing. Be more patient.
Yeah, there's a real life story about a sister that was part of the congregation, and a brother from the congregation, brother in DC, was looking at her like, this could be my next rib, a mighty brother. But she got beguiled by a brother that wasn't part of the congregation, right? And he told her, "Oh, keep it on the low." And all he did was fly in from Ohio, take her out to eat, then brought her to a hotel, hit it, peed on her, and then kicked her to the side. And then later on, she come crying to us like, "But what you want us to do about it, sister? You ain't discussed nothing with us. You listened to this brother when he said keep it on the low, don't tell us because we might just be haters. We would have let you know that this brother, he got serious lust issues. We would have let you know that. Like you could be interested in a brother, and the brother got like 6 or 7 failed marriages already. Known for using women and then dashing them to the side and saying it just ain't work out. He got to repent. Especially them dudes that say sex ain't marriage. They'll just be like, well, we fornicated. Well, we just got to repent. I'm gonna call you on the Day of Atonement. And now the righteous brother, he ain't trying to deal with you, especially if he a righteous brother already with a wife, because he don't want to bring no extra spirits into his household. I know me personally, like I already got a wife and children and a family, so if I'm looking at a sister, I'm gonna see like what is she doing, because I'm not gonna try to bring no extra spirits into my household to disrupt my household. A real spiritual man and a real righteous man is very picky. So don't be swindled into rushing nothing with nobody. That's just my words to the wise for you sisters, man.
Con Salakia.
Good.
Go ahead, Chief.
Nah, I just wanted to say too, sisters, listen, man. If you talking to a brother and brothers too, because it goes both ways. If if y'all ain't been intimate, y'all talking to each other for maybe a month or two, and y'all not married, right? Now they didn't get married. It's a huge red flag if one calls you and asks you or texts you, "Hey, can you send me a nude?" Because we promised, you know what I mean. But you over here, okay, bye. All right, hold on. But you want to send nudes. You see what I'm saying? You asking for nudes in this truth, and it's a couple of situations like this that I done heard. So you you that's fornicating. You're discovering each other's nakedness. You're seeing each other's nakedness, and you're not dealing with each other, or you end up not dealing with each other. You see what I'm saying? And then right then and there, you can see it's it's more than just spiritual. Now it's not even spiritual. It's carnal. It's lust. Okay, because if you can't wait to uncover the nakedness in person and do it righteously. You see what I'm saying? That should be a red flag to all you brothers and all you sisters. If y'all sitting there asking for nudes, man, this is a different age, man. This is a different age. This is a different generation. Back then, you had to have a Polaroid. You had to be in the room to get the nude. You know what I mean? Now y'all just sending nudes, man. Got your fringes on the dresser and you butt naked with a head wrap on, showing. Like, come on, man. That's tacky. It's tacky as hell, and it is definitely not righteous. Now, if you married, hey, you want to send your wife a picture, say, hey, he's waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? Or, uh, 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 you know, the sister you marry, you want to say, hey, she's purring. She's purring, waiting for you to kitty cat. You could do that when you're married. But if you're not married, slow your roll, man, and pay attention to them red flags, because a lot of that is going on. And we just living in that time now that sexual perversion is heavy. You know, the spirit of anxiety is heavy in our nation. People don't know, especially single brothers and sisters that's battling that. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be alone forever. I might die alone forever. You got to keep that in mind. If the Most High got a plan for you, He gonna come through with it. But don't rush nothing, and you mess up the plans of the Most High. You go off course. So just keep that in mind, Israel. No goddamn nudes unless it's your husband or wife. Whoever's asking for that, you're tacky as hell, bro. All right, brothers and sisters. Now you.
Right. I mean, Chief bringing in a lot of points. You know, it comes down to really, man. You know, we tell. Listen, let me say something. The rule in One West used to be that the new brothers and the new sisters, that they don't deal with somebody for about a year or 6 months. And the reason why we told the new brothers and new sisters that is because you got to get a foundation of the scriptures. When you first come into this, you're supposed to be seeking your salvation. You're not really supposed to be coming into this to get into a relationship when you're new. If you're an older brother who's been in this for years, you got a strong foundation. It's a difference. But when you're new coming into this truth, you're supposed to be bowing your head down to that scriptures. When we first came in this, me and Sabak, you know what I mean? And we came in this about the same age, because we the same age. Came in this about 22, 23, around that time. And we was, if any, I mean, I don't want to say the streets of New York is different from many other streets, but I do think in certain aspect it's very fast paced. You know, New York, 15, 16-year-old New Yorker, I don't see is like other states in a lot of cases, unless you get the big cities like Chicago, Washington, LA. And that's not to say that the other cities like New Orleans, they about it too. But I just think the whole New York atmosphere is very fast paced. So a 22, 23-year old basically has done a lot of things, a whole lot of things, because they're in New York in most cases. So when we came in this, we wasn't even really thinking about women like that. We was just thinking about getting this word, because we done experienced a lot of things in New York at that age already. So we was just thinking about getting this word. So this is what I think. The new people should be coming in this and bowing down their head to these scriptures. That's the main thing, instead of thinking about a relationship. As you get older in this truth, yeah, you know what I mean? You see a woman that you desire, of course. But when you're new, get into this word. Get into this word. That's the advice I say.
Con. Elder. And shalom to everybody in the room. Shalom. Yeah, I mean, when you read, Matthew 6:33, on the words of Yahweh Shai, seek ye the kingdom of God first, and everything else will be added to you. I'm just roughly paraphrasing, right? Psalms 37:4, delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. So the Most High knows, what the desires of your heart is. Like the elder was saying, when you come into the truth, the first thing you should be focusing on is the scriptures. That should be your love and your first wife, right? That word, that thirst for it, right? That hunger for it. That should be your primary focus. And you could tell a lot about a brother too when they come into this thing, and that's their primary focus. Same thing with the sisters, right? And just to touch on what Shaw Paul was bringing out, patience is extremely important in this process, because it's really going to save you from a lot of headache. Because you get some people, they'll come into this thing, and the very first thing is they're looking at the sisters, or the sisters are looking at the brothers. That's not why you in this thing, right? And I'm going to say another thing, right? I heard the elder bring up how it was done in One West. It said 6 months to a year. But to be honest with you, like when you come into this thing, right? And this tells a lot about the brother. Because remember, a lot of our sisters, a lot of them don't have their fathers, right? In their lives. So a lot of times it's more of the elders, the brothers within the congregation that acts like, play that role, right? Whether it's their spiritual father, spiritual uncle, whatever, right? And a lot, you can tell a lot about a man, because if you're coming to this thing, you should be going to the brothers, really not the sisters, right? If you see a particular sister, you've been in the truth for a solid amount of time, you're pretty grounded and solid. You see a sister that you like, right? You should be going to the brothers, right, and be dealing with the brothers within that congregation and talk to them about her, not you going to her, right? Especially if you know that she's close to one particular brother or a couple of elders, you need to be talking to them and look at them as her father, right? And if they kind of, they'll know you and how you are. But a lot of times when you come in with an evil intent, a lot of wicked, lustful brothers, they're not going to go through that process because they don't want to deal with the brothers, right? Because they know they're going to be judged harshly when it comes to that matter dealing with their sisters, right? So they're going to bypass all that, and that's a red flag too, right? If a brother comes straight to you, you need to go be talking to the man with around you, right? Why don't you deal with the brothers and talk to them about me, right? But he's not going to do that because he wants that easy, quick access. And a lot of times they're going to do it on the low because they don't want nobody to know about it. They're going to tell you to keep it secret. Nobody need to know, right? And that's off as hell. That's a red flag, right? The brothers within the congregation, or at least one or two of them, at least, not all of them, right, need to know about what's going on. So a man that is thinking in the right path, that is not lustful, that wants this to be done right, and really wants to be with you in righteousness and do this the right way, a lot of times he will go to the man first and talk to the brothers first. Or if you have a father, he'll come to your father first, right? That's doing things in order, you know? So, sisters, just think about that. Be careful who you, choose to court and choose to marry, right? Again, that's why that courtship process is there for you to take your time and really make sure that you're making the right decision. Because once, you go all the way with it, there's no turning back, So just keep that in mind, not unless for certain reasons. All right. But I yield.
Hey, Salakia, y'all share the room because they saying in the hallway they ain't seeing it like a shadow ban. Like they shadow ban the room. I don't know why. This is like, I don't know. This is not even like a controversial title. You know what I'm saying? This is just something for the edification for the people, but they saying that the room is shadow banned in the hallways. So y'all make sure y'all share the room, man. Maybe people will see it that way. Continue to share the room. Did everyone see the room in the hallways?
I don't know if you can see it in the hallway, but Salakia for Miss Monica in the background. Y'all know Miss Monica. If y'all got children, she definitely a good teacher for the children on YouTube. But and that's my son repeating what she's saying. But I just want to bring this up real quick. This is Colossians 3, verse 5. Mortify therefore your members which are upon the earth, fornication, uncleanliness, inordinate affection, evil concu- conc- concupiscence. That's evil, that's lustful desires. That's very lustful desires. That's what that word is. And covetousness, which is idolatry. So you gotta mortify your members. You gotta have discipline, man. You gotta discipline your spirit, and then if you discipline your spirit, your flesh will be disciplined. And yeah, we all battle. We all battle, and that lust is that's a heavy spirit, man. You got people that won't be on drugs, they won't drink, but that's their lust. Their lust is not narcotics, not getting money and doing all of their lust is just women, or their lust is just men, sex toys and different things. So yeah, just keep that in mind, Israel. You know what I'm saying? You gotta discipline. I know it's rough. We live in times, especially like I said, you single brothers, single sisters, but be patient. If it's of the Most High, it's not gonna fail, and you're gonna get that right spiritual person for you. And not all the time is it gonna be of your eye, what your eye catches. Get Jojo, move back from the TV. It's not gonna be what your eye catches all the time. Sometimes, you look at Leah, right? She wasn't Jacob's first choice. She was different on the eyes. But look at what came out of Leah. You see what I'm saying? His point was Rachel. He wanted Rachel. But look what came out of Leah. So sometimes it ain't what you probably desire with your eyes, but it's something that your spirit desires. It's comfortability. It's being catered to. It's being getting a righteous and humble spirit. It's not always about the physical. The scriptures talk about beauty is vain. You know what I'm saying? And it don't last forever. So when that beauty fades away, what you dealing with? You know what I'm saying? There's sisters that can seem more beautiful at the eye than because of their spirit, man. They got a humble and meek and caring and affectionate spirit, man. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind, Israel. It's not always what the eye catches, and for you sisters too. You got a lot. There's always the memes. Like they got the memes where a sister say, "Oh, I want a man that got this much money and he got this many things going for him, and he got to look like this. He got to be 6'5" and six pack and all of this other stuff." And then they got the meme where it says, "Be humble like your mama did with your daddy." You look at your mama. Your mama ain't have that. The generations before ain't have that. They had somebody that meshed with their spirit, man, and that's why the marriages lasted forever back then. You know, we trying to break them curses right now. Marriages don't last long, even within Israel. I see that. That's why I pride myself, and I tell my wives, I ain't giving you no bill of divorcement. This is for life. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to lead by example. I had two messed up marriages, and when I was younger in this truth, and and things are gonna be rough patches. Things are gonna be hard, but I'm trying to change that now. So I pride myself in having successful marriages. You see what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. That should be a goal for every sister and every brother, to make sure when you do get married that thing is forever. That's why you can't fall to the lust of your flesh, because the lust of your flesh ain't gonna last forever. Keep that in mind. All right, now you.
Con. And when you go by the spirit, you won't fulfill the lust of the flesh, right? That's scripture. And what the scriptures tell you, that sex is marriage. If you're not committed to this person, keep your legs closed. If you're not sure about this person, keep your legs closed. If you ain't vet this person, keep your legs closed. Brothers, all because she got a pretty face, a cute smile, and a nice round derriere, it don't mean nothing. Keep it in your pants. Get to know this woman. See if she could take correction. See if she's willing to learn. See if she could be your peace. Because a sister could be beautiful, but she'll be a beautiful dragon. You understand? Like a beautiful headache, right? A lot of sisters, they come in the truth, they take a bunch of selfies, then learn out one scripture, and you ready to marry her. My nigga, grab a gallon of water with your thirsty ass, right? Drink a Sprite with your thirsty ass. Sister ain't learned not one scripture, but she got 50 selfies, and you just can't get enough of her.
Right, right.
Like, y'all brothers got to get your mind right, man. Like, the first thing I do when I meet any sister is tell her, join classes, learn, get in order before I even look at her any type of way, even if she's beautiful. Like, our women are beautiful, period. Like, this is the nation of Israel. You kidding me? We got the best women on earth. Like, other nations, their women be, jacked up, and then when you see a decent one, you're like, yeah, damn, she decent for a Moabite, or she decent for Ishmaelite. Kind of look like Princess Jasmine. That's a rarity among other nations. But when it comes to our nations, like a lot of our women is just drop dead gorgeous. So looks isn't something you're supposed to be going after. That's just part of us being us. Like that's just part of Israelites being Israelites. You got to see if this woman could be your peace. See if she could take care of her home. See if she's mentally built to take care of children. You understand? Like there's a lot of things that come with a woman in this truth. And if you're not ready for that, then you should keep it in your pants, brothers. And if you see she not ready for that, you should keep it in her pants. I mean, you should keep it in your pants and stay out of her dress and skirt, brothers. Y'all know how we.
Con,
Elder Tarah. Well, how the song go? The girl looks so good, but her mind is not ready. Oh no,
I'd rather talk to a woman because her mind is steady, something like that. KS1.
God.
Boom, bye bye. Yeah, definitely. Hey, can somebody get me First Edris 4? Speaking of that, man, about the woman, man. You know what I mean, and brothers brought out heavy points, man. But yeah, this has always been the case with men. Men have always got caught up when it comes to the woman. Okay, it's why the scriptures talk about it. And yeah, brothers. One thing I say about women a lot of times, sometimes they can control their sexual urges more than a lot of brothers sometimes. And that's the thing. In some cases, not all cases, but in some cases. And that's the thing why we men kind of fall short a lot of times because, sexual thing, a lot of times women will use their body to control you and use their body to control you. And we got to understand. And this has have been going on from the beginning of time. So if nobody got it, I'm going to get it right now. First Edris.
What do you need, Elder? What's Ezra? What?
First Edris 4 and 18.
Okay, come on, 1 second. First Ezra 4:18.
Hey, shalom, shalom.
Hey, Shia, Shalom.
Yeah, Shalom. Shalom,
Hey,
Shalom.
Shabbat Shabbat.
Shalom.
Yahweh Shabbat.
Yeshaya with the
Okay.
fire. Shalom. Shalom, brother
Salakia, y'all need
Azan.
a reader.
Hey, shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Y'all need
Come.
a reader?
All right. Yeah, Khan. I'll get this one real quick, and you can take it after that. And Shalom is on. Yabashim Shabrakata.
Shalom. Yahweh Shem Shalom.
First Ezra chapter 4 and 18. Yea, and if men have gathered together gold and silver, or any other goodly thing, do they not love a woman which is comely in favor and beauty?
See that? When men have gathered together their gold and silver and have robbed to bring back to their women, but they love a woman that's beauty, like Chief was talking about. But you can't just let the outside appearance bring you, to bring you to cause to lust for that woman because the beauty is vain. It's a spiritualness. And don't get me wrong, everybody loves a woman that they desires, and looks pleasant on the eye. But that's not what you deal with your mate for. That's one of it. But the main thing is that she's spiritual and she loves the Lord and she fears the Most High. God's scripture say, beauty is vain, but a woman that fears the Lord, that's the woman you're looking for. Read.
Khan. And letting all those things go, do they not gape? And even with open mouth fix their eyes fast on her.
See that? Like Chief was talking about. You go and you just looking at her beauty. You got the big, remember Shaw part of cartoons where the big eyes used to pop out on Heathcliff and stuff like that. When you see the female cat, your eyes popping out of your head. Your Google eye. You're losing your wit based on her beauty, man. Read that part again out.
Khan. And letting all those things go, do they not gape? And even with open mouth fix their eyes fast on her.
Their mouth is open, their eyes is fixed on her. Now you're dealing with a lustful spirit. Read on.
And have not all men more desire unto her than unto silver or gold, or any goodly
Come
thing
on.
whatsoever?
Come on.
Gone.
Read on, brother.
A man liveth his own father that brought him up, and his own country, and cleaveth unto his wife.
It cleaves on to his wife. Read on.
He sticketh not to spend his life with his wife, and remembereth neither father nor mother nor country.
A lot of times relationships have broken up, man. Women have just broken up their whole relationship based on their wife not even liking their own parents, man. That's how heavy you can get caught on the women. This story you're reading about is what's the strongest. The king, the woman, wine, or the truth. At the end of the story, you can read it for yourself. It tells you that the truth is the strongest. But this brother is making his case for the woman. And we finding out what she does or what she could cause a man to do. Read on.
God. By this also Salaki, by this also ye must know that women have dominion over you. Do ye
Come on.
not labor and toil and give and bring all to the woman?
See that all your works, everything you do, you bring to the woman, man. So is woman having dominion over you, or you having dominion over them? Remember, we go back to Revelations 14 and 4. It says, he is not defiled by the woman. First Corinthians 11 and 3. Who is the head? Or are they the head of you? This one you got to check yourself. Read on.
God.
Read
Yea,
on, brother.
a man taketh his sword and goeth
A
his
man
way
will take his sword, come on,
to rob and to steal, to sail upon the sea and upon rivers,
see that, to rob and to steal. And a lot of these guys is out here robbing. They're robbing to bring back and to impress women. They're robbing jewelry. I know that from New York. You robbing jewelry to what? To get the women. Put that chain on to get the women. It's what they're doing. They're robbing and stealing and bringing it back to their women. Read on.
God, and looketh upon a light and goeth in the darkness. And when he had stolen, spoiled, and robbed, he bringeth it to his love.
Now the scriptures say he looks upon a lion. It goes in the dark. So he's gonna do anything to satisfy his woman. Rob, steal, do anything. He will fight a lion if it's possible. Read on.
God. Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than father or mother.
Come on. You ain't supposed to do
Yea,
that either. There's a bottom line. Yes, you become one with your wife, but you're still supposed to have that love for your mother and father. You ain't supposed to let your wife break up your relationship, and vice versa. The woman ain't supposed to let a man break up their relationship with their father and mother, especially if their father and mother is right and not being deceitful. Okay, that ain't supposed to happen. Read on.
many there be that have run out their wits for women
Many have
and
yet
become,
be run out their wits for the women. Come on,
and become servants for their sakes.
and become servants for their sakes. Come on.
Many also have perished, have erred and sinned for women.
See that? So you could sin for women. You called yourself to sin for women. So this is serious, man. And what are you sinning for? Really, that lustful and perversion. Because that's what it's about. You want to get, you want to get to what they have to offer to you in the bottom line. You know what I mean? And that can cause you to sin if you're not in control of yourself. So it goes into the lust and the perversion. Okay? Control your lust. Because the book of James 1 also tells you, okay, 15 and so on, 14 or 15, I believe. It tells you that, look, when lust is conceived, it brings forth sin, and sin brings forth death. So understand, this topic is very heavy when you go into it and look at it from a spiritual point of view. And with that, I yield.
Con,
God.
Con.
Salagia, a sister put in the thread, and this shows you, cats be on another tip. You know what I'm saying? And you got to watch out for this, man. A sister said, I experienced someone from another camp approach me only about 4 months in, and my profile tells you I'm too old. Now, the sister profile, it says senior citizen. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, once again, like all unless the brothers of age or spiritually and physically, age doesn't matter. And if you're old enough, legal age, not no little, not the R. Kelly spirit. You know what I'm saying? I'm clearing that up ASAP. We don't deal with the 12-year-old, 14-year-old virgins over here. Happy, all praises, Papa. So through the spirit, you should see what type of angle and motives brothers is moving in when you just trying to holler at everything. You know what I'm saying? And depending on your age, you're a young man, and the thing says senior citizen, but you burning in your lust, so you want to take whatever. You just throwing, like they say, you throw enough shit on the wall, something gonna stick. So just keep that in mind. These are the signs you got to watch out for, man. Jake don't give a damn, and that's what these dudes do. Niggas and fringes. They come in the rooms. They don't. They're not even putting the scripture up. They not even coming up on the stage, but they in the sisters' inboxes. You know what I'm saying? They see a bunch of sisters in the room, and now they hollering. And a lot of y'all
Chief,
sisters, con, con,
Chief, Joy said, senior citizen, and the man still hollering out.
sure.
Yo, I mean, to each his own, though. Each his own.
Yeah, and no, but even the sister said what she said. Like, it's saying I'm too old. Like, little nigga, get up out of here. That's what the sister's saying. Like, little nigga, get up out of here. You see what I'm saying? So she been around the block a couple times. She know the spirit. That spirit of discernment is on those sisters. Especially the sisters that been around like that. So yeah, y'all brothers is tacky doing that, man. Y'all tacky, and then you sisters that allow and go back and forth, because a lot of y'all sisters be on the low. If your DM was to be okay, Papa, all right. If your DM was to be exposed by some la relax. If your DMs was to be exposed by some damn hackers, you would see that a lot of y'all entertain a bunch of dudes in your DMs, back and forth. You know what I'm saying? You ain't telling them no. You ain't telling them. You weighing out your options. And a lot of you sisters is guilty for that. You see what I'm saying? And the Most High gonna deal with y'all. You know what I'm saying? If he ain't deal with y'all already, and it's showing y'all that y'all can't keep a man for worth a damn. Cause you're doing too much. You're messy and you're tacky, and you make it now. You make yourself, you lose worth when you do stuff like that. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. For a real righteous brother, for a real righteous sister, even you brothers that just throwing so much shit against the wall to try to make something stick. You look tacky too, bro. You're a thirsty traveler. You see what I'm saying? You're a thirsty traveler. So just keep that in mind, man. You know what I'm saying? Move by the spirit and stop following the flesh, man.
Come. Hey, man. Shalom to everybody, man. How about you, man? Shout about the thumb. Surprised I can get a word in on this topic because obviously this is a topic brothers are very passionate about, right? But yeah, man, lust and covetousness go hand in hand, right? And like Chief saying, man, that thirsty spirit, that shit, even in the world, bro, that shit always got on my nerves, bro. I don't know, like that thirsty spirit, that was always a lame ass nigga. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. It was always a lame ass nigga who was just trying to draw attention to himself and trying to do the most talking in the damn room. And he just gonna crack jokes with everybody. And I mean, not everybody. He just gonna crack jokes with. I don't know if it comes from insecurity, if it's because cats be thinking they ugly or some shit. I don't know. So they just feel like they gotta do the most. But anyway, that lust and covetousness is actually one of the main things that's killing our people. That spirit is getting our people, you know what I'm saying, 86 and taken out of here. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of things that have happened recently where brothers have lost their lives because they gave into their own lust and covetousness, wanting what belonged to somebody else so bad that they not even trying to rib, they not even courting the rib to see what a situation is. They just meet her, go to her house, like the brother Trouble, the rapper from Atlanta, and end up, you know what I'm saying? End up in a coffin, you know, because why? Because he didn't mortify his members. Because what? Because he's just living that lifestyle of covetousness, but of lust. But when we really think about it, in this truth, I mean, shit, when you see that spirit, like what Chief is talking about, when you got sisters who frequently, they come to certain rooms because that's where their spirit is. But then next thing you know, they not in those rooms no more. They in other rooms with the whoever was in their inbox all the damn time. You see what I'm saying? Like it's lust and covetousness. When it's not to say brothers can't see a rib somewhere and just say something, but it's lust and covetousness when you see the result of what's going on, and those things never seem to work out anyway. But it's just these things, lust, man, can really lead people down the wrong path, and it can lead you to destruction. Because it makes you make bad decisions, right? When you're lustful and you're covetous, and it leads to other things that you wouldn't normally do if you fall into these sins. One of the 10 Commandments is thou shalt not covet, right? And why would you covet anyway? You would covet because you're lustful. You know what I'm saying? You would covet because you're looking at something that belongs to somebody else. It's not you, but you want that. You see what I'm saying? Those are demons. It's just demons that our people have to fight, and they fighting it in the truth and out of the truth, right? And it's just gonna make people make bad decisions. You know what I'm saying? I never had that thirsty spirit. I abhor that thirsty spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even, it ain't even just about me. I'm just saying, like I don't even say nothing to the women, unless it's counsel or me trying to help them. I don't even, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know, this is what we're here for. We know what we're here for, and that's just what we got to do. But I don't think some brothers are really thinking about that. What they're here for is to try to, what did Nathaniel say in IUIC? They're trying to build a damn harem and not really focus on the work of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is worried about they members and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, man, I just want to bring out a one scripture, Ecclesiastes 7:26, because this is the result of brothers who's moving with this lust and covetousness. And a lot of this stuff comes from the world, and guys, brothers come in here and they do that. They don't know who's courting who, you know what I'm saying, or none of that. They don't know who's courting who, who's thinking about courting who, who's talking about what to who in certain rooms. They just come in, don't even come on stage. They just just jump in the inboxes. Like this is MySpace or Black Planet or you know what I'm saying? All those old social media
Black
networks. Right.
Planet.
You know what I'm saying? Back when we was in the world and that's all that we was using social media for. This, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you supposed to be you in the truth now. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Black Planet. Yeah, if some of y'all ain't young enough to even, I mean, old enough to even know what the hell Black Planet is, but I'm saying,
A lot of these youngins don't know how.
cuz, I have no clue. You got that though, Art?
Con. It's Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 26. And I find more bitter than death the woman, whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as gangs. Whoso pleaseth God shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by her.
Right. So what I want to focus on is whoso pleased of God, you know what I'm saying? Whoso pleased of God, he shall escape from her. So if you're not giving into your lust and covetousness, then you're not gonna end up with that scorpion. You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna end up in a bad situation because you're not giving it. You pleasing God by what? By keeping His commandments. You know what I'm saying? You pleasing God by sticking to what you're supposed to stick to, and if you in this truth to wake up the elect, that's what you really trying to do. Like everything else that comes, great, but that's not what you in it for. You know what I'm saying? But if you in this for the wrong reasons, the Most High gonna give you. He gonna give you something. He gonna give you what you're looking for. It's another scripture that you know what I'm saying that say an evil man shall. You know what I'm saying? What's he gonna find? He gonna find an evil woman. That's what the Most High is gonna match with him. And why do I say evil? If you lustful and covetous, and you want other people's fruit or some the other things that other people earned, that's a form of covetous too. Covetousness and lust too. You know what I'm saying? And if you're doing those things, the Most High gonna give you exactly what the hell you looking for. And with that, I yield.
Con. All praises, all praises. Quick reset. This is Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of the House of Israel congregation. This is your kosher breakfast. Today's topic is lust, perversion, and feminism within our nation. Right? Lust, perversion, and feminism within our nation. It's always been a problem that has plagued us as a people. Right? That spirit of lust and just perversion. And a lot of our sisters caught up in feminism, right? Within the nation, right? I know we've been dealing with the brothers and the sisters, um, in regards to this matter. Hopefully, Israel, you guys are taking notes and just listening to the scriptures and the words that are being brought out. This is something we need to take very serious. Brothers, if you're interested in a sister, deal with the brothers to get closer to that sister, right? I've always believed in that because I believe in that system of dealing with the father, to get to know more about the sister and to deal with her in a certain way, right? Be patient. Let's not rush into this thing. Once you come into this truth, your mind and your desire is to increase in wisdom, knowledge, and understanding through the scriptures. That should be your desire, right? And that speaks volume of you as a man, even to the sisters, because keep in mind, when you doing that, right, the Most High is going to bring the right sister to you. right? Sisters, pay attention to that, right? A lot of our sisters in this truth, they love men that are that way, right? Men that are living according to the scriptures, that are solid and strong in his word, because those are the men that they understand that will be able to protect them, not just physically, right? But deeply spiritually, right? His decisions are going to be very wise, right? When he moves, you understand? So it's bigger than just the physical aspects of things. Because once you start thinking more of on a spiritual level, you thinking of more on a higher frequency, man, right? Because when you were in the world, what did we think with our body? It was more fleshly thoughts, right? We just wanted to, fulfill the desires of our flesh, right? That's not the type of man that you want. Azan, go to Proverbs 5 real quick. I'm going to bring out a couple of verses here that I'm going to drop. And also, if you guys have anything to add to the conversation, sisters, you can come up. All we ask is you stay in order. Same thing with the brothers. Make sure you stay in order when you come up here and be part of the conversation. All right. We know Crown of Thorn is more of a teaching platform, but we also open it up for open dialogue for the family. If anybody has anything to add, you can definitely come up and add to the conversation. All right. Every day don't have to be a smoke day. It's okay for us to be able to learn and teach each other and build. All right. So it's okay for us to have conversations like this. So raise your hand, come up to the stage. Some people, if there's no drama, they don't want to be part of the room. And that's crazy. Sometimes it's okay for us to build and learn and really get into the scriptures. And this is a form of therapy, to be honest with you, for some of our people. But bring that out, Proverbs 5, real quick. Start at the very first verse.
Okay. This is Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 1. My son, attend unto my wisdom, and bow thine ear to my understanding.
Right. Bow down ear unto my understanding. That's you getting into the scriptures and getting the counsel and the wisdom that comes from it. Right. Understanding is to depart from evil and live a righteous life. Right. Read on.
That thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge.
Right. And that thy lips may keep knowledge. Right. When you dealing with certain brothers, even with the sisters, right? You talk to some brothers and they off and somewhere talking things that don't make any damn sense, man. Right. They can't put two words together properly. Right. You ask them certain questions about the scriptures, they can't even answer you in regards to that matter. That's not a man that you want leading you. Right. And the other part of it is they don't even apply it in their damn life. Right. Some of them can know every scripture in the world, all the precepts, right? But they're not even living that type of life. They're a totally different person at home. Right. Read on.
Okay. For the lips of a strange woman drop as in honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil.
Right. It says, for the lips of a strange woman drops as honeycomb. Right. Sometimes women can tell you what you want to hear. Right. We always say it's the other way around. Right. Man, we spit game and tell women what we want to hear. And before we know it, we got what we want. Right. But the woman can do that too. Right. And destroy you through that process. Right. And this scripture here is a little deeper. I'm going to go off course a little bit. This speaks about Esau too. Because remember, this scripture talks about Esau. And that tells you how feminine he is too. When you go to Psalms 55 and 21, it says the same thing. Right. That's why a lot of them are damn sodomites over here. But I digress with that. But anyways, let's keep going. Read on verse 4.
Okay. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword.
Right. It says, but her end is bitter as wormwood. Right? Sharp as a two-edged sword. It does not worth the risk, brothers. I'm gonna just put it that simple. Right? It's not worth the headache, right, that you're gonna go through as a man. Right? Because some of these sisters will they'll start up in the truth, you get caught up in their snares, and before you know it, they fall off the truth. Now they put you in court system, Esau's court system, and you going through hell with her. Right? That has happened before. And that can happen if you're not wise. So brothers, we have to be very wise. I know we touched on the sisters quite a bit, and we also touched on the brothers, but I will appeal to the brothers that, take your time with this thing, right? Don't rush, be patient, right? Again, because it's not worth the headache that you're going to go through. And the same thing with sisters. You know, if a man is interested in you and you can find in an elder within your body, right, or within the nation, and you can trust him, that brother need to be talking to the elder or or the brother that you look up to, right? He needs to be talking to him because again, do not do things behind the scene and you get caught up in some crap. Then now you want to run up to the brothers and say, hey, you know, this brother did this to me from this camp. That brother did that to me. Nah, we don't want to hear it at that point. That's your problem, right? So be wise in this thing, brothers and sisters. Be patient, take your time, right? The Most High knows the desires of your heart, right? Because some of us come into this thing, and it's easier said for me because I'm married, or certain brothers are already married, right? But at the same time, we understand what the scripture says about this process, and also we can also apply wisdom when it comes to those types of decision making. So just think about that, Israel. Take your time, be patient with this process, and everything will fall into place. All right. Israel, again, like I said, you can raise your hand if you want to be part of the conversation, the build, come up to the stage, and and join the conversation. All right. But with that, I'm gonna yield to anybody else on stage that have anything to add.
Hey, Ari, just to add to what you were bringing out, because I meant to touch on that too, but I got kind of long winded and wanted to land. I wanted to touch on the part where you said like you gotta just be an example. Don't just be you. Don't worry about trying to, what I'm saying, trying to make yourself seem so, what I'm saying, so much to the point where, what I'm saying, okay, whatever, the real can't help but, have a conversation with you. Just be you. You know what I'm saying? Just you ain't gotta force nothing. I know a lot of people deal with those insecurities, right? You know, I've always just done it like this. Like if a person notices you and then they come to you as a man, then that will let you know that they're willing to do whatever, what I'm saying, it takes to kind of get your attention or please you. Now, if you go out of your way and do all that, then you dealing with a person that you might have to do a whole lot of work to try to get them on the same page with you. And that's one thing I learned from the world. Like, nah, you let people come to you, because if they come to you, then obviously, what I'm saying, something about you that they like enough to either change the things that you know what I'm saying, like to fit in, put it like this, to fit in your cipher. You see what I'm saying? But if you the one that's being lustful and covetous, you going out there and now you gotta try to fit in their cipher. And the man is not supposed to be like that. The woman is supposed to be conforming to what you need. And if you a thirsty nigga, you know what I'm saying? Most of the you gonna end up in a situation like the scriptures say anyway, with a dragon. Because I ain't even elaborate on the last part of the scripture that said the sinner shall be taken by her in Ecclesiastes 7:26. So you're not pleasing God because you're a sinner. If you letting this covetousness and this lust take over you, so you gonna get, what I'm saying, you gonna get what's coming to you. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, that's always been a lame tactic, bro. To just try to put yourself out there so much, and then at the end of the day, like I said, if they don't come to you, then I mean, honestly, you know what I'm saying? If you have any issues, you might not be able to rectify them because they didn't like you that much. You liked them that much. And first of all, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, anyway, that lust and covetousness, the Most High is judging that in these days. How many people we seen in the last few months, you know what I'm saying, that got caught up in lustful situations and they gave up the ghost, man. They gave up the ghost. So yeah, we gotta do better on that note. I'm a yield.
Khan. Let's get into this a little bit. Go to Proverbs 31 and read verse 3. All right, read verse 3.
This is Proverbs chapter 31 and verse 3. Give not thy strength unto women, nor thy ways to that which destroyeth kings.
Right. What's this getting into? When you go to Deuteronomy 17, it's going into the law. right? And going into other examples in the scriptures of kings that did so and were destroyed by it, right? We know King Solomon, that's the one we primarily used, right? When you go into the law, Deuteronomy 17 and 17, it talks about a king taking too much wives, basically, where it's more of a lust thing, or it's more of a just, you just overwhelmed. You just want to be overwhelmed with women all over you. Because some kings have done that in the past in certain kingdoms, right? And what happens is they end up falling, right, into their own destructions because now they're not even able to keep track of the wives they have, what they're getting caught up in, and what they're doing, right? Now it causes you to fall. What is your strength as a man? It's the law, statutes, and commandments, right? And I'm gonna prove that, right? Go to Proverbs. I'll tell you what. Again, you can see example of that in First Kings 11. But go to Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 11. Let me prove that.
Con. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2 and verse 11. It reads, "Let our strength be the law of justice, for that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth."
Right. It says, let our strength be the law of justice. What's the law of justice? Right? The law, statutes, and commandments, man. Right? You keeping the laws of God, you staying focused, because that should come over anybody, over your wives, over any woman, right? If that's the first thing that you're focusing on, and that's what we were bringing up earlier, when you first come into this thing, that should be the desire and the hunger and the thirst that you always want is that word, right? That should be where you should be grounded on. Don't worry about no damn woman or sister when you first come in here, right? That's a red flag for me. If a brother just come into this thing and all of a sudden he want to deal with just the sisters, right? Never talks to the brothers, never want to be around brothers. You just want to be around sisters. It's one of two things. It's either you have that effeminate spirit, right? Or you a whoremonger, right? Or brothers should not be dealing with sisters like that. No, right? Because you should understand what you came into this thing for, right? When you were watching the videos, you were watching other brothers that were standing stiffly rebuking this kingdom, right? And trying to bring back their people back to the Most High. They were not standing there talking to women and trying to get their numbers, right? They were risking their lives, putting their face out there and rebuking this wicked kingdom. That's what led you through the spirit to come into this thing. So why would you now come into it? Now you see sisters all over the place. Now all of a sudden you say, oh, let me put this to the side. I don't want to read the Bible anymore. Let me focus on the sisters now, right? Shalom, always saying shalom to every sister, right? That's a whoremonger spirit, man. And brothers got to get out of that, right? That coochie worshiping spirit, man. You got brothers that are like that. They come into this thing, it's all about bowing to the woman, worshiping the woman, want to do everything for the woman. Still got that worldly spirit, man. We don't move in the real servants of the Most High don't move that way. We don't care about that. We care about the word of Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. And if the Most High sees favor in us to bless us with a wife, right, he will do so. Ain't nothing wrong to be interested in sisters, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But do not lead by that, right? Kings have been brought down. Greater men that had greater wisdom than you have been brought down by women. So who the hell do you think you are? You're going to come into this thing and you got control of everything. Brothers have fell off the truth over women. Brothers has fought other brothers and got into huge arguments over women, right? Control your spirit. Control your spirit, brothers. Don't come into this thing and the first thing you want to do is, oh, let me see which sister I can talk to. Deal with the brothers and build yourself in the spirit first, man. Get your mind right so you can be a righteous leader for that sister. You come into this thing, you can't even put two scriptures together, but you want a damn wife. How you going to lead her? You're going to lead her to her destruction. With
They
that,
be
I
like,
yield.
they be like, Shalom, Queen. Shalom.
Right, They make sure they speak to all the women in the room. Goddammit.
Shalom, elders, shalom, family, shalom, Israel. Yahabashim Yashabakata.
Yabashim Yashabah.
Yeah,
Shabbat
well,
Shalom.
man, brother.
God.
Can I say, everything y'all is facts.
Shalom, y'all, by Shemel Shabbat.
Shalom, Elder. I say everything y'all saying is truth, man. The scriptures, they, speaking of that, with the elder Chief Ephraim, which is going into how they be like Shalom. I kind of got into it with a brother. I had to rebuke a brother the other day about that. He calling his sister queen. I say, don't do that. The next thing you know, he called her. I'm like, wow. So I say, being in this truth, you know, and when what I see, and just listening to what y'all saying, a lot of brothers is given to wicked women, a lot of sisters is given to wicked brothers. Um, it's just sticky. It's just like sticky marriages, and that's why I'm pretty sure y'all brought it out already. But Sirach 6 and 7 is a friend because these things matter. Especially us men. Like we're setting an example. We fall short sometimes. We miss here now and then. Nobody's saying that we're perfect, but the point is, we're striving to perfection. We're striving to be that leader. That the way. You know, and just watching elders and learning under elders. We become more disciplined. We of course we learn from mistakes. How you get experience. These things are attributes that can help a brother really grow in the truth. 10 years later down the road, or 5 years later, or 20 years later. Because stuff like this matters. This is a good topic. Um, you know, like I said, I'm pretty sure most of the brothers in here got cut, including myself. So I say you just got to be careful because the lust, that demon, that perversion, and feminism within our nation. That lust, like I said, a brother might be courting a sister, and then next he get a dragon. Like what Ari was going into, and I guess that's why I'm not saying that I'm scared to court. You feel me? I'm kind of how can I say this? I'm kind of circumspect, and I observe a lot in the sister before I even court. So I guess that's probably I ain't court a sister yet because I really don't want no dragon. I'm pretty sure brothers don't want a dragon either. So
Salakia, Isra.
it was good.
Absolutely nothing wrong with that, King. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Some brothers will look at you. Remember, in the world, how do we treat brothers like that? I talk about, nah, I don't want to do that right now. I'm not interested right now. We look at them like, oh man, something wrong with you. You ain't trying to get none, and all that retarded conversation we used to have and thought we were smart as hell, right? That was wickedness, man. You saying what you're saying, that's wisdom. You're being wise, right? For you taking your time, making sure that, if it's a sister you're going to be dealing with, she has to be moving a certain, right? That's wisdom, not you rushing anything, talking about, well, I got to have a wife. I got to do this. No, you don't have to do that, man. Not right now, right? Take your time with it. You understand? You don't need to prove anything to anybody. You know who you are. You understand? You don't need to rush anything to prove to other brothers, well, I like women too, or I like this, or I do
Yeah,
this.
Ari, that's the excuse right there. Like, man, shit, I'm a man. I like women, nigga.
Right, right. Now I ain't gonna sit here. I'm gonna just go for any woman. Nah, Negro. That's not why. That's not wisdom. Going for any woman you see just to prove that you're a man. Yeah. Then now you after you've done that, you leave her with 2, 3 kids, and you guys going through hell together. Right now the sister is tainted. Now she's scoffing all every brother in different, talking about how the Israelite men are wicked. Right? Just because you want to prove you a man. Nigga, please. I just want Salaki. Go ahead.
Everything you saying was facts. It just come down to the point of especially in times like this. You definitely careful because it's scriptures that talk about how the end times gonna be, and we dealing with certain prophecies that we coming up upon like famine stuff like this. It's just important that um, that courting process is necessary because it is necessary. It's like you have to have elders. You feel me? You have to have elders that you can go to get that counsel from because um, you never know what you're dealing with. Like sisters can. or brothers, you feel me? They can, for an example, they can play it off for a couple of months, put a big ass on their face, you know. Then as soon as you lay down, as soon as y'all lay down together, you come to find out it's something that you don't like in her, or it's something that she don't like in you, you know. And next thing things don't go well. And I seen like brothers, I seen brothers' wives bucking up against them, and you know, calling them a bitch. And it's just it's bad. And there was times, you know, where I saw sisters on Facebook Live. You know, one sister on Facebook Live, she kind of was crying because, you know, she didn't know that the brother, you feel me? Because, you know, sex is marriage. She didn't know that the brother was going around sleeping with other women behind her back. You feel me? And that's not wisdom. You know, that's not wild because, you know, I remember y'all telling us that, you know, if a brother want another wife, you feel me? Make sure that y'all know, talk about these things, and you know, it just got the consequences. You know, got sisters crying, and you know, they on live talking about, oh, he was doing all this and came back with stuff on his beard, stuff like that. You feel me? Like little things, you know. Well, sister, if you took your time, you feel me, and you didn't rush the process, maybe it would have went smooth. And it's just like us brothers, you feel me? And I'm young, but I'm not going, you know, I'm not going to say, you know, brothers, be careful. You do got to be careful. But you know, don't like the brother Eric, the brother Ari, and the elders was going into. You know, don't feel peer pressure because a lot of brothers did. You know, they kind of got on me talking about you don't want none, don't want no. You feel me? And it's just they throwing it in my face. But it's just like I really don't care. But I, you know, it's just the point of you know, it isn't the truth. You feel me? So it's just like you got to be careful because sisters can smile and put on the front, and brothers do. Brothers, too, you feel me? But deep down inside, they full of iniquity and deceit. You know, so it's just like us brothers, you know, us young brothers, you know, you just got to be patient. This precept, I want to put one precept before I leave. I'm on break, but I'm about to go. It's the book of Luke, chapter 21 and verse 19. And your patience possess ye your souls. So you feel me? That's just part of fruits of the spirit, having patience. You feel me? Because us young brothers that's sincere in this truth and that's diligent doing the Lord's work and meditating, you know, and having faith in Hamashiach Yahushua, you know, a righteous woman is gonna come our way. You feel me? So I don't feel like, you know, we should rush the process because, you know, it tell you in Sirach 26, I believe 23, it says a wicked woman is given to the poor wicked man. So it's just like you have to be very patient, you know. You have to mortify your members. You really have to control it, and it's hard. You know, I'm not gonna say it's easy. I battle with the lust demon, and I can admit that in front of everybody. I'm not ashamed. You know, I deal with things. You know, I make mistakes. You know, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm down there trying to. You feel me? So I just think, you know, it come a point in life where we gotta own up to, you know, our responsibilities as a man. So if you gonna stick your rod in a woman or a sister, you feel me, you gotta be able to take the consequences as a man. And a lot of brothers, they try to rush the damn court process. You don't even got a house or transportation. You feel me? You got a low paying job. How the hell you supposed to support a family or that woman that you courting or you married to? You feel me? When you can't even get your shit together as a man. You know, it just come down to stuff like that. You know, got to be very careful. But with that, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and yell.
God, God. All praises, man. Uh, wise words from the brother, right? All praises. Yeah, be patient. This is definitely not something you want to rush into. Um, go through the process. Go through the process. It's way better that you go through eldership. You know, if you're going to go through that, just go through that courting process, go through the counseling. All right, because it eliminates any issues that you're going to have in the past. In the future, Salakia. Now, does it guarantee that things are going to be perfect? Absolutely not. Right? Nobody's claiming that here. We're not sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, once you do it, it's going to be perfect and you're going to live forever together." We're not saying that, but it does cut down the chances of any confusion or issues coming down the road. Right? That's all we're teaching our people. Let's follow the righteous path, right? The ways that our foremothers and forefathers did things that were in righteousness according to the scriptures and according to the law. All right, because that we can live a certain way and not worry about confusion and issues that might come down the road. Right. Another thing I want to on is with our sisters. Right. There's nothing wrong with our sisters taking pictures, being online. All right. But when you that selfie spirit where you always have to be online every second, right? You have to always, and I've seen some of our sisters in the truth this, and I want to touch on this. I know some sisters don't like me when I get on certain things, but y'all gotta get out of that spirit, man.
You
I
far
gotta
away,
get out of that
Aubrey.
spirit. What you say? Oh, Salaki. I'll be right back. Can y'all hear me better now?
Come, you there?
It can't, Salaki. I was getting into a point. I was saying I know our sisters love taking pictures, especially like when we have events and stuff like that. But I was just saying some of our sisters gotta be careful with that, right? And they gotta get out that whole selfie spirit, right? You always gotta be online every second, taking a picture of your face, and then some of you are married and all that. You gotta get away from that spirit, all right? Um, because that can bring certain spirits in you, and you're not paying attention, and you attracting the wrong things. All right. I see some of our sisters that do that quite a bit online, right? From different congregation, right? There's nothing wrong with taking pictures, but don't get overly crazy with it because, it's like constantly you got to keep putting stuff. And a lot of it is to seek attention, you know? Remember, when we were in the world, that was what we did. We'll be out there doing all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Just to get any kind of attention. And some of our people carry that spirit even in the truth, man, right? We got to get rid of that. And I'm going to show you in the scripture, right, that this was happening even in the times and the days of old, right? Go to Isaiah 3 and let's go to let's just go right to the point. Go to 16.
Come. This is Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 16. Moreover, Yahweh saith, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking in mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet.
Right. It says, moreover, the Lord said, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walking with stretched forth necks, right? Always want to take that selfie. They want to be seen, right? They want men to look at that neck and their hair and everything to attract men. And wanton eyes, always looking around, trying to get attention. What man is looking at me? Which brother is looking at me? All right, let me take this picture, look this certain way. Maybe if I turn my head this way, I'll get more attention and likes from certain people, right? That's a damn wicked spirit to have, man.
Salakia.
Right? Red, go ahead.
Real quick, just to that wonton, when you look up the word wonton, it goes into the word coquettishly, right? And it means behaving in such a way as to suggest a playful sexual attraction, flirtatious. And that's wicked as hell, man. Especially if you got a man and you sitting there looking at another man right in front of your man. Sorry,
Right.
Salakia.
Nah, you got it, man. And Thawada for going into that word a little bit further, man. Right? To give the understanding a little further. That's the same thing as you being online, right? Taking a whole bunch of selfies. Every time you turn around, you posting pictures of your damn self. How about posting pictures of some scriptures? How about doing what you were created for? Teachers of good things, right? Taking 1,000 pictures, putting it online with different position and smiles and all that, right? It says with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and menacing as they go, and making a tingling with their feet, right? That's exactly what some of our sisters are doing. In the truth. Not talking about sisters in the world. Some sisters in the truth. Y'all gotta watch out for that spirit, man. Right? Nobody's telling you can't take pictures. Right? Nobody's telling you that you can't do none of that. But again, know what you're doing it for, family. Right? But with that, I'm gonna yield. If anybody else got anything else to add on, y'all can go ahead. Also, if you in the audience, you have anything to add, you can raise your hand, come up to the stage, and be part of the conversation and the build. But I yield.
Khan Salakia. Remember the show Catfish? They used to
Come.
act. put a picture of somebody, act like them, and then they call that catfish. It wasn't them. A lot of times that happens physically, but most of spiritually. You get catfished by the spirit. You see a sister all modest, got the skirts, got the cap, she's singing, uh, she's singing, truth music, got it all in the background, you know, showing what she cooks. Sometimes you might think it's her cooking and she's probably buying the food from a restaurant. They catfish, man. These sisters and the brothers catfish. I remember Bishop Nathaniel. He's I was watching the class. He said that he counseled a brother and the sister said that the brother was saying he's a certain size down there, if y'all know what I mean. And the brother kind of catfished the sister. He ended up married, but doing a backdoor marriage, like they call it. And he wasn't what he said he was. He lied size down there. And the sister ain't want to be with him no more. And they told him, well, you kind of stuck now. You know what I'm saying? But the brother catfished about his size. So you got to watch for the catfishing of the spirit, man. And the brothers, this is a mighty brother. And deep down, this is a wicked Negro, man. You've been catfished. So catfish don't own physical appearance. It also comes by the spirit. Keep that in mind.
Hey, Salakia, real quick, yo. You know what? That's what she get too. And let me explain why.
God,
Because
Salakia.
right.
Salakia. Only Chief coming up with these stories, man. Nah, I got you, Chief. Yo, but like the brother say, man, that's what she get, man. Cause she lusted on another level, man. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry, Isaiah. Go ahead, brother. That story is mad funny though.
Nah, you
Only
bring it
Chief
out, Elder.
keep
You
bringing
got it.
out
I'll
these
wait.
stories.
Go ahead.
Nah, go
You got
ahead.
it,
I'm
Elder.
done. I'm done, Go ahead.
Okay, Con. Yeah, so yeah, that's what she get, man. She keep funny as hell. So her whole thing with getting married to her, they in the truth. And her whole reason why even being with him was because of a fleshly reason, a lusting reason. That means she didn't prove him. She didn't even care. All she had to do was say, "Hey, calm her down right quick." All he had to do was say something crazy to her, and she fell in love with that. Not the spirit, not the type of man he was, but a physical attribute. And unfortunately, you know, she was hoodwinked. I'm gonna tell you this, man. When I met my wife, one of the things that me and her have both got out of these long relationships, you know what I'm saying? We still young. I think I was 19, 18 when I met her. 20 years down the road, I'm still with her. 4 kids, 20 years, man. And the reason why that it worked out was because she told me, yeah, I'm falling in love with you. You need to tell me how you feel, because if you ain't feeling the same way, I got to go the other way. I was like, damn. Like, man, we talked about this. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying to we wasn't trying to be serious, but, she was catching feelings. And I go lie, I caught a little bit of feelings. And I sat on the car and I said, look, man, I said, I'm broke. My family's poor. They crazy as hell. You know what I'm saying? My life ain't what a lot of the stuff you see on TV, or it's rough, man. We struggle because, we grew up poor. Man, she was cool with that. She wanted to struggle with me because she loved me for real, and vice versa. And that's what you want to do. You want to make sure that she's ready or he's ready to struggle with you. It doesn't have to be financially. It could be any other type of struggle. He or she got to be willing to go through that with you. And that's how you know you got yourself a wife or a husband. But you got to take your time. As Rob was talking about earlier, man, that was a beautiful scripture in Luke, man. That patience is a serious deal. What Ari was bringing out too. Take your time, Israel. It's not all about just laying down in a bed, man. Because after that, then what? What about the conversation? What's the conversation then? You're just gonna be silent the whole time? You ain't got nothing to say to each other, man? It's a boring ass relationship. But Salakia, Chief, that was hilarious, and that's what she gets, and I'm glad that she stuck with him.
Oh, she got the Edomite. Oh, she's looking for That's what she get, man. That's what she get. That's what she get. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, don't go after lust. Don't go after lust.
Yeah, but bro be lying too, damn it. You talking about, you got the Mundrongo Longo when you just got the Mungo. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be easy with that, man. Stop humming stuff.
God,
Gotta
Chief.
stop humming stuff. Just be yourself, man. Be yourself.
Chief it 100%, Chief. Chief, you funny as hell, man.
Man, only cheap, man. Only cheap. That's that MySpace spirit, chief.
Con.
Telling you
Go
that.
ahead.
What was it? Your top friends? Your top five?
Good.
You took anybody out your top five, you knew you wasn't the person no more. You always seen the top five.
Good.
after after they wasn't in your top five no more, that means something went wrong. Y'all stopped dealing with each other. That's how the whole world knew.
Con. Yeah, Azan, just like the point you were bringing up. Yeah, we gotta really gauge each other based on just wisdom in general, man. Not by just money or how she looks or how he looks. That's not what and that goes both ways. You know what I mean? So, when we trying to court somebody or even think about having any level of relationship, right, with anybody, we gotta see what's in their mind, right? Because whatever is in their mind and their thoughts is gonna come out of their mouth, and that's how they're gonna really deal with you. So we're not saying that you're gonna be perfect in every way, but at the same time, you got to make sure that certain things are in order. So just keep that in mind, Israel. Let's actually go to a couple of scriptures just to touch on that on the male side and the women's side. Go to Proverbs 12:8 real quick. Let's deal with the man first. All right.
Come.
Because when you're dealing with a man, when you trying to court a man or even deal with him on any level, sisters, right? This is what you should gauge it by. All right, go ahead.
This is Proverbs chapter 12 and verse 8. A man shall be commended according to his wisdom, but he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
Right. A man shall be commended by the wisdom that he has. So this is another reason why we always recommend and advise sisters. Don't deal with a brother directly. Let him go to the brothers around you that you trust or the elder, let's say one or two brothers that you trust. Let them deal with them because a lot of times we men, we can tell another man that is very wise, right? That is patient, that has that fruits of the spirit, that is moving a certain way, that keeps the law, statutes, and commandments. Of course, we're not going to know everything, but a lot of times, trust me, we can tell, right? By certain conversations that we have with them, right? And he says, but he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised. We can tell when he's full of shit, right? When he's wicked as hell, because there's certain things we're going to say or talk or bring up, right? Or a certain mannerism he's going to have in regards to certain type of conversation and how he's going to move. We can be able to tell, man, this guy is full of it, man, right? We can reach out to other brothers that have dealt with him, whether he came from a different camp or just from a different area. You understand? So you got to be wise when you're dealing with these brothers. Pay attention to their conversations, right? Do they love the Most High God? Is He number one in their life? Do they move in that spirit, right? Or is it always like Chief said earlier, send me a selfie picture? That's the whole conversation you have with them. Well, we're gonna be together anyways. Might as well do it. Send me a picture now so I can get ready. All that nonsense, folly conversation, right? Is he feeding you and building you up in the spirit? That's the type of brother that you need to have. That's a man, right? But society tells us that a man is someone that can sleep with a whole bunch of women, right? That's a wicked devil. That's a wicked Negro. That's not a man. Not according to the Bible, right? A godly man moves a certain way, all right? He does not move based on the lust of his flesh. He has absolute control of that. Now, does that mean that he doesn't fall here and there? Of course. But I'm saying for the most part, he's going to be moving in the spirit of Yahweh Shai, right? Go to Proverbs 31 and 30. I'm going to stay in Proverbs and get both.
Come. This is Proverbs chapter 31, verse 30. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vain. Mm-mm. But a woman that feareth Yahweh, she shall be praised.
Right. How do we fear Yahweh? By keeping his laws, right? And following the attributes that come with that and applying that to each other when we're dealing with each other. That's a woman that fears the Most High God, right? It says she shall be praised. Those types of sisters are the type of sisters that a righteous man loves and seek for, right? And most brothers can tell, especially for brothers moving in certain spirit, right? He sees that you're not always seeking attention, right? You're not everybody's inbox, right? Always making up your face and being online 24/7 a day, right? Always looking so you can see who's looking out for you, right? You're diligent in the scriptures, right? You're being an example to the younger women, right? Or even some younger sisters that are moving a certain way. They could be young and still be powerful sisters, just like we got with the brothers. You got young brothers in their teenage years and they powerful in this thing, right? The Most High has allocated and blessed them with a certain lot of spirit and they move a certain way. Same thing with the sisters, right? You're going to see that. You're going to tell that her mind has been well instructed, right? Even if she didn't grow up in a stable environment, but the Most High has blessed her on that level, right? Go to Sirach 26:14. And after this, I'm going to drop and brothers can add on. Just bringing out basic scriptures, y'all already know. But just to add on to the conversation and to the build, all right? And another part of this too is men and women, we need to know what our roles are, right? When it comes to in our nation and relationship in general, once we know that according to the Bible and we actually apply it, not just hearing it and just say, well, I'm gonna just put it to the side and still be this wicked Negro or this wicked Eve, right? Or wicked sister, right? It doesn't work then. You have to actually learn it, apply it. Like you in this room, you should be taking notes, right? And actually start applying these things in your life, right? When you're trying to look for somebody or trying to court somebody. You understand? But go ahead, bring that out real quick. Sirach 26:14.
Come. A solid and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
Right. It said a silent and loving woman is a gift from the Lord. Right. So you as a brother, you get a sister like that. And I'm going to tell y'all this, right? That's something the Most High blessed me with. And I'm so grateful for that. Because it has always not been that way. Right. And that's a blessing for me. And I pray that brothers get that, a silent and loving woman that is not quick to always run her mouth, right? That she can suggest things, but know her place, that she's not in control of your house. Her desires is not to control or be in authoritative position, always seeking attention, want to be every freaking where, right? To water Yahweh for that, right? And it says, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. How does a mind get well instructed? Through the scriptures, right? If you courting a sister or trying to build with a sister or get to know a sister, that's the spirit she has to be moving in, right? Same thing I said about the men, that his desire is to serve the Most High God. The same thing has to apply for the sisters, right? We're not going to say because, oh, they're sisters, they can get away with certain things. Yes, we understand they're the wicked vessel, but we're not going to make excuses for our sisters. Our sisters are not little kids because that's something that society tells us to say about our sisters, right? Oh, she doesn't know she's a woman and this and that. We don't play that here in the truth, man. We're going to hold you accountable also if you're wicked. It goes both ways for the men and for the women because the law applies to us equally when it comes to certain things. We understand that certain laws only apply to the sisters, certain one applies to the men, right? But there's no respects of person in this thing when it comes to the Most High. If you're wicked as a sister, the Most High is going to judge you accordingly. If you're wicked as a man, he's going to judge you accordingly. He's not going to say, well, because you're a woman, I'm going to give you a break. It don't work like that. You understand? Not according to what I'm reading in the Bible. You understand? So let's just keep that in mind. Be patient with this thing. Look for righteous men and women, right? Listen to their conversations. See how they carry themselves, right? With other brothers, other sisters. Are they attention seekers? These are little red flags that you can see. Don't overlook them. I understand sometimes, yeah, we can say, okay, well, hey, I'm not perfect, just like she's not perfect. I get that. But I mean, you can tell solid red flags, man. That is it's overwhelming, and you know that that can be an issue if you decide to move forward with this sister, or if you decide to move forward with this brother. Why overlook that, right? So these are things we got to think about, Israel. But with that, I'm gonna yield.
Con, very well put. And that last verse, that last part of that verse, man. And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. I like that I can leave my house in peace because I know that when I leave my house, my wife got it on lock. I got 4 kids. Two of them, one of them's 19, daughter, uh, 17-year-old son, in order. I know that when I leave my house, my son's gonna be the man of the house, and I know my wife is gonna be on top of anything she needs to be on top of. The house is gonna be in order. Kids is gonna be in order. I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to stress when I'm at work. A mind well instructed. And one of the scariest verses on this same chapter is 23. And you know what? Back in the day, you actually start to understand, oh, okay, my wicked ass, that's what I get. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. And I definitely was not fearing the Most High back in the day, man. That's why I was going through what I was going through. So, whenever you see somebody going through it, man, you gotta let them know, man, you gotta try another route. Your money ain't working. Whatever it is you think you doing in the bedroom ain't working because she's still out in the streets. What's that saying? She's for the streets. It's wicked, man. But that's just what it is, man. You need a woman in this truth. And like the brother said earlier, even in this truth, it's like that. People doing this, still stuck in the world, man. One foot in, one foot out. You need to get out that lukewarm spirit. Oh, Salakia, my child, 1 second.
Yeah, there was a brother in the body, I don't mention his name, certain folk, but when he got with a sister, before he got with a sister, I told him, he asked me my advice, and I told him, nah, one for you, bruh. And, he had to find out the hard way. She committed adultery on him. I told him, for you. So sometimes people gotta live live through, not through your eyes, but they gotta their own hardships. They gotta fall on their face for them to learn sometimes. It is what it is. My father used to say that every time I used to visit him in jail, a hard head makes a soft ass. You know what I'm saying? So that was his word to me all the time. So I ended up in the same place he ended up at. So keep that in mind, Israel. Take heed to counsel. Don't If a brother's telling you not to get with a certain sister that the brother's hating, or if a brother wants that sister, is not always the case. You know, brothers in leadership position is looking out for our young men, spirit and in the flesh. So just keep that in mind. You know, um, take heed to sound counsel, man. Take heed. You got brothers that walk this earth a little bit longer and different routes of this earth. They experience certain. And one thing that Tony Montana, I just got to come out the books of Tony Montana. He never lied. He said, the eyes don't lie, Chico. So you look in the eyes, you could tell a lot. You could tell a lot about. So just keep that in mind.
God. And look too, man. And this is on topic, but a little sideways of what Chief was talking about, man. Um, whether you in or out this truth, man, don't be when you see women, there should be no attraction, right? Like you know how Yahweh Shah said that if you lust after a woman, or if you've already committed adultery in your heart, because you don't know if that woman's married, man. And ain't nothing worse than you having a wife and somebody you thought was one of your homies is attracted to her, lust after her. Even though nothing never happens, man, don't be that guy, man. There should be no attraction to another woman that another man is with. That's one of the nastiest things ever, yo. I have zero respect to any man who can look at a woman who they know is married and is okay with it. I'm speaking from personal experience, man. It's a disgusting thing, man. Trying to want to wring somebody's neck, but it's a lot, yo.
No, that's where the grace and mercy come from. Now, realistically, as a man or as a woman, anybody, realistically, you know what I mean? In this society, you're going to be attracted to people. It's just what it is. Unfortunately, I've heard brothers tell, other brothers that, they're not attracted to their wife, but they've said, your wife look decent, brother. You got a nice looking wife. Boom. And you hold it right there and stop it right there. You don't go no further. You don't start plotting. You don't start looking down at her behind and stuff like that. You stop it right there. But see, this is what, when you read St. John's 1:17, because be honest, brother, or every man is guilty of that, man. Whether he try to front or not, you know what I mean? We straight shooters. You know what I mean? We come from the city of straight shooters, New Yorkers, man. Every man is guilty of that to a certain extent. But you have to control it, and this is where this mercy and grace comes from. Give me St. John 1:17.
Come,
We got to be real. We got to be real with ourselves, and we got to be real with the Most High. That's why the Most High says, confess your sins. He respects a man that confesses his sins and not a man that hides his sins. You see what I'm saying? And if you're going on that level, you're right. Once you start lusting for another brother's wife, that's Satan taking over. But Yahweh Shah had to come with that grace, brother, especially for that one right there. When it says, if a man looks at another woman without intentions, I'm paraphrasing, of marrying her, he committed adultery. The Most High had to, because he knows the type of world we live in. He knows what we're going through day to day. No man, he's lying to himself. If a man says he has never looked at a woman with a certain desire, in this truth or not in this truth, I'm going to tell you straight up, brother. He's a goddamn liar. I'm going to tell you straight up. Give me St. John's 1:17.
come. This is
Salak,
John.
Salak, Elder. It could be he's a homosexual too, if he's not a liar.
Chief, yeah, Chief. Chief adds that in there. Yeah. 1:17. Chief is on his Def Comedy Jam today. Give me St. John's 1:17.
Come. For the law was given by Moses,
The
but
law was given by mercy. Come on.
grace and truth came by Yahweh Shah Hamashiach.
But grace and truth. That's where that grace come in, brother. But now, if you act on that tension, if you act like, you can say in your mind, you can say, okay, but he got a decent looking wife, his wife look decent. But now, if you start plotting and going and going forth, because see, you can't control the mind sometimes, brother. That's where that grace comes from. That's why we're in the flesh and the spirit. You see what I'm saying? The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And the flesh goes into the mind. That's why when we was talking about, and this goes into this lust perversion today, we was talking about R. Kelly yesterday. And his famous, he's cried out for help. He's telling you in that song, we make a joke about it, but he said, my body is telling me no. The spirit, the mind is telling me no. Or well, he said, my mind is telling me no. Okay? His spirit is really telling him no, but my body is telling me yes. And that's where we fight, that flesh, between that flesh and that spirit, brother. So, that's all I wanted to say, brothers. But Yeah, we got to be real with ourselves. But when we start acting on these lustful spirits, man, and start going on it, that's when we really going off. But we pray to the Most High, and the Most High have mercy and grace. That's all I wanted to say on that.
Yeah, precept.
Con, go ahead.
Con. It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23, verse 16. Two
Read it
sorts
out.
of two sorts of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath. A hot mind is as a burning fire. It will never be quenched till it be consumed. A fornicator in the body of his flesh will never cease till he have kindled a fire. Right? So what's that saying? Somebody is given into their lust. A fornicator. He's given into his lust. He's not gonna rest until he starts some type of damn trouble or brings some type of damn trouble to himself because why? Because he's a fornicator. So when a fornicator commits adultery, or if he goes too far and is too covetous, what happens? Right? Verse 17. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. He will not leave off till he die. Right? Why would death be in this scripture right after the previous scripture, right? Because all of these behaviors lead to death. If you letting your lust consume you, that's gonna lead to fornication, and that's gonna kindle a fire that's gonna consume you. You know what I'm saying? So with that I yield.
Con. It says all. What did it say? Read that again about the whoremonger spirit, Shai.
Verse, verse 17. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger.
Right. All bread. So this man don't have no. You ever hear cats? They want to hit everything, every goddamn thing.
God,
Like there's nothing that they don't see that they don't pass up. Oh man, I
right.
gotta hit that right there. Oh man, I gotta deal with that. Oh man. You know what I mean? All bread. He don't pass up nothing. They used to say before in back in the days, hell man, I put a bag over that face, but she got a body. You know what I mean? They don't pass up nothing, man. Nothing. A whoremonger. So yeah, and it's going to lead to death because you're going by your lust. You're going by your lust, and lust leads to death. Lust leads to sin, and when lust is brought forth, when lust is brought, sin is brought, then death is brought. That's the book of James. Matter of fact, get that real quick, Shire. I'll give it back to the brother
God,
Isaac because he's bringing out a point. James 1 and 14, I believe.
God. It's the book of James, chapter 1, verse 14. And it reads, but every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust.
Right? Because the Most High tempts nobody. You drawing away with your own lust. You're letting Satan tempt you. Most High cannot be tempted. Read.
And enticed.
And enticed. Come on. In other words, you can't blame it on the Most High when you fall into these temptations. You're going over in your own temptation. You see what I'm saying? You're letting Satan win. You can't come back and blame it on the Most High. Like Adam couldn't come back and said Eve caused them to sin because the Most High already told him what to do. You see what I'm saying? You're led away in your own lust and your own temptation by Satan. That has nothing to do with the Most High. Read on now.
Then when lust hath conceived,
Then when lust have conceived, and what is the name of this topic? Lust, perversion, feminists within our nation. When lust have conceived, come on,
it bringeth forth sin.
It brings forth sin. So after that lust comes sin. Again, what happens, Shia?
And sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death.
Brings forth death. That's the final conclusion. You're going after your lust. There's a lot of cats that's dead right now because they went over to houses that they shouldn't have went to because they was going after some woman, lusting after some woman. They might have been married or set them up. Can't let your lust control you, man. Can't let it control you. With that, I yield.
And I'm actually about to to go into what you just said right now too. And just to make to be clear, um that's a man's normal state, right? To just love women. Trust me, man. I know that 100%. I agree. Anybody would be a lie to say otherwise. Um, but for me, for instance, if I'm looking at if I meet a brother, right, and I see his wife, um, she is to me now like a blood sister. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I feel. Men should be dealing with it because I don't know. That's just how I feel. But to the point that you was talking about, Elder, just now, men going to a lot of men dead because of that. This is Proverbs chapter 6, verse 34. It reads, "For jealousy is the rage of a man. Therefore he will not spare in the day of vengeance. He will not regard any ransom, neither will he rest content, though thou givest many gifts." You, any man that walk up in the house and see their woman doing a deed with another man, they're gonna get dealt with. I don't know if y'all heard that song Nas had back in the day, when he came back from Vegas. It was a whole story he told. He ended up popping both the dude and his rib, man. But it's a dangerous game that a lot of men play when they messing around with their women. And the worst type is the one that's supposed to be your friend or the people that surround you on a regular, right? And you look and everybody know but you. That's why you got, just going back to what the brothers was bringing out earlier, man, proving a friend. You don't want to be around these type of people, man. Uh, it's bad business. Salakia. Your Ron Khan is 34 and 35. But y'all touching on a important topic, man, especially in this nation. Appreciate it.
But yeah, we've pretty much been going in on lust and perversion, but we really haven't went into detail on the perversion yet. You know what I'm saying? And the feminism. We ain't even touched on feminism yet. So y'all stay tuned because you know what I'm saying? All these women coming into the truth and they really hate men. That's gotta be talked about too. You know what I'm saying? No matter what happens, you know what I'm saying? They just negative about the brothers. You know what I'm saying? Or what's being done or what's being said or this, that, and the other. And it just causes confusion. It sows discord. That shit gotta go too.
Yeah, Shy. That feminism spirit is in Israel, man. Don't let nobody fool you, people. They come in here, shalom, shalom. But they're nothing but bunch of feminists, man. Bunch of men haters, right? Brothers can't do nothing wrong, right? Even in the truth, still can't do nothing right. It's just madness, man. And these types of topics need to be addressed. Um, because that's a very wicked spirit to have, right? But I'm gonna yield for now. Just gotta do something real quick. Be back.
Salakia, y'all part. Did you want me to get into that article? Going in. I don't know if the brother's still there.
He probably stepped away, but yeah, you can get into that article.
Okay, Con. All right. Title is Early Adolescent African American Girls, Perceptions of Virginity and Romantic Relationships. Man. Nationally, African American girls aged 15 to 19 have the highest incidence of chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis compared to white and Hispanic girls of the same age group. To address the STI epidemic, it is imperative to target AA girls they put AA girls, African American girls during early adolescence and before sexual debut. According According to the 2011 National Youth Risk Behavior Survey, approximately 7% of African American girls initiate sex prior to age 13. The purpose of this descriptive qualitative study was to explore African American girls aged 12 to 14 perceptions about virginity and relationships and how those perceptions influence their decisions to engage in or abstain from sexual activity. If somebody want to get into speaking on a paragraph or something they heard, just let me know, and I'll stop. Real quick, is everybody here? Just in case. Okay, Con, I'm gonna keep reading. This methods. Salakia. Hey, turn that down a little bit. Salakia, family. Methods. A convenient sample of 64 participants was recruited through community-based organizations in Alabama. Data were collected using individual interviews and focus groups. Individual interview focused on one, values and beliefs about being a virgin, two, choosing boyfriends, and three, perceptions about good and bad relationships. Focus groups were held to validate findings from interviews. Verbatim transcripts of audio tapes, observation notes, and demographic data were primary data for analysis. Content analysis was used in analysis and interpretation of qualitative data to formulate meaningful categories, themes, and patterns. Damn, they're going in, man. The qualitative research software, QSR and Vivo, was used to code and sort data into categories. The SPSS statistical software was used to conduct descriptive analyses to describe the study sample. And real quick, I got a question. If there's anybody up here, why this type of study?
Right.
I don't understand, and it's very specific to a particular demographic. I don't understand why the study is specific to that demographic and just not, the girls' ages in general versus the ethnicity, quote unquote. I don't understand. I'm gonna keep reading. Salaki, that's crazy, man. These people are something else. All right, these are the results. Mean age of study samples was 12.9 years. So, between 12 and 13 years old. Out of 64 participants, 5 reported having engaged in sexual activity. Mean age of sexual debut, meaning when they first did the thing, was 13 years. This is crazy, man. Common themes that emerged included respecting myself, ideal boyfriend, characteristics of a romantic relationship.
Hold on now. What was the age group of these girls again?
So the study started off girls ages 15 to 19. They were saying that the 15 to 19 was the highest incidence of STDs, which was chlamydia, gonorrhea, and syphilis, compared to other ethnic groups. Now, the reason why that don't make I don't understand what that has to do with the ethnic group has to do with STDs, man. Like, but then they said that 7% of African American girls initiate sex prior to age 13, and that the purpose of this descriptive qualitative study was to explore African American girls aged to 12 to 14. I mean, just the language to explore African American girls aged 12 to 14, their perceptions about virginity and relationships. That should be just females in general in America.
Right,
You
right,
know what
right.
I'm saying? It's crazy.
They try to find out how our young girls think.
Right. And it's
What
foul
it
when you
sound
think
like.
about it. Yeah, it's really foul when you think about it because like what it's like they're scouting. That's what it seemed like. It's like they're scouting specifically Israelite women. It's crazy. All right, this is the conclusion, and Salakia for going side like that. Findings from this study suggest STI prevention programs should build upon the values related to virginity to promote delaying sexual activity. Furthermore, findings suggest the need for education about healthy relationships. Key words: sexual decision making, sexual risk taking, STI, boyfriends. Okay, now I'm gonna before I read the next part, where do you think these? I got you, Papa. Give me a second. Where do you think a lot of these heathen girls are going, man? Stop. Go ahead. Go over there. I got you. That's why I understand this. I don't understand this study. I don't understand what's wrong with these people. This is retarded that they would even do something like this. Man. It says a lot about how they view this. This should be a where we're at type of situation. Um, Salakia. All right. So this is introduction. So that was just a little prologue, I guess. Introduction. Romantic relationships are described as mutually acknowledged ongoing voluntary interactions, having a distinctive intensity commonly marked by expressions of affection and current or anticipated sexual behavior. It is believed that the development of romantic relationships begins during early adolescence and evolves throughout adolescence into adulthood. Within the context of romantic relationships, uh, Salakia, adolescents formulate their own understandings of sexual behavior and sexuality. Finding from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health indicate that the majority of adolescents have had at least one relationship with a boy or girl by the end of early adolescence. Early adolescence, defined as ages 12 to 14, is a period of transition that involves pubertal and cognitive changes, as well as changes in social development, signifying the beginning of sexual maturity and adulthood. Oh, Salakia, Shemaiah. Yabashim Yashabrakatah. I just saw him pop up here. I just want to say hello right quick.
Shalom, shalom, family. Yahba Shem Yashar Barakatham.
Hey, Shalom Mark, Yabashim Shabbatah.
Yo, this article you're reading, King, let me just make a statement on it right now, man. It's all bullshit. And this is something they've been doing um, to denigrate black women since slavery, man. They used to accuse black women of seducing the slave masters because their body and their shape were, the way it was. It meant that they were hypersexual. Their big hips and their big bottoms and their voluptuous breasts. It meant they wanted it. And this is the kind of stuff that Esau's been doing when it comes to our females, our young girls, since back in slavery, man, portraying them as hypersexual and that they always want sex. They need it. So when they got raped, it was because they wanted it. So this article just plays right into that same bullshit that they've always done where it comes to our young women.
And they still doing it. That's crazy, man. And yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And I think it's foul, honestly, that they would really even consider this a study. Like for what? What does this have to do? Um I don't understand why adults want
So,
to know about
Salakia,
this.
it's a study because when the white man studies something, what he wants to do, he either wants to decline it or escalate it, right? So he's studying it to make sure that, like, when you get into the article some more, it's gonna show you that single households contribute into um young girls being sexual. So his studies to see that if his tactics are working or not. You understand?
Okay, con. No, I understand. I understand. So
Con,
what he's trying to see is if that's what is that if that's what's causing this type of quote unquote behavior.
Right. He's studying what caused the behavior so he could perpetuate it. On the other hand, we gotta see his study so we could prevent it. You understand?
Con, I understand now. I appreciate you breaking that down for me because I was about to. Yo, these people get on my nerves, man. Salakia.
Con,
Um, con. All right, let me continue on. Salakia, 1 second. Okay, con. I put my son out right quick. All right. Let's see. Where was I at? Adolescence. All right, I'm gonna
Shalaki,
start from
King,
the top at that part.
Shalaki, and the medical industry is one of the industries that has really pushed this stuff as well, right? The doctors used to say it's kind of like finding gold to find a virgin who was under 13 years old where it comes to black women. They never stated and put the fact that these 13-year-olds and 12-year-old girls who they found to not be virgins were being raped by Esau and getting diseases by Esau. They always fail to put that in. I don't know if I'm breaking up or not. Shalaki, can you hear me?
Con Shemai, we hear you. I think Chief was trying to say something, but Chief, if when you came in, it was real choppy, so we didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, I said I couldn't hear Shemaya. It sound real low.
Okay, Con.
Shalaki. Yeah, I was saying that they used to say it's like finding gold to find a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old virgin of a black female, and they never put into that statement that those 12 and 13-year-olds and 11-year-old girls that they found to not be virgins were being raped by Esau, and the diseases they were getting was getting them from Esau as well. So this is really sad that how this is a new article that's being written, King, a new study.
Con. The date is as of ooh, there's no date. Salakia. Let me go to the bottom.
Yeah, but it's you don't have to go through all of that. I'm just saying, this is something that they have always pushed and perpetuated, man. That young women are hoes and they're hypersexual and they always want it, they always ready. And this is, I mean, this is sad that this kind of stuff is still being pushed. Go ahead, King.
Con. I appreciate the clarity from all the elders, man. Uh, calm me down a little bit. I can't stand this place, and I can't wait till the Most High blows it up. Uh, Back to the article. Early adolescence, defined as ages 12 to 14, is a period of transition that involves pubertal and cognitive changes, as well as changes in social development, signifying the beginning of sexual maturity and adulthood. A major development task during adolescence is identity development. Among adolescent girls, uh, identity development is often associated with intimacy, which they perceive to be intertwined with caring and affection. Caring is a highly valued feeling among early adolescent girls and plays a major role in becoming involved in a romantic relationship. Uh, Salakia. It is through the involvement in romantic relationships and the degree of importance placed on caring that early adolescent girls are likely to engage in coital and non-coital behaviors. Findings from a study of adolescent relationships showed that perceived high levels of intimacy, caring, and emotional engagement within a relationship are significantly associated with initiating sexual activity. Hmm. A study using data from the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescent Health examined the development of romantic relationships from early adolescence to early adulthood. Findings from that study showed that African American adolescents were less likely to be involved in a romantic relationship compared to Caucasian adolescents. However, if African American adolescents, particularly girls, were involved in a romantic relationships, they were more likely to be involved in long-term relationships rather than multiple short-term relationships, because the likelihood of engaging in sexual intercourse increases with the duration of a relationship. Mier and Allen suggest a possible association between involvement in long-term romantic relationships and early sexual debut among African American adolescents. According to the 2011 National Youth Risk Behavior Survey, approximately 7% of African American females engaged in sexual activity prior to the age of 13. Despite the small percentage, early initiation of sexual activity is associated with multiple sexual risk behaviors such as inconsistent condom use and high number of lifetime sexual partners. And both behaviors are associated with increased risk for unplanned teen pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections, including HIV. Mm. Nationally, African American girls aged 15 to 19 have the highest incidence of chlamydia, gonorrhea, and primary and secondary syphilis compared to white and Hispanic females of the same age group. To address this STI epidemic, it is they call that shit an epidemic. It is imperative to target African American girls during early adolescence and before initiation of sexual activity. Much has been written about sexual active adolescence in terms of predictors of sexual debut, sexual risk behaviors, and the progression from being a virgin to becoming sexually active. However, there is a dearth of literature about early adolescent African American girls' meanings of being a virgin and how those meanings interplay with decisions about engaging in sexual activity. So, dearth meaning what? Little information, right? Little to no information, or is abundance. I'm gonna look that word. So basically they saying, let me look that up right quick. So like, yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. A scarcity or lack of something come. Okay, so let me run that back, just that one part right quick. It says that additionally little is known about their perceptions of qualities related to boyfriends. Oh no, back up top. Let's see. There is a dearth of literature about early adolescent African American girls' meaning of being a virgin and how those meanings interplay with decisions about engaging in sexual activity. Additionally, little is known about their perceptions of qualities related to boyfriends in relationships and how those perceptions lead to involvement in romantic relationships.
Hey, Salakia, and
Uh,
this article also tells you that if you have no with stronger moral values, it's gonna limit their sexual actions too. So yeah, so read up on that too, King.
If they have, you said if they have no moral
Yeah,
attributes,
if they it depends on the moral values too. Like if they're in a household that just is whatever without adult supervision or guidance, and they have low moral values, it's more likely they're gonna be sexually active. This article shows that too. But if they like in a stable household and also it implements more moral values about you know keeping themselves cleansed or how can I say spiritually guarded, it shows that they have a less percentage of being sexually active.
Kind of. And you know what? I could actually, I do agree with that because my mother raised three sons, and you know how that goes, man. No father around at all. Um, yeah, man. Uh, you start young. This is crazy. All right. Do you want me to skip down, or you want me to keep reading from where I'm at?
Where exactly you at? Let me see.
Uh, I'm at the I'm at the bottom of I'm at the last part of the introduction. So basically, they just breaking down what it is that they were what the study was touching on. I was going into methods. So right now it's about to talk about the design, the setting, and sample. So exactly what she was just talking about. This methods is about to go into that.
I kind and after you get on methods, I want you to go to let me see results. After you finish
Results.
reading methods, jump down to results.
Okay, kind. All right. Hey, Shalom Gabar. Y'all watching me, Shabbat.
Hey, Shalom Gabar, Ishmael to the chariot fly.
Shalom, can't see. How about you, man? I ain't got no voice, huh?
Kind of. Hope you get better. This study used the qualitative approach of descriptive inquiry within the context of individual interviews and focus groups to generate detailed descriptions of early adolescent girls' perceptions about virginity, boyfriends, and relationships. The approach of descriptive inquiry allows the researcher to look closely at the data with the intent of providing detailed analysis of the participants' stories without the meanings of the participants' words and descriptions of experiences being lost. By doing so, the findings are presented within the context of reality as it is perceived by the participants. The descriptive inquiry approach was well suited to this study in that the data as presented by the study participants was used to describe perceptions about being a virgin and beliefs associated with maintaining virginity. Characteristics believed to be important in choosing a boyfriend, psychosocial and situational factors that influence ability to delay initiation of sexual activity, and perceptions about what constitutes good and bad relationships. Between August 2010 and February 2012, a convenient sample of 64 African American adolescent girls was recruited through community based organizations affiliated with an HIV prevention network group located in a metropolitan city in the southeastern United States. Man, it's crazy. The HIV Prevention Network Group is a consortium of clinics and community based organizations whose focus is to educate communities about the risk factors and modes of transmission for STIs, including HIV, through community outreach programs and implementation of the curriculum based STI and HIV education in area high school settings. And real quick, it's crazy that organizations like this even have to exist, man. I mean, that right there is just a trip that these entities exist because of the situation that we in, and the stuff that we get into, man. It's like, how do they even? And Salafi, I'm gonna stop Salafi because I'm going off track. Um, it says some of the participating community-based organizations and groups affiliated with the HIV Prevention Network include Girls Inc., local African Americans. So, local African. Do you want to say something, Shema?
Can you hear me?
Kind of.
I'm sorry. Yeah, a lot of these organizations exist because. You're my darling angel. Closer than
Shema getting it. Okay, he's on the phone. I'm gonna read until he comes back. Some of the participating community-based organizations and groups of. Go ahead, Shemai.
Yeah, Shalaki King. A lot of these organizations exist because of the research factor. Because historically and even today, a lot of times people believe Tuskegee was the worst thing they have done in terms of experimenting on us. No, but they still do, and they use these so-called you know groups and things like that to also continue doing research and doing testing of different new drugs. So it's not just like, oh, they're coming to educate so-called our people about these things, but it's also there's a research branch to it that would also sometimes bring in, experimental drugs. So it's a whole system of wickedness that they have in place, man. But yeah, go ahead, King. Sorry to cut you off.
No, no. If you when you can add like that to bring more clarity to whatever's being brought out, please bring it out because that helps us get a better understanding. Because when I first started reading this article, man, I was getting irritated, but Sharpar had to break that down for me right quick because it still bugs me out that this is it's just crazy. But like you said, man, it's for that specific reason. Um, all right, so some of the participating community-based organizations and groups affiliated with the HIV Prevention Network include Girls Inc., local African American sororities, and YWCA. These community-based organizations were identified as initial recruitment sites because they had established ongoing activities for adolescents ranging from after-school programs and summer camps to community educational events on health, teen pregnancy, and HIV STI prevention. Man, I want to know if parents were involved in their uh them volunteering themselves for these studies because they said the YMCA and then they said local sororities. Like these are not even we know, the rumors you hear about the YMCA stuff like that. Um, this is crazy, man. There's predators everywhere.
Con. And many times, King, the parents are not even aware that their kids took part in these types of studies. You
How
know,
is that legal? Damn.
yeah, with white parents, if you're in the schools, you can't give your kid aspirin without getting verification from the parents and approvals and signed documents and all kinds of stuff. you know, and they're trying to make that more, prevalent for every student in school now. But in a lot of these cases, look what was going on even with COVID. They were trying to vaccinate kids by offering them pizza. Oh,
Hell
come down
no.
to the gym and there's pizza there and you guys can get vaccinated. It's also with a lot of birth control and abortions, they also circumvent the parents' involvement. So a lot of times, girls, they make girls, go ahead with getting abortions and stuff like that, and the parents don't even know about
Man, that's and it's crazy because they won't get in trouble for it, man. But we all know what this is. Especially after the room that y'all held yesterday about R. Kelly and the Epstein Island and all that, man. And when you think about the history of how this country was founded, as far as the type of country we live in and what it's about, corporate America, that's basically what we are, man. Just a bunch of walking cattle with social security tag. But let me not, digress to that point. I'm gonna keep reading. Appreciate the clarity. Um, Potential participants were also recruited through word of mouth. Okay, here we go. Potential participants were also recruited through word of mouth by participants who were enrolled in the study. Criteria for inclusion were African American girl, two, age 12 to 14, 3, able to read and speak English. 4, willing to participate in an individual interview or group discussion. 5, parental guardian consent to participate. And 6, adolescent assent to participate. Okay, so they wanted to save themselves. All right, so Shawapar did say go to, I think, to the conclusion. But he did step out. Shemaiah, what do you think? Should we read a little more, or do you want me to just go to the bottom? I'll read Shemaiah, what you want me to do.
Listen, I'm really curious about the whole article, King. But if Sharpar gave instruction to end it, you could go ahead and
Well,
do that.
Khan, that was when he was here. He stepped away. He said he'll be back just to hold it down. So I figured, it might be okay to go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. Go ahead and read the whole thing, King. Is it really long?
I mean it's long, but I can read. What I'll do is I'll read the key points. For instance, this next one is procedures. So I definitely want to know what the procedures was and the protocols. We could probably do an individual interview. Yeah, because they go into individual interview and focus groups. So it's about to talk about how they. Oh, and then results is right there. Yeah, we good. We good.
Okay, Khan.
All right. So let's keep it up with the. All right, so procedures. The Institutional Review Board of the University of Alabama at Birmingham reviewed and approved the protocol for this study, a combination of purposive and snowball referral sampling was used to recruit study participants. So, in other words, because of the word of mouth, it snowballed into a bigger study because of all the participants that was able to go in. A total of 70 adolescent girls were screened. 3 girls were not enrolled because they were under the age of 12, and 3 girls were not enrolled because they were unable to schedule an interview time. For the eligible 64 girls, parental guardian consent and adolescent assent were obtained prior to enrolling the adolescents in the study. Each participant took part in an individual interview or focus group discussion. Hell nah. Received
And
$40
let me
cash.
just cut in a little bit too. Don't take parental consent to be parent, right? A lot of times, this is what these places that take our kids do. They become the guardian, and they a lot of times are in league with these places that do research, and they sign the paperwork to say, okay, yeah, go ahead, you can use this person and do research, and we give the consent to go ahead and do it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, 100%. Like, and I know, I think New York is one of those states, right, where they can take over, that type of, capacity as being a parental guardian by just the signing of a paper, or
Con,
if the state decides that.
con.
Man, that's crazy, man. All right, moving on. Damn, that's crazy. Individual interview or focus group discussion received $40 cash as compensation for participation in the study. Now I know that's standard, to receive any kind of compensation for any type of study. All right, so this is demographic data and sexual behavior. A demographic form was used to elicit information about age, educational level, grades earned, socioeconomic status, based on whether participant received free or reduced school lunch. What? Marital status of parents, guardians. Okay, I get what they're doing. Based off of financial situations. Okay. Marital status of parents, guardianship, lives with parent or someone else, number of siblings, birth order, and ever had sex. They was pretty they was pretty detailed in this, man. Where is it at? A separate form was used to elicit information about sexual behavior, which included initiation of sexual activity, age of sexual debut, number of sexual partners in past year, and condom use. For each item related to sexual behavior, participants were asked about vaginal, oral, and anal sex. Yo, that's a little personal for to be that. That's just too much info to be young girls like that, man. Um, Individual interviews. Oh, it's a lot here. Hold on, my daughter going off. She good? Okay. Face-to-face individual interviews were conducted first and focused on one, values and beliefs about being a virgin, two, choosing boyfriends, and three, perceptions about good and bad relationships. The interviews were conducted by a member of the research team trained in interviewing skills and techniques and interviewing protocol. All interviews were held in a private room at a location convenient for the participant. The interviews were conducted using a semi-structured interview guide developed by the first author, which served as a protocol for all interviews to ensure consistency and implementation. I want to know if they video recorded these, man, for the safety of the participants. The following questions were included in the interview guide. 1. What does being a virgin mean to you? 2. Imagine a boy wants you to be his girlfriend. Tell me some things about him that would persuade you to be his girlfriend. 3. Describe what you think is a good relationship between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Describe a bad relationship. The interviewer used probing questions as needed to elicit further descriptions of participants' experiences and perceptions. Each interview was digitally recorded, okay, there we go, and transcribed verbatim. 36 participants took part in the individual interview. The individual interviews lasted 45 to 60 minutes. Okay, so now the focus groups. After the individual interviews were completed, recruitment for focus group session began. 3 focus group sessions were held to validate the findings from the individual interviews. These sessions were conducted by the author and a member of the research team. 28 participants, Slovakia, 28 participants took part in a focus group discussion with 9 to 10 participants per group. The focus groups were implemented using a focus group implementation guide developed by the first author, which served as the protocol for each focus group. The question and scenarios for this guide were developed based on findings from the individual interviews. All focus group sessions were held in a private conference room at a location convenient for the participants. After introductions and before the focus group discussion began, the interviewer shared with the participants an overview of the perceptions and thoughts of the girls who participated in the individual interviews. The participants in the focus group were then invited to comment on the findings. An example of a question included in the guide is, the girls we interviewed said being a virgin meant respecting your body and loving yourself. Tell me what you think about these comments. Tell me your thoughts about what being a virgin means to you. This format of questioning permitted discussion of choosing boyfriends and described good. He went, so yeah. This format of questioning permitted discussion of choosing boyfriends and describing good and bad relationships between boyfriends and girlfriends. Additional questions were used to elicit further feedback from the group. All focus group sessions were digitally recorded and transcribed verbatim. The focus group session lasted 90 minutes to 2 hours. Damn, they was really getting the info. Data analysis. Shemai, you want to add anything right quick, or are we good?
Oh, Shalaka. Yeah, man. This is Esau is a cunning hunter. Esau knows how to solicit information from people and make them say things that is not even really truly what's on their mind. Right. This is how they coerce a lot of our young people also into you know confessing to crimes they never even committed. Right. We see the cops do this all the time with our young people. They put them in a room, buy them some McDonald's, and by the time they're out of that room, or sometimes they don't even give them no food or nothing, right? And just by the time they're out of the room, they didn't realize they confessed to some stuff that they never even did.
Right. Tactics. Crazy, man. Kawada. Data analysis. Transcribed interviews and focus group sessions were reviewed by the author and compared to the digital recordings to ensure accuracy of the transcripts. Qualitative content analysis was used in analysis and interpretation of the qualitative data because it is the analysis strategy of choice in qualitative descriptive studies. The authors independently read each interview and focus group transcript and extracted data segments which were organized according to the interview questions. Next, each author independently coded and categorized the data segments, then formulated meaningful categories, themes, and patterns. The final coding was determined by agreement of the at least two of the three coders. The qualitative researcher software QSR and Vivo, I'm gonna look that up later, was used in coding and sorting of data into categories. Uh, where we at? There it is. Validity and reliability of the findings were assessed by one, independent review and analysis of transcripts by the authors, with differences in coding resolved through discussion. Two, use of focus groups to solicit feedback on the plausibility of the findings from the individual interview. And three, comparison of findings with existing literature to determine consistency in results. And here we go to the results real quick. Before I start bringing these results out, it says we have 87 people in here, but if y'all can put a 7 in the back chat just to let me know you guys are still with us, because there's a lot of information being brought out. Uh, that is okay. There we go. Where y'all at? Y'all still here, right? There we go. All praises. I'm glad y'all still with us. All praises. Okay, going down to sample characteristics. It says the participants ranged in age from 12 to 14 years. Male, 12.9 years, or Salakia, M, 12.9 years, SD, 0.84. What does that mean? The majority of participants lived in single. Hey, Shemai, you might know what that means, man. It
Say
says in
again?
parentheses. So it says sample characteristics. So I'm guessing the M and the SD just. It says the participants ranged in age from 12 to 14 years, and then in parentheses it says M equals 12.9 years, comma SD equals 0.84. And I don't
Yeah.
see.
There might be a key on the bottom of the somewhere in that article to know what
You know
those.
what? There is. Uh, but it's only for the second part, which is the N, individual interview and focus group. Okay, so we'll get to that right now. Throughout for that, I need to just learn it.
And funny enough, right? This
Right.
this is the way Esau would pick this type of the people to be in this type of research. The same way they pick a jury, if they're going to go into a criminal case, they're going to pick someone who is going to vote based on how they want them to vote. So they might have a black person on the jury. Let's say the case is about police brutality. They automatically going to try to exclude every black person. They don't want
Right.
no black person on that jury dealing with police brutality because they know how we're going to vote.
Yeah, I don't like the way they do jury selection. That is very biased. And I understand, the defense and prosecution is trying to, make it an equal, a balance, as they say, or try to say. But we all know that, it's
Yeah,
a
and
lot is just a game to them.
and that's again just to promote the fact that they're trying to say that black women start being promiscuous from a very young age, right? So if that's what they're pushing, it's like you go on the crime scene or you go on a scene where something happens, right, in a black neighborhood. You're going to see the person who is articulate, intelligent, dressed well, a black person. They're not going to go and ask that person the question. They're going to find the person who is in flip flops, with a shower cap on, with a wife beater, and, and ask that person the question because they
Right.
have to promote that we are people who are deprived and depraved and just ghetto. That's how they pick these people for these studies as well, man. Go ahead, King.
Right.
Sorry for
So
being
how
so
could
long winded.
no, you good, because that brings up a good point. So then how do we know that the study is even uh accurate? You know what I'm saying? You
Exactly.
can't get right. It's not an accurate study.
Exactly. And this is the thing, man. This is how they have always done things when it comes so that even when we look at ourselves as a people, we have the distrust because of all of the things that they have put out where it concerns us. I mean, yeah, we're under the curses, evil eyes towards our brother, but that's also perpetuated by these types of things. You know, if you didn't know the history of Esau, you would now start looking at all of these young girls playing in the park, 13-year-olds, 12-year-olds having fun, and you'll be thinking, look at these bunch of hoes. I wonder how many babies they got.
Man,
You
perception.
know, the perception now is that our young girls are a bunch of hoes.
Right. And
It
that's what
doesn't
you
matter how
see.
old they are.
Right.
10 years old, 9 years old, you know, girls start developing based on all of the damn hormones in the food right now. They start developing breasts and busting out from, you know, time they're 8 years old, pretty much. Some even younger. Girls are now starting to have, you know, menstrual cycles at a younger age because of all of the hormones in the food. So now we're now looking at our own people because of articles and studies like this that we think is accurate, but it's only to make us, you know, think of ourselves worse than what we are.
Mm, mm, mm. Just like the study they did with when they would give, you would see a little Israelite girl, and they would give her two dolls, one white and one was dark. And she would, did you see that study? And then they asked, which doll did you want to take? Something like that. And they took the little white doll and said, because the doll's pretty and the other
Exactly.
doll was ugly. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's
Exactly.
a real thing. I hate when people deny stuff like this, man. It's real. It is real.
Yeah. You know, it's pumped into us from a young age. I mean, growing up, all of the everything of anything that it means anything in terms of people who we see in authority over us in our community has always been these other nations, right?
Right.
So we don't, from a young age, have a good perception of ourselves, right? We don't have the trust of our own selves, right? The school teachers we have, the principals in the school, the police on the street, the store owners. We don't see our people behind the counters. We see the other people, and this is the perception that we have.
Which
You know,
leads
like you
into
just brought out, the kids are already saying, you know, the black doll is wicked, the black doll is evil,
uh, and that
the
leads
white
us
doll
into
is good, the white
right.
doll is honest, the white doll is good, the black doll is bad. Who's dirty? Who's clean? The black doll is dirty. The white doll is clean. And this is the stuff that we continue to get, you know, saturated with, man. And it's gonna get worse, man, because right now they're pushing all of the homosexuality in the cartoons and the TV shows and the music, and everywhere you turn, that's what you're seeing now. So what do you think that our kids are going to be pointed to next?
Right.
They're gonna have this study about black boys pretty soon. You know, who's gay, who's bisexual, right? Because what you're seeing right now, what they're promoting, is not straight heterosexual men who have, you know, toxic masculinity. They're showing effeminate men, you know, men who are totally, you know, yeah, just totally off. In the way they dress, in the way they dance, in the way they sing, in the way they act. It's all about that gay lifestyle. So you would think, looking at the media, you would think that is what black men are now, right? Men like you and I, we're not up on the television. Our young people are not seeing men like you and I taking care of our families. That's not what they're promoting. Go ahead, King.
You're right. And it all and they started promoting that independent woman thing with Beyonce, man. It's crazy. This is easy, and that's what's so frustrating is that without being in this truth, we can't we can't use discernment to see these things and not let it what's the word influence us, man. Um, uh, all right, let me keep it moving. Salakia, appreciate all the info. Um, back to the participants range in age from 12 to 14 years. M equals 12.9 years. SD equals 0.84. The majority of participants lived in single parent households headed by their mother, father, grandmother, or other relative. N equals 42, 65.6%. And N in here um, is saying individual interview. Uh, it says all participants living in single parent households reported that their fathers were actively involved in their lives. Of the 64 participants, only 5, which was 7.8%, reported having engaged in oral, anal, and/or vaginal sex. The age for initiation of oral sex was 14 years. Damn, man. N equals 1. And for anal sex, 13 years.
Shalak, did, did the brother get cut off?
Oh, Salakia, I forgot to come back. What's the last part that you heard?
I don't know. I just cut off. I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry.
No,
You
you
were go.
good.
I
That's my
think.
fault.
Yeah, I think you were going through the the M, the keys or whatever, M N
Okay,
whatever. That's the
Khan.
last
Yeah.
thing I heard.
Wow, the beginning.
Yeah, that's the last thing I heard. Maybe someone
Okay.
heard more than me. I don't know.
Hey, real quick, did y'all hear what was the last thing y'all heard? Because I keep forgetting to come back to the app. So just for future reference, for anybody that's ever up on the up reading, and you have to move to a link to read, you have to switch back to the app and then back to the article, back and forth like every 10 to 20 seconds because it'll cut off your audio. Um, it's not they need to fix that. But here I'm gonna start from did you hear anything about the percentages of here I'm just gonna start. All participants living in a single parent household. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, Khan.
Okay, perfect. All right. Reported that their fathers were actively involved in their lives. Of the table 1, that's what you was talking about. Okay, Con. It says of the 64 participants, only 5, 8.8% of them reported having engaged in oral, anal, and/or vaginal sex. The age of initiation for oral sex was 14 years, and for anal sex, 13 years. All 5 sexually active participants reported engaging in vaginal sex with the mean age of initiation being 13 years old. 2 of the sexually active participants reported having engaged in 1 or more types of sexual activity, vaginal, anal, and/or oral. And then 4 sexually active participants reported having had more than one sexual partner during the year prior to enrollment in the study. All sexually active participants reported inconsistent condom use during oral, anal, and/or vaginal sex. And it's a sad, man, because when you look at your kids and you remember them you either see them at being 13, 14, or 15, or remember them being that age, this is what these young girls are getting into. And that's sad, man, because then that puts into question what type of parent are these parents, man. Even if it's a single parent household, like I get it, I understand, trust me. Me and my brothers grew up single parent household. It was a mother raising 3 sons. That's a tough job, but you got to instill some type of discipline or common sense in your kids to know better than to do something like that. Make sure who they're hanging around uh, and talk to them about these things. Now, sometimes it's unfortunate because there's only so much a mother can do when they're raising boys. You know what I mean? That's not something that you can really talk to them about. Um, but there's ways, man. But these babies, man, especially the daughters, man, these daughters are out there doing these things that grown women do. These are the same children that you kiss goodnight to bed, man. You kiss them goodnight. Tell them have a good night. See you in the morning, man. It's little babies, man. You feed them. It's crazy, man. Um, findings from interviews. Yeshaya is back. Shalom.
So
The content analysis yielded three themes that embodied the participants: perceptions about virginity, boyfriends, and relationships. Respecting myself, and this is in italics because somebody's saying it. Respecting myself, ideal boyfriend, and characteristics of a romantic relationship. The first theme, respecting myself, was related to maintaining your virginity. The majority of the participants held strong beliefs about the importance of being a virgin and waiting until they were older to have sex. The major sources of these beliefs identified by participants were conversations with their mothers and teachings in their churches. See, look at that. The second theme, ideal boyfriend, involved those physical and personality characteristics that the participants wanted in a boyfriend. The third theme, characteristics of a relationship, was related to the participants' understandings and beliefs about boyfriend girlfriend relationships in terms of what constituted a good versus bad relationship. Uh, The second and third theme emerged from discussions about people and situations that would influence the participants' abilities to maintain their virginity. The theme for respecting myself. In discussing sexually related topics with the girls, it was important to know how they define sex. Therefore, the girls were asked what sex is. The majority of girls define sex as being oral, anal, and vaginal. One girl describes sex as like mouth to vagina, penis to butt, all that. These were in quotations. That's what one of the young girls said, okay, in quotations. However, several girls in one focus group were unaware that engaging in oral and anal sex constituted sexual intercourse. One girl stated, all right, so this is in quotes, one of the girls talking. Because a lot of the girls, they probably don't even know what it is, oral sex. And they talk about it. And when you say like, man, it's hard to even read out loud, man. And they talk about it. And when they say like finger, they probably don't think it's something because it's oral and finger sex ain't sex until like it's penis put in her. Yo, this is uncomfortable, straight up. Another girl added,
right.
they said they half virgin. Whoever wrote this, not too sure they proofread it before they put it out. I know what they are saying. They saying like he ain't actually put it in her. In regards to anal sex, one girl in the focus group stated, the one they stick it in your butt, I don't even think they know that is sex. And they're talking about anal sex. Another girl explained, because you don't have that greater chance of getting pregnant. These type statements were not made by girls who participated in the individual interviews and other focus groups. After the discussion about what sex is, the girls in this focus group understood that sex included oral, anal, and vaginal sex, regardless of the risk for becoming pregnant. And it's sad that we have to have these type of conversations, man, because I mean, listen to and I thought it was how they, they didn't proofread it. No, this is how the little girl sounded. That's how you know how young they were. They didn't even know how to put these words together, let alone speak. And one of the prerequisites to being in the study was being able to either speak English or communicate.
And
So
that also showed that they don't know how to express it verbally. They don't really mentally know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? With somebody's if a predator or something is, you know what I'm saying, trying to deal with them.
right, and these are strangers that they're speaking to. They don't even know
Right.
these people. Hmm. To gain an understanding of how the girls define virginity, they were asked what a virgin is. All of the girls said that it was someone who had not sex yet. That's in quotations, had not sex yet. Several girls added, A virgin is like when you ain't had oral sex or nothing like that. Another girl referred to it as staying pure. Being a virgin was highly valued among the majority of girls. One girl stated, it's sacred. You don't just want to go around doing it with everybody. As each girl talked about what being a virgin meant to them, they shared stories of what their mothers told them about being a virgin. Salakia. In one of the individual interviews, a girl told the interviewer her mother said, "You ought to keep your virginity because it's precious, because once you lose it, you don't get another one." Many of the girls talked about how their mothers encouraged them to wait until they were older and to wait for the right person. The value placed on virginity that was heard throughout the individual interviews was validated within the focus groups. One girl in the group stated, "Being a virgin means having respect for my body and not just giving myself away." Another girl stated, "It's not right for like you to give up your virginity for something that doesn't quite make sense at all." This girl went on to share a story about her friend. This is her story. "You can't just be going like having sex with your boyfriend and stuff like that. Cause like my friend, perfect example, she had sex and then like a couple of weeks later, they broke up. And then she's no longer a virgin and he's gone." Now, we need to pay attention to the way, because what they said too was in the interview that it was verbatim transcribed to what we're reading now. So these young girls, they're so young that this is how they're putting words together when they speak. So you're literally hearing them speak when we're reading these words, man. These are these little girls. Other girls in the
Salakia.
individual.
Salakia. Anybody, if you're thinking of any precepts why this is being brought out, you can either send them in the back chat or you can come up, and speak your piece. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't have to just sit in the audience and just be idle. This is for everybody's edification. But you go ahead, bro.
Khan and Salaki, I should have said that earlier. I apologize. Um, yeah, if anybody want to come up, raise your hand so we can let you up so we can talk about it. If y'all want to add to it, um, get deeper into this thing. All right, I think everybody's cool with just chilling. Yeah, whenever y'all ready, just put the hands up and we'll bring you up. Um, Other girls in the individual interviews and focus groups shared similar stories about their friends who were sexually active. In one of the focus group sessions, a girl talked about the power of virginity. She stated, "Your virginity is your dignity. So when you give away your virginity, that's like giving away a part of yourself. I feel like if you still have your virginity, not saying that the girls that do not have their virginity are dumb, but you have all the power in the world if you still got your virginity and you are confident with yourself." That's good. She's got, somebody who broke that down for her, man. Um, she's the type of girl that'll make a lot of these young men mad. You know what I'm saying? But that's good for her, man. I hope that she's influencing a lot of the women around her or the little girls around her. The sense of power and confidence in relation to virginity seemed to be a sentiment held by all the girls. However, since virginity status of the girls was not disclosed publicly in the individual interviews and focus groups, it is unknown whether the 5 girls who had engaged in sexual activity felt less powerful or less confident in themselves than did the girls who are virgins. Because the girls placed a high value on virginity, they were asked what would make it difficult for them to wait until they were older to have sex. All of the girls agreed that having a boyfriend would make it difficult to wait. One girl stated, "Sometimes, uh, sometimes they don't want to wait, and it's like they'll ask you, and sometimes you might be curious of how things go, and you might just decide to try it." And she was talking about boyfriends. Similar responses were given by other girls who participated in the individual interviews and focus groups. And it's about to go into the ideal boyfriend. Finding the right boyfriend was mentioned by all of the girls. A girl in one of the focus groups said, "Sometimes it's not like what they look like on the outside." And that's exactly what Chief was talking about earlier. Uh, this opinion was echoed by the girls who participated in individual interviews and focus groups. When asked what they looked for in a boyfriend, the girls immediately began identifying personality traits and behavior. One of them said, "I think you should choose a boyfriend on like how much do y'all have in common? And is he like, well, I guess the looks do matter. They matter to me. And after looks, is he truly a good boy? He won't pressure you into nothing that you won't do, and he'll be a gentleman and stuff. Like, and if he have a little bit of bad in him, that's all right. See, that's you can still see the weakness a little bit because you never know that little bit of bad could turn into something that you wasn't supposed to do. Uh, Another girl added, "They act respectable and they act like a gentleman towards you and towards other people. Like they can't just be respectful around you, but they have to be respectful to everybody and around everybody." Several girls stated that he had to be funny, outgoing, street smart, and book smart. One girl added that he has to be a person that cares about what you think about. In one of the focus groups, a girl noted that character is important. However, it is not the first thing a person notices. She says, "I understand about their character, but the first you look at, you don't look at his character, not on the outside. It's not on the outside. It's on the inside. So you're looking at his appearance first. If he look decent and cute enough, then the way he talks to you, that gives a hint of his character, of his talk and all of that." Another girl added, "If I see a fine boy or something like that, I'm going to like him." Having good looks was an important feature identified by all of the girls in the individual interviews and focus groups. In addition to character and physical appearance, overall impression, academic achievement, and future goals were also important factors for a boyfriend to possess. And one of the girls stated this: "He has to be sweet and funny, very intelligent, a deep personality, like poetry or something, or have goals in his life too. I don't want a guy who's just slacking. I don't want someone whose pants are hanging down to the ankles. I don't want a gangbanger for a boyfriend. I want an intelligent person who can be a CEO if he wanted, write a book, make songs or something." I mean, it's good that we're seeing a little bit of balance um amongst this focus group, so it's not all leaning to one side. Um, And you know what? I'm tripping. The back chat, there's some they're bringing out some scriptures, so let me grab those right quick. First Thessalonians 4:3. Slovakia, y'all, I wasn't even looking at that. Let me read that right quick. First Thessalonians chapter 4 and verse 3. It says, "For this is the will of God, even your sanctification, that ye should abstain from fornication." Con, perfect scripture. Sirach chapter 6 and verse 7. "If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him." Con, I see what you're doing, Arama. You bringing them out as I'm reading the article. First Corinthians chapter 7, verse 1 through 3. "Now concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband. Let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband." I mean, that's for later though. uh, Definitely when they get older for sure on that. Good precepts though. Let's bring out the real quick. Does anybody want to come up and speak on this? Add to the conversation. Raise your hand. Let us know. We'll bring you up. Let's get back to the article. So we're gonna keep it moving. One of them was themes, characteristics of a romantic relationship. Uh, Good relationships. I'm just gonna read the quotes that they said. One of the girls said, "In a good relationship, I think a good relationship starts off as friends, because if you can't even be friends, you definitely can't even be in a relationship. Friends first, because when you even look at the world or the word, it's a boyfriend, not boy relationship. It's boyfriend. You have to start off being friends first. I feel like a good relationship has respect and trust always, and honesty, because without honesty, there's nothing. Without trust, there's nothing." And another girl added, "Oh, Salakia, Salakia, Iran, I apologize. I was in the article. Um, Shalom, y'all about Shem Shabbat.
Shalom King, Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shabbat.
Shalom, Yabashim.
All right. Another girl added, um, y'all can talk about anything. Just get on the phone and talk for hours about anything. He can sit there and talk to you about what's on his mind. You can sit there and talk to him, and y'all just have a good connection. And these another one says some of us folks like arguing and fighting with their boyfriends. Like, I mean, everybody don't want the perfect guy that's just gonna sit there. Oh, I love you, all that stuff, everything nice. Sometimes you want a little excitement, you know. I don't like dudes that don't fuss back. You know, I want somebody that's going to fuss back with me or something. You know, it's annoying when they don't fuss back. Okay. So these quotations, these are what the girls were saying what a good relationship was. Here's the bad relationships. Um, in the beginning it says several girls identified bad relationships were characterized by when you can't trust each other. And so let's read some of what they said. One of the girls said, if you can't even put a smile on your face, that's a bad relationship. If he can't pull you out of a bad mood, that's a bad relationship. If he makes your mood worse than that's a bad relationship. I know relationships have their ups and downs, but when it's just constant and it's just not getting better, that's a bad relationship. If it's not even moving forward, if it's just like a standstill, it can't even be a relationship. It's like you just, yeah, Papa, hold on 1 second. It's like you just calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend for no reason. Salakia. The other one.
Salakia.
uh,
Yeah, it's like these little girls. They get their concepts and ideas of what relationships should be from thoughts. A lot of times, to be honest, you know what I'm saying, from Tatiana's. Everything that they just said, that was all emotions, right? It was all emotional. It was like, you know what I'm saying, if we can't move forward, what's moving forward? If he don't put a ring on your finger? I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying. But I know this is coming from young girls, so I know a lot of older people that's probably on this, listening to this, is probably just, they probably tuned out right now because they know, how young girls just, say what they know because that's just what they know so far. But yeah, I just want to point that out that a lot of this is based on feelings, and those feelings is, women do operate off feelings, but those feelings a lot of times come from promiscuous, other promiscuous women. But yeah, go ahead, keep going on.
Con. Yeah, the mindset of the young girl, the young boy. I'm surprised they didn't get a young boy's perspective on this, just like they did the girls. Being as active as we were at that age back in the day. Um,
Right.
let's see.
Likewise, young boys, a lot of times, what we get our ideologies and how we, deal with women early on. A lot of times in the black community from promiscuous men. You know what I'm saying? So not pointing out the women either. The men are adulterous, and you know what I'm saying, just off in philosophy when it comes to dealing with women. So yeah, it's not just the women. We keep going out.
Uh, all right, so I'm gonna move down to okay. Here goes another quote. It says, "She goes with a boy, and he wanted her to have sex with him, and he was like, 'Do my friends too?' Hell no. I think it's wrong because if that's your girlfriend, why would you want her to what does that say? Want her to do all your that ain't love at all. See, so even at a young age, man, between 13 and or 12, between 12 and 14 years old, this is what is being discussed, man. And I want to know when she said this boy asked her to do that with all of his friends, how old was he saying stuff like that? That's crazy, man. Like you said, man, being around other promiscuous men. Um, and that's how, where we get our ideals from when it comes to that. Another one said, my cousin, she was in an abusive relationship because they knew each other for 2 years and they got married. And then she said after they got married, he was a total different person. and he would start beating on her, and she was like, if you ever get in an abusive relationship, it's best for you to get out of the first time that somebody hits you. And she said, don't be crazy and go back, or don't listen to what they say, because you can get yourself into a lot of trouble or killed. And that's crazy. These are young women, 12 to 14, in abusive relationships with younger men. So how old are these boys, man? Damn. And that does show you too. A lot of times, man, you get pick that up from the household. A lot of these boys see that, and you pick up a lot of characteristics from that. It's unfortunate. Um, so then, it comes down to the discussion part where it's going to talk about the purpose. It says the purpose of this study was to explore African American adolescent girls' perceptions about virginity and relationships, and how those perceptions influence their decisions to engage in or abstain from sexual activity. The majority of participants understood being a virgin to mean that they had not engaged in oral, anal, or vaginal penile sex. However, there were a few participants who believed that having oral and anal sex did not constitute a loss of virginity. This ongoing misconception among adolescents about what defines sex is widely reported in the literature. Of concerns is that this misconception leads adolescents to perceive less risk for becoming infected with an STI, including HIV, when they engage in oral and anal intercourse. Addressing such misconceptions is important for improving adolescent sexual health. Therefore, further research is needed to identify the sources of this misconception. Being a virgin was highly valued among the majority of participants in the study. To them, virginity was associated with self pride and self respect. Although not explicitly discussed, each of the participants described themselves in a positive way, which was evident as they talked about their self worth in relation to their virginity status. That's really good to hear, man. Considering how young these young women were. Um, Findings showed that it was important to them to maintain their virginity and not give it away to someone who they did not consider to be the right person. This is consistent with findings from a qualitative study that explored young adults aged 18 to 35 definitions of virginity loss. In that study, nearly half of the participants viewed virginity as treasured gift and was only given to someone worthy of it. If these views of virginity are common among young adolescent females, an important question is what happens to such views as they become older and become sexually active? A plethora of research has been conducted to identify factors that predict sexual debut. However, research is warranted to understand how adolescents' views of virginity change as they transition to first sexual intercourse. It is important to understand the changes in their views of virginity so that programs designed to delay sexual activity can appropriately address them. The participants alluded to their mother's role in shaping their views about virginity, as well as instilling in them a sense of pride and self respect. Therefore, it is imperative to involve mothers and their daughters in sexual risk reduction programs to promote effective, quality sexual communication. Uh, what it says, mothers and their daughters in sexual risk. Okay, I hope that's I hope that's the real reason why they want these kids in those programs, man. Numerous studies have been conducted to examine and improve sexual communication between mothers and daughters. However, more research is needed to understand the level and type of sexual communication that occurs during early adolescence. Additionally, research is needed to understand the contextual factors that influence both mothers and daughters' ability to communicate openly about sexual related topics. In regards to the ideal boyfriend, there were commonalities among the qualities and the participants identified as being important qualities in a boyfriend. Findings suggest that the participants are looking for a boyfriend who will be supportive of them and their opinions, as well as be concerned with his academic accomplishments. This is consistent with findings from the study on ideal partners selection among adolescents. Yeah, I wonder if that made these people mad. Like, well, damn,
Right.
they think better of themselves than we thought. Yeah, get out of here. This is consistent with findings from a study on ideal partner selection among adolescents. In that study, findings showed that adolescents preferred to be in a long-term relationship with a partner who was funny and smart, whereas physical appearance was more important in a short-term or casual relationship. The qualities of the ideal boyfriend identified in the current study show that adolescent girls value internal qualities, humor, intelligence, as well as physical appearance. Sloppy for the noise. Appearance, intelligence. This provides a foundation for helping adolescent girls to think about the type of boy they want to date and how essential they believe it is that he possesses the qualities that they identify as important. So I can come back to that. This is a key factor in helping adolescent girls make decisions about whom they will date and with whom they will engage in sexual activity. Even though the majority of participants did not indicate they were in a romantic relationship, they had specific opinions about the quality of relationships in which they wanted to be involved. Findings imply that participants want to be in relationships where they feel loved and respected. Additionally, the ability to talk openly with each other about anything was also important because it established a sense of trust and support. Similar findings from other studies showed that caring and communication were associated with intimacy and supportiveness. Much of the literature on partner selection and relationship quality focus on older adolescents and adolescent mothers. More research involving early adolescence is needed. Um, let's see. The perception of the participants who believe in a good relationship involves arguing and fighting cannot be overlooked. In further discussion with those participants, it was evident that the majority would provoke an argument with their boyfriend to test his love. Games. That's just a young thing, though. I don't think that's anything else than just they just being young, playing the damn games that we can't stand. Based on the conversations in that focus group, there was no singular role model or factor that helped to shape the participants' views. It appeared to be a compilation of their observations of peers, family, and the media, i.e., reality TV, where relationships drama was a common theme. There is the concern that having such views about relationships are potential precursors to being involved in an unhealthy, abusive relationship. Therefore, further research is needed in this area. Uh, Salakia, Shalom Shalpar, did you want to talk about anything or say anything before I continue to end this?
Yeah, I just want to say that our enemy studies us because we know that Esau is a cunning hunter, and when they bring out things with statistics and demographics, we got to pay attention to exactly what they're studying, so we don't fall victim to their tactics or antics. If certain demographics are showing that these type of things bring down the quality of our life, that means we should do the exact opposite instead of participating in a toxic culture which continues to perpetuate negativity in our households. That brings forth lust and depression and perversion and all sorts of dysfunction in our community, in our households. So we definitely got to pay attention to this thing. And after you read a little bit more, what I'm saying, I just want to touch up on the topic of feminism a little bit, especially in Israel, and then we can start winding things down.
Okay, welcome back. Um, but yeah, you're 100% correct because that's basically all they're doing, and it's crazy that we still a focal point after all these years, a focal point on them trying to understand. Like they're trying to understand a wild animal, man. It's a trip. It's like, come on, we living in the same country you are, the same world you are. Um, you know, it's just crazy, man.
Salakia King. Hey, I want to touch right there with what Shaw Paul was just saying, like about Esau being a cunning hunter. Like I remember, man, when I was in high school, man, junior high, going through the going in these classrooms, and they would have us go in the classroom, and we sit on the computer, right, and we would go through all these questions that like on everything that you talking about in this article. They would ask us question for question, man. When did you become sexually active? What age are you now? They would, man. I'm talking about like stuff like, man. What is your parents' age? What are their initials and all of that? And so, like, I lied on a lot of them. You know what I'm saying, on a lot of things, but Esau is so cunning, man. Like we don't even realize that he was doing stuff then, you know what I'm saying, 10, 20 years ago, that's able to line up with how they do everything now. You know what I'm saying? They were setting the game up back then
for what they wanted to do now. And that's why we have to be attentive to his antics and things that he do, man, because he might do something 20 today, and he might not act on it for another 10, 20 years. You know what I'm saying? It might be 30 years down the road before he act on it. But that's how cunning he is. But I just wanted to say, man, like I was a part of these studies. I remember these studies very well, man. I'm talking about like from sixth grade all the way up to like 10th grade, man. I remember them. I remember them pulling us out the room, boys only. I remember them pulling us out the room, our people out, girls only. They pull us out by race only. You know what I'm saying? By your age only. And you go sit in the room and you go to the computer and it's asking you all these different questions. It's talking about all these different things. And until like I always was I don't know what's the word that I want to use right now. I was always like uneasy, so to speak, about the stuff that they was asking because some
Uh,
of it. Go ahead, Keith.
oh no, I was saying cautious. You good? Salakia.
Con. But I was always suspicious of it, and I would be like, damn, like I'm behind on this. I'm not where everybody else is on this if they asking me this. So next thing you know, guess what I do? I'm like, man, shit, I need to be on the hunt. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm going and I'm turning into this person that I wasn't thinking about turning into until I got into this room and started doing these little computer things. So now I'm looking for our sisters, man, at a young age. Now, you know what I'm saying? Like, now I'm only 14, 15, 13 years old, 12 years old, and I'm out here on the hunt, on the prowl. I don't even know what I'm doing, but I'm out here, you know. And it's those types of things, man, that turned our people away even further from following these laws, statutes, and commandments. It turned our people even further away from the things of the Most High, man, and how we should be. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how cunning that this enemy that we have is, man. And our people, like my parents knew nothing about this. Like when I would do these classes or these little things online, y'all, I never would go to my parents and tell them that I did them. The reason why is because I didn't want to tell them what I had done. I didn't want to tell, like, I wasn't trying to be real with my parents and say I was sexually active. And be real with my parents and say, yeah, I was with this person, or it was this day, or none of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't stuff that you trying to come off to your parents with, man. You know what I'm saying? But this enemy that we up against, man, we can't play this enemy down. You know what I'm saying? We can't play this enemy like a fool, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, man, like this whole article is bothering me because it's like, man, I participated in something that I had no idea I was participating in. But not only that, how did these things change me? How did these things shape me into being a person that I was never meant to be? You know what I'm saying? But that goes back to us now being in the truth, man, making sure that we instill in these things into our kids and into our grandkids so that they are not fooled by the same things that we were fooled by. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I was one of them people that participated in this, man, and it's like, damn, like I feel bad about it. You know what I'm saying? I really like feel bad about it. I feel bad about how it changed me, how it shaped me, how I felt like, man, I was behind on something when I was doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I was protecting myself, but it's these types of things that made you go and give in to the pressures of the world, man, the things that were set up against you. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy, man. And I'll yield with that. But Israel, we got to do better, man, and we got to start paying attention to our kids and our grandkids a thousand more times than what we've ever thought we had to. Like everything is at stake and everybody is at risk, man. And with that, I yield, King.
God, that's a heavy testimony.
Con.
Go ahead, Shemai. You got
Yeah, no, but you know, that's amazing, King. And this is the kind of things that, when you read these studies and they talk about, parental consent, the brother just told you, the parents never knew nothing about it. you know, he never got no letter. Did you get a letter to take home to your parents and say, hey, you got to get your parents to sign this and fill this out before they ask you these questions, King?
I didn't, King. I didn't, man. And not only did I not get that, like I said, when I done it, I didn't go and talk to my parents about it.
Con,
So it was
con,
just one of those things. They tell us, they would say, man, basically it's a state study and everyone has to do it. And that was just it. You go in the room and you do it. And it's now where I'm realizing that, damn, I was a part of something. Like I made a mistake, but I didn't know no better.
con, con. And this is how wicked these people are, man. Like I said, although they talk about, you know, parental study and, parental approval to be in this stuff, they circumvent this stuff all the time, right? They just pull this brother and his other classmates out of the class and make them participate in something they had no knowledge, the depth of it. And this is how wicked these people are, man. And again, even though the study is saying what it's saying, right? You could make a study say whatever you wanted to say, right? You could make whatever numbers you want to balloon based on whatever you want to do. Now you see, where's the study where they went into the Edomite community and do this, right? But they always come after the Israelites. This is what they've always done, man, and this is what they continue to do. A lot of the parents think their kids are in school, and this was public school, right, King?
God.
Yeah, this is what they do, man.
And not even to mention, man, like my school that I was in when this was going on, I would say was at least 98% Israel.
It's wicked as hell.
that's crazy. Intentional.
They didn't need my parents' permission. The only thing they would, like I said, they would tell me that, or they would tell the classroom, it's a state study. Everyone has to do it. And so get in line, follow me down to the computer room. And you go in the room and this is what they asking you. This is how they came up with these studies, man. Like I can honestly tell you that like I was a participant in these types of studies. Like I said, man, it would be parts of it like you'd be like, damn, hey, what you answering on this? They'd be like, I'm answering this. So then you gotta answer it. And when you answer it, now you like, man, I ain't gonna live a lie. So now I gotta get to it. You know what I'm saying? And so then next thing you know, hey, you out here trying to do whatever. You trying to hunch on somebody's daughter or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because you trying to keep up with a society that you don't even know is a whole lot from the beginning. But however many people that this society can take down, it will do. You know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't thinking about how many of us they was gonna destroy. Only thing they cared about was getting whatever information they could and destroying us. Anything outside of that, they cared nothing about, man. these people wicked, man. It's a wicked world that we live in. These are wicked people that we dealing with, man. Hey, Esau is the devil that the Bible speaks of, man. Any kind of way that they can find to destroy us, man, they gonna do it, man. They father is telling them what to do so that they can destroy us. And if you can't look at that, those types of things and see it, I don't know what to tell you, man, because it's all there, man. Every sign that you can think of is there. I don't know what it was like, man, being in the inner city. You know what I'm saying? The inner city school. Like right now, I'm in big cities, man. I came from a small town. Like most of y'all, if y'all came there, man, it'll drive y'all crazy because of how slow it was. But man, I don't even really have much words to say, man. Like that's how bad I feel, man, on the type of shit that we fell for. Um the fact that like my parents weren't as involved, man. They didn't even know, but you weren't even involved enough to know. You know what I'm saying? How many of us, man, we send our kids to school every day and we don't even know half of the shit that's going on, man. We don't know half of the shit that they dealing with, man. But we still send them, man, to these wicked ass schools and look for these wicked ass people to teach them, man. And then
Con,
we sitting in the background and we pushing it, man. Hey, no, after you get done with this, it's another level. You got to go to college after this. A whole nother level of wickedness, man. To the next level of wickedness, a higher level. And then we teach them, man, no, you got to go and get these wicked ass jobs from these wicked ass people, man. So we pushing, man, it's just wicked, one wicked thing after another wicked thing, man. Because nobody wants to stand up and figure out what the hell is really going on, man. Everybody lost. Everybody's so trapped in all this other crap that they don't even realize what they sending their kids into, man. You've been dealing with the same shit and you're gonna send your kids into it. You got the feeling that it's not right for you, but you're gonna send your kids into it, man. Then your grandkids go into it, and then you want to start saying, "Man, I don't know, hey, y'all generation different from mine. I don't know what it is, but did you ever try to figure it out? Did you look into it? You know what I'm saying, man? Like when you send your kids off to college, man, you think they worried about an education? Man, the first few years of their college, they spending more time with a bunch of wicked ass people, partying it up, having sex, man, entertaining all these different demons through drugs and all of this other shit, man. It's time for us to be better, man. We gotta wake up, Israel, man. And to every man, Judah, it's time to roar, man. The bull gotta, man, it's gotta stop somewhere. And if you ain't willing to be a part of what makes it stop, you a part of everything that lets it continue. And with that, I yield, man.
I bring it out, man.
con, powerful king. Yeah, man, this is a real wicked system, bro. I mean, right now, you see all of the videos online. I saw this video that this father got into the school and he's complaining because the teacher has been making his son put on a dress in the damn kindergarten school. You know, you send your child to school with his clothes, whatever, and they took him and make him put on a dress, and they've been doing that for how many weeks or whatever. You hear the alphabet community talking about, they still gonna do what they gotta do in terms of teaching the kids and showing them, about what they believe in. They're hanging the rainbow flag and all of the other symbolisms, making them do and sing songs and bringing transgender people into the libraries to read to the kids. In many of these cases, the parents is not aware, not even there. The parents are, and Israel, the parents are too damn busy trying to pay the bills. You know, So we literally let these damn institute raise our kids. And then when our kids get all of these demons on them, we're like, where the hell did that come from?
Con.
It's a sick society, man. You know, we got to stop trusting everything that comes out of these people's mouth.
I want to say, since you have the belief that you can be whatever you want to be, and that's in schools, we should be able to bring God back into schools then and see what they say then. Watch how mad they get.
Man, they don't want nothing to do with God, man. They don't want nothing to do with God. They hate God. They hate anything that is righteous. They call evil good and good evil. It's a
Con.
twisted society, man. A twisted system. You know, it's as Jay-Z shirt says, do as thou wilt. That's their motto, man. Whatever comes to your mind, you feel like you're in love with a tree, you feel like the dog that you have, you should marry it. Whatever you feel, that's what's right. That's what they do, man.
Con. That's why you got people out here marrying they dogs, man. That's why you got people out here
That's
leaving their inheritance
crazy.
to their damn dogs, man. And we all know the scriptures tell us, man, you leave the inheritance to your grandkids. They leaving it to a damn dog, man. An animal. Because they identify with the same damn animals that they leaving everything to. While they destroying us, man. Israel, it's time to wake up, man. It's been time, but it's time to really start focusing on the things that really matter, man. Man, Azan, you know this, man. We was talking about this early. Hey, we've gone so far away that, man, when the Most High start whooping our ass, man, he gonna swing that belt from the east to the west, man. That's how far he gonna stretch that joint back. That lick gonna hurt. He ain't got to do number one lick, and it's gonna tear our ass apart, man. We ain't even ready. We ain't ready, man, because we so caught up in the money that we need to make to survive, man. We so caught up in a system that we don't even realize, man, that we paying for everything that the Most High gave us. This world was not created for everybody else, man. This was created for us. We asking
Salakia.
everybody else, how can we figure out a way that we can work together so that I can have a part of it? You asking somebody else to have a part of what was made for you, and you paying for it, and you leaving your kids out of the picture because you got to pay for it.
Salakia. I'm gonna bring out a scripture to a point to what you was just talking about. And we got to remember too that we not prepping or trying to strive to be a part of this world. We're building ourselves in this nation up to be a part of the world that's coming. Yeah, this world was made for us, um, but you see the state that it's in. I'm gonna read Second Ezra chapter 8. I'm gonna start at verse 1. And he answered me, saying, the Most High hath made this world for many, but the world to come for few. Verse 2. I will tell thee a similitude, Esdras, as when thou askest the earth, it shall say unto thee, that it giveth much mold, whereof earthen vessels are made. But little dust that gold cometh of. That's key right there. Little dust that gold cometh of. Before that, it said that giveth much mold, mould, whereof earthen vessels are made. But little dust that gold cometh of. Even so is the course of this present world. Everything that we've been talking about over the last decade and a half. Verse 3, there be many created, but few shall be saved. So, we striving to be a part of the next world. That's why we have these conversations. That's why um, the brothers hold these rooms for edification. That's why they go out to these street corners and really contend for the faith and try to wake up as many as possible. Well, you know, scriptures say that my sheep will hear my voice. So, they're out there doing their job, making sure that the ones that are supposed to do, so that we can prepare for the world that's coming for us, man, and for the kingdom, and to perfect ourselves and to remind us how obedient we're supposed to be to the Most High, instead of creating rooms that say, let's see, it says, I just seen it. It says false Hebrew Israelites keep the law of Moses. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we trying to get away from. This is what the goal is. Because at the end of the day, man, it's gonna be a lot. What's the scripture that says in the gnashing of teeth? What's that one? Let me get that right quick. They can make all these rooms they want to. They can keep playing around, but not everybody gets to go, man. And we need to keep remembering that. I'm gonna go to
Okay. Con.
Luke 13. Open this right quick. This is Luke chapter 13 and verse. I'm gonna start at 27. It reads, "But he shall say, I tell you, I know ye not whence ye are. Depart from me, all ye workers of iniquity." Verse 28, "There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth." Sorry, my daughter's being crazy. There shall be a weeping and gnashing of teeth when ye shall see Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and you yourselves thrust out. So, they can keep making these rooms, and they can keep playing around and leading these people astray. Like we was going in another room earlier about the false prophets and people teaching contrary to Christ. But our goal is to come away from this, man, and prepare for the world to come. We know what this world's about. We don't need to be a part of it. They can have it. They can have it. It's going to be destroyed anyway. So, Yaron, I don't even feel bad. Like, this is one of those things where we the same type. We in that victim situation where we didn't know, man. We had no clue, and that's what they preyed on. They preyed on our ignorance, man, and on the ignorance that they beat into the forefathers, so that we didn't know anything. But that's just the way it was supposed to be. Prophecy is unfolding, and we on the way out, man. So all praises to the Most High for everything.
Con. King, all praise to the Most High. And I played my part in that, man. But hey, my whole thing is, man, if I can, is just play a part in encouraging our live people now, man. Hey, let's get to the kingdom, man. This thing almost over with, man. You can look through this whole room right here, right now. And I'm gonna tell you something, man. A lot of us in this room right now who think we gonna make it got a lot of checking to do, because a lot of us ain't gonna make it, man. It said, man, is 2/3 of Israel not going, man? And I don't know how to put it, man, but it's time that we get ourselves in order, man. We was talking about this in the Shalom and Chill room last night, but man, when you look at the times, man, like I said, my personal belief is that we already in the times of Jacob's trouble. We just haven't seen this thing come to full effect yet. But a lot of us not ready, man. A lot of us not equipped spiritually. A lot of us not equipped physically. A lot of us not equipped mentally. A lot of us gonna fall away from the faith, man. It's gonna happen, and it ain't really no way out of it. The only thing you can do is do the best you can to get yourself in check, man, so that you're not one of those people, and keep the faith. But man, when you see these types of things,
If that and you hear these types of things, man, if that don't wake you up to the world that you in, you know what I'm saying? I'm 34 years old, man. This is when I was like 12, 13, 14 years old when we was doing these types of studies or whatever. Man, that's a long time, but it ain't that long. But at the same time, man, ain't that much time left, man. We at the end now, man. Get it together, Israel, man. Get it together, man. Like, if you ain't prepared already, you only got a short time that you can get as much done as you can, but you ain't got as much time to prepare as you would have had, given you would have listened a long time ago. And I'm on that same boat. And so that's why I can speak to those people. You know what I'm saying? But um man, I'm short for words, man, because this this room actually opened up a whole door to me that I wasn't even ready for, man. Like it showed me some things, and like it only makes me think of how many other things are there that I've put on the back burner that I never paid attention to, that I never cared about, that I never thought of, but I need to give attention to because I also have kids that are dealing with these things. And not only is it like me and my kids, but my brothers and sisters, which are y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, man, all praise to the Most High for putting this room on Shower Paul's heart, man. But man, Israel, it's about to be a long road. It's about to be a long road. Get ready.
So I can bring the scripture out right quick concerning what you was talking about. I'm gonna start at chapter 5, Ecclesiasticus chapter 5 and verse 1. Set not thy heart upon thy goods, and say not, I have enough for my life. Follow not thine own mind in thy strength, to walk in the ways of thy heart, and say not, who shall control me for my works? For the Lord will surely revenge thy pride. Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Lord is long suffering, he will in no wise let thee go. Concerning propitiation, be not without fear to add sin unto sin. And say not, his mercy is great, he will be pacified for the multitude of my sins. For mercy and wrath come from him, and his indignation resteth upon sinners. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed and perish in the day of vengeance. So, to add to his point, man, like he said, stop playing around. It's too late to be acting like you could just do what you want and that grace is forever, man. You need to stop. That's why we don't care about what they say in these other rooms or these other doctrines. It is what it is. We're not supposed to be putting sin on sin, man. It says in the day of vengeance, and none of us want to be a part of that. So,
Hey,
good
Salakia.
points, man.
Salakia. Yeah, I'm gonna touch upon just what brother was bringing out first about how the society basically it's have our people on a hamster wheel. You bring your children to school, the school do things behind your back, and now it's getting younger and younger. And this is why I don't got none of my children going to a public school. All of my children's being homeschooled right now. It's work, man. I tell you right now, it's work. You know what I'm saying? It's work because you got to be the teacher. You know what I'm saying? But I was taught that education doesn't begin nor end in a classroom. So I'm doing my due diligence right now just to educate my family on my own. And throughout how I do got brothers and sisters that help out every once in a while. But it's crazy that it's just the robbery of innocence, the corruption of innocence. Yeah, what happened?
Salakia, I was trying to write you a message, Ak, and I hit that damn move to audience. You can take my green bean out. Salakia, yo, that was
I'm like,
terrible.
where did he go?
You could take that green bean right away from me, Ak. I was trying to write you a message. These damn, I can't stand this app, Salakia. Please forgive me.
All right, all right. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, it's the corruption of innocence, right? It's the perversion of innocence, and this where it's coming. It's coming in the public school system. You know, if you do have children in public schools, I would suggest that y'all talk to y'all children and get y'all children to talk to y'all about exactly what happens every day, and not even about their friendships, because a lot of children are going to keep things from their parents. Like the brother Iran was saying, a lot of things he kept from his parents. So your children are going to keep certain things from you, but just ask them about what the teachers are teaching, what the teachers are doing.
Con.
You got to ask them about that, right? And even having conversations with the teachers. That parent teachers meeting. Make sure you make that and have a conversation with the teacher. Be like, listen, my household is against homosexuality. I'm a law keeping, Bible thumping person. I believe in the Bible. My household believes in the Bible, so I hope you don't teach any of that in your curriculum. And if you do, I probably have a pending lawsuit for you. Just talk to them like that. Talk to them in a way that they know that you're serious and that you're involved in your child's life, because you know the worldwide stereotype about us is that we're not involved in our children's lives. This is why they feel like they could just do anything with our children and don't have our consent. And I've seen it a lot, man. Like the brother Yaran was saying, I took part in those surveys. I took part in conversations with teachers that probably shouldn't have even happened. You know, uh, um, I took part in conversations with teachers about sexuality before I even had a conversation with my, older brothers and sisters about sexuality. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing it younger and younger and younger to influence your children to think about sex younger and younger and younger. That perversion, that feminism, that's being pushed in even in all these public schools. Of course, the liberals, they push it more extreme, but believe it's being pushed in every single public school. So don't be afraid, y'all, on your day off, on your half a day of working, to just to pop up in your child's school and see what the hell is going on.
Con.
You know what I'm saying? That day you have off, or you just want to lay around and kick back, why don't you take that day and just pop up in your child's school and be like, hey, what's going on?
With the pull-up bus.
Right? God. Right? Yeah, with the pull up boy van if you can, right? But yeah, just like, and the teacher might think that you popping up on the child, but now you popping up on the teacher. You popping up on the principal, you popping up on the dean, you popping up on everybody that is responsible for your child, right? Because you know what a teacher told my son before? Because my son is very vocal when it comes to his beliefs. And my son, was vocal with a teacher concerning you know, homosexuality. And he said that, my household, we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? We don't talk about it. It's a non-subject, it's an abomination. And you know what the teacher told my son? I hope y'all listening. The teacher told my son, well, you spend more time in school with me than you do in your household with your parents. So you got to get used to it.
Mm.
Damn.
Hell
And
no.
The sad thing, Shapa, that's the damn truth. That's the damn truth.
Salakia, you know something else, man, that like now the schools require that you give them at least a 24 to a 48-hour notice before you even come to the school to visit your kids in the classroom.
And why
Hey,
would that be? You know what I'm saying? Y'all gotta think about that. Why would that be? Why wouldn't the school just wanted you pop up on them?
Con, and they, oh, Salakia, yeah, they when my kids was going to this charter school called Harmony. They was in elementary, and I remember going to pick them up one day, and they was trying not to let me get my kids, man. Oh, they in the reading session right now. You can't get them right now. I was like, excuse me, I need you to get my daughter out of that class right now. You ain't gonna tell me I can't have my children right now. And like Shawapar was saying, man, these teachers, they tell these kids it's craziness, man. My daughter, Madi, what age was what grade was Samaya in when we took her out? Fourth grade. She was in the fourth grade. My son was in the second grade. And my daughter came home one day and was telling me, "Daddy, is this real?" I said, "What?" She said, "My teacher said that what's the North Korean cat was gonna nuke his own country and then blame it on the United States to start a world war." When she told me that, man, I was like, hell no. I pulled her out of that school. My daughter was one of them. I gotta make straight A's. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do good in school. She hated being late. Um, you gotta watch what these people are telling your children, man. You know how they be giving you progress reports? We need to start doing progress reports on teachers, man. What did you talk about with my children in school today? What was the curriculum this week? You know what I'm saying? If you in a position to where you can't homeschool, I would highly suggest requiring um some type of a curriculum that they can give you so that you can know exactly what it is your child is learning in that school and what it is they talk about day to day. That's a teacher's job. They don't have a choice. So get involved, like Shawapar was saying. Pop up on them, man. You might pop up one day. They might be in transgender library reading day. You know what I'm saying? You never know what they're doing, man. It's foul as hell. The schools is out of control, and they will do whatever they can to try to scare you with lawsuits or and that's unfortunate, Sharp. I can't stand that they did that to you. Um, try to scare you into not letting you homeschool your kids, man. But it's the way to go, honestly.
Khan, Shalaki. And, one of the things you benefit from with the homeschool is, I mean, there's a whole lot of benefits. But one of the things to point out is your kids don't get them fucking, excuse me, I'm sorry. Your kids don't get them labels that they try to put on your kids, your HDD, ADD, attention, and all of these things because they put these labels on because they want to try to drug your kids up. That's the next piece to these schools is to get prescription drugs or these test drugs to give your kids and say your kids, oh, your kid is has mental issues or whatever, and put all of these labels on your kids. So homeschooling, you get to avoid all of that type of foolishness, right? And these are the next ways that they just trying to experiment on the kids, man, with all of these damn drugs. Right now, once they start labeling your kids with all of these different disorders, right? So later down the road, because what they're putting in place right now with these gun laws is that once you have mental issues, you can't legally purchase a weapon. But who are they? Who have they been labeling? With all of these disorders, is black kids, Hispanic kids. So the majority of kids that they put these labels on later on, automatically is disqualified for owning firearms.
Right,
So
right,
there you go.
right. Another thing they doing, we got an echo somewhere. Is that me?
No, that was Shemaya. What's up?
Nah, yeah, just saying. Another thing they doing when it comes to with that mental health thing, they're they're labeling any random shooting where more than one person gets shot as a mass shooting, and they're doing that because these young Caucasian men, these white boys going out there, you know what I'm saying, and they're the ones that are the real mass shooters, right? And they are the ones that what? They normally have a mental issue, or at least that's how the media tries to portray it when they want them to get off. They normally have some type of mental issue and it's some type of history that they have, right? The young black men, the young Israelite men that go out there and they're shooting at people, they're not trying to shoot 10 people, but they end up doing it. The mass shooter just is a fucking narcissist, just a waste of sperm, and he wants to go out and just mass murder everybody, right? So he has mental issues. So what they're doing with that is now they're going to try to say, okay, if anybody has any history, any mental history, okay, you're not going to be able to get these firearms if they could do that. But they're trying to say if a person, if you shot somebody now, you've had an incident that could be a mental issue, or if you had any other, and that's gonna spill over to our people who are not mentally unstable. In most cases, when our people do something like that, it could be an incident of rage or anger, or they on some gang banging BS, or what I'm saying. They see somebody that robbed them before or did something to their cut. That's how Jake moved, right? You know what I'm saying? It's not a mental issue, but they're gonna try to do all this to take the guns out of our hands too, like Shemaya is alluding to. But we're not the ones actually that's really just, God damn it, just born wicked, speaking lies, as the scriptures say.
Karnak, another piece to that pie that Esau has baked is they have always tried to associate us with a violent gene, right? Say that we're violent. Now, if you have a brother who was convicted of a violent crime, Esau is trying to pretty much say that, hey, that is probably something that runs in the family. And Esau's been doing wicked research on that for a long time. So because your brother went to jail and your brother, you know, has a whole bunch of other siblings, hey, that family is most likely have some bad genes. Esau has a whole wicked plan in place, man. You know, the crafty counsel still continues.
Hey, Salakia, we got the sister on stage. Hey, Shalom, princess. You got something to say?
Shalom, shalom. I came on stage when you were bringing out that great point about what the school teacher said to you, because I was literally about to type in the back chat that the schools unfortunately have your children more than you do throughout the week. You know what I'm saying, as far as weekdays go. And then they push extracurricular activities, and oh, you can't get into college unless they see you're participating in some type of sports. And then of course they push football on our kids and things like, well, I don't have any kids, but they push football on like young so-called black kids, and like soccer and things like that. So like you're really not seeing your kids um as much as you're supposed to. And that's another thing, because like in our school district, a lot of times, and you have to watch that. Like, and that's why it's so important. I'm so sorry. I'm going like 1,000 miles a minute, but that's why you have to like really watch how, like you said, just interact with the teachers, because they think you're going up there for your kids, but really you're going up there to vent the teachers. Because a lot of times, if the school knows that there's not a prevalent father figure in the child's life, then they'll try to son your son or your daughter. You know what I'm saying? And my father was like not about that at all, because in our school district, like there's a lot of like black males there, but they're coons. You know what I'm saying? So it's like they would say they were quote unquote looking out, but really they weren't. You know what I'm saying? Like good cop, bad cop, you know? So you also have to watch that as well, because you think they're in good hands with our own people, but that's not always the case. You know what I'm saying? And they'll often like try to like this one PE teacher tried to like kind of like rough my brother up, because I don't know, it's just, I guess, like so-called black men, like they just always feel like they have to shine
Like
somebody else's children. Con.
you're in the matrix.
Oh, me? I'm so sorry. That's probably my Wi-Fi. My bad. Let me get the. But anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna land my plane. Basically, I was just agreeing with Shower Paul's part on what he said earlier.
Con, man. Listen, you literally gotta almost put a damn hidden camera on your kid sending them into these places now, man. Because from the daycare centers all the way to the high schools, there's a lot of wickedness going on, man. A lot of abuse, and our kids don't really know the difference between it. To say, hey, mommy, this is what was done, or this is what they did, you know, they made me wear the dress, or they made me wear high heels for the costume, you know, it's they're doing these things, little by little, and before you know it, and it's coming from every angle, man. It's coming from the teachers, the people in charge of these institutes. It's coming from the cartoons. It's coming from the toys. It's coming from the TV shows, the movies, the video games, everything that dazzles the eyes and the attention of kids is being polluted with a lot of wickedness. So you really, really got to be vigilant in what you allow your kids to take part in. Don't just buy the video game and just say, "Oh, go ahead and play and have fun." Nah, a lot of these things have subliminal messages up the wazoo, man, and then blatant messages up the wazoo. It's just like really just out there. So I mean, come on, SpongeBob is the most gayest character out there, and the kids are mimicking SpongeBob and a whole bunch of these other characters, and all of the damn gay superheroes that they're about to push out right now. You know, so Superman has a boyfriend. I used to play Superman and Spider Man as a kid. Does that mean now your kid has to pretend to be gay and have a boyfriend because he put on a towel and acted like Superman? This is the wickedness that's out there, man. And the topic of the room, all of these topics, Shapa, probably need to be a room by themselves, man. I don't even know if we went into a bunch of the other topics yet, but it's a lot of wickedness, man.
God, we ain't even get to feminism yet.
Con, Salakia. Did anybody bring out earlier about how they make you take this test? I don't know if they're still doing it, but they make you take this test in the 5th grade. It's called like the school to prison pipeline test, where they see how many of our children will end up in some type of jail, juvenile, or prison system. I mean, it's just set up for failure. It's off.
I mean, I heard about school to prison pipeline. You're saying there's actual a test?
Well, I mean, I haven't heard of the exact test that they do, but I know they make us take a lot of standardized tests. You know, they made us take a lot of standardized tests, right, when we were kids like that, and they still do. So are you saying that those standardized tests are not to show the aptitude of the kids? Some of them are just to show whether or not they, or just to find out whether they end up in prison or not?
Con. And of course, the test isn't going to say, like, do you think stealing is bad? Because, of course, every child will say, like, stealing is bad. But I wish I could remember the specific name this test was called. Like you said, it's standardized testing, but they would ask specific, like, well worded questions. And from this test, they were able to pinpoint exactly how many of the children were in one parent households, two parent households, if their parents went to college, if their parents didn't have any education, if their parents were on welfare, if their parents were on the more wealthy side. Like, through these multiple choice questions, they were able to pinpoint how this student would more than likely grow up. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they call it the school to prison pipeline test. But it might not be a thing anymore. Like you said, they have a lot more standardized testing methods now. But yeah, it was definitely a test that was going on around, I want to say, I feel like it even wasn't that long ago. Maybe like, I don't know. I don't know the exact year, but I'll PTR it if I find the specific test name.
Shalom, Akim. Bashmi al Shabrakata.
Yeah, but Shem Shabbat.
There's good topics going on. I like what I'm hearing. A lot of edification coming out. Um, that prison industrial complex, they created the school to prison pipeline for the prison industrial complex. When I was going to school in the 70s, I say towards the towards the mid to late 70s and the early 80s. They everything when you go to prison, if you really think back to how they ran the school just like a prison, right? Even the setup that you see when you go in the lunchroom of a public school when you in prison, it's the same setup. It don't matter if you in the state prison, it don't matter if you in a federal prison. The color paints that they paint on the walls in the school are the same colors that they use in the prison system because they know that certain colors put people in certain moods. They in the school system, they tell you who to trust immediately. So if all of us was in school, we all remember when they was like they'll hold up a sign and it'll be a picture of a doctor with the white coat on, and then the shit that they listen to your heart with. Part of my language, and they'll be like, "This is a doctor. He is your friend. You can trust the doctor. The doctor is there to make you feel better when you don't feel good, right?" Then they'll show you the picture of the policeman and give you the same spill. The policeman is your friend. Da 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 da. Da, right? They do this in kindergarten, now even in preschool sometimes, right? And they they teach us to come up following authority. Now I don't know about the test, but when I was into conspiracy theories that ain't theories, they facts, right? It talked about how the teachers have the right reports on the kids' actions. So let's say, for instance, if they tell you it's time to line up to go to lunch, right? And they line you up. Now the teachers is watching who's gonna who is going to be quiet in the line or who's speaking out when they tell you to be quiet. The ones that speak out over a period of time, they'll know that these right here, they rebel against authority. They have the aptitude and the personalities to rebel against authority. Those are the ones that they want to get in special ed and say that they have ADHD and all this other shit and put them on medication because they already have the spirit of rebelling against their system in them already. It shows by the way the things that they do in the school, and that all the teachers do is write it. Now the teachers, they think they just writing a regular report about the kids' behavior. It's the people who control the curriculum who get those paperworks, and they analyze it. They have psychiatrists and psychologists to analyze these reports, and they can basically tell who's going to be, or who's more prone to do what. You know what I'm saying? Because we could change at any time. Things could affect our lives if we change. But the school system, especially the public school system, is nothing but the mini prison system where they train you how to be in prison. Oh yeah.
Khan, Khan,
Uh,
that
um,
Khan.
Con. Right. We definitely are having a great discussion right now.
Shalom, family.
Hey, Shalom, sister. We definitely are having a great discussion right now. All praises to the Most High God. I might do a part two of this. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna let the sister Lynette talk, and then after she go in, I might just start winding down the room, y'all. But go ahead, sister. What's on your mind? You want to touch upon the topic?
Well, yeah, I'm just noticing everything that's going on around us in this world. Um, it's so depressing at sometimes. As far as how women present themselves, and then on the flip side, these men out here, I can't even understand it. It disgusts me so much for a black man to be out here, you know, trying to be a woman, or try to disguise herself as a woman, or have the same kind of, you know, feminine things as a woman. So that just, I mean, it's coming fast and furious. So I wanted to concur that it's just too much. And I'm glad that I see, people out here trying to hold fast, be steady. So, yeah, I think it's, which I definitely think it's, according to early adolescence, you know, because we allowing them to see these things and think it's cool. It's not good. It's not. I don't even allow my sons to be around a whole bunch of men. We don't even have sleepovers. We don't do it. So, I mean, that was my opinion. Hey,
Yes, I feel your pain. And the media is very happy to push that visual of our men acting the fool, you know, dressing like women, acting like women, being outlandish, and just super effeminate. It's it's what it's what sells right now, and it's not even what sells right now is what they're pushing down people's throat, so that these things are really just really being pushed to the younger people. So you have like people who are identifying themselves as gay and lesbian and homosexuals at a younger age. You know, they're getting involved and experimenting with these things at a way younger age. Esau got the gay BC books, you know, and there's a series of those types of books out there that tell you it's okay to be transgender. It's okay to experiment with having sex with both, with having intercourse with both. You know, it's okay to experiment in these things. It's teaching kids how to masturbate. There's literal books out there for kids teaching them how to masturbate, teaching them how to have anal sex. It's it, it's wild to even think that this is the stuff that this society is pushing. I'm in the
Hey,
matrix.
Shabbat, you back? You back?
Yeah, this is the stuff that they're pushing, man. Because literally everything that is straight, it needs to be crooked. They need it to be turned upside down. Shalakia.
That's like the most uh appropriate music while he was going in just now. Oh man.
Man, bumping Gangsta Paradise.
Yeah, Khan. It's a gangster paradise, man. Yeah,
Yo,
man.
that
But
was
this
on
is
time.
yeah, but this is the stuff that they're pushing, man. You know, and Shahpar is right, man. You gotta homeschool in this rounds, man. Come on, man. Yeah. Sorry about that, family. Yeah, this is the you really. I mean, it's really not even a hard. It's actually a difficult thing to homeschool. You know, to have the resources and the ability, the time to do that. But he understands the investment is his future because we leave our kids in their hands. We ain't got no future because they're gonna turn our kids into their kids. Our boys are going to be talking about, yeah, gay love is love. Our females are going to be talking about all of this type of stuff, man. And it's going to be accepted. So you got to homeschool. You literally got to, like I said, put a damn GoPro camera on your kid when they leave the house because you never know what they're walking into. That school is a damn war zone for our kids today, man. They're going into a serious battle. They're battling for their spiritual health, their mental health. You know, it's an unhealthy environment, man. And we got to understand that's what it is and treat it as such.
Khan King. I have one more year with my youngest, and I'm just praying that he just gets through it. Cause you're right, he gets influenced by so many different things.
Salakia. And let me tell y'all a real story that still troubles me to this day. Right? I got an older guy that's a friend. Right? And he sent his daughter to Catholic school and paid his daughter's way and grew up in the best environment he can, and then he sent her to a Catholic college. You know what I'm saying? Took out an extra mortgage on the house to pay for it and everything. And the daughter went to one frat party, had too much to drink, and then there was pictures of her on people's Snapchat, doing some sexual things. And This is how the girl ended up losing her virginity. So the girl ended up dropping out of the school, and to this very day, the girl still got issues. You know what I'm saying? So it's important that we keep our children out of danger, but then it's also important that we warn them of the dangers of society too. Like keep our children out of danger, but then also don't have them ignorant because or because she decided to go to a party with the wrong people and take a couple drinks from Esau. You know what I'm saying? And certain things happened to her, and she never was smart enough to go to the hospital and get a toxicology report or anything. So basically, this girl has issues now. Her life is ruined. So we also got to remember not only do we protect our children, but we also got to keep it real with them and warn them about certain things that happen once they, finally leave the nest. Okay?
Come.
I know,
Uh,
sister. Wait, I'm not sure who spoke first, Gabar or Shemai. Shemai.
Shema spoke first. Salakia.
no, go ahead, Gabar. Go ahead, King.
I was gonna say, that's why the scriptures push separation like that, right? Revelations 18:4 say, come out of her, my people. And shit, that might as well mean the school systems as well. Because, the school systems is what's kind of pushing this on the youngins. So they getting it busting while they're young. While they're young. So separation is definitely the key aspect. And I do believe in homeschooling the children. But like the brother said, like I done had a lot of friends, in the world, right? Like out of high school, well, during high school they were sheltered, but when they get to college, the women become thoughts. Why? Because they haven't seen this activity before. You know what I'm saying? So like they the parents kind of kept their eyes shut from those things. The, and when I say they, the children's eyes shut. They didn't want them seeing certain type of things, hearing certain type of things. But so in this world, they need to hear these things and they need to be groomed that these things that we seeing is wrong. Because just telling them is wrong isn't enough. Like it's not enough in itself. Like you got to give them a why it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like that's all a part of training up children. But some parents are just shelter their kids, and cool to each his own. But like when they leave the house, it's free game now because now they gonna want to dip and dabble in this and that. So that's all I was gonna say. How you?
So Gabriah, I'm sorry, can I chime in? Sorry. Shalakia. So do you think that them sheltering them from, 0 to 12 or whatever, homeschooling them and then sending them to college was a good idea?
Nah, not at all. I think if you're gonna shelter them and homeschool them, sending them to college probably is not a good idea, especially if it's a certain type of college where they're far away from you and they're living on a dorm and you're not monitoring them at all.
Yeah, I can understand that.
So lucky. I was gonna say like to me, homeschooling is not really sheltering. To me, right? It's just putting them in the way that they should go as an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? But you, if you want to call it sheltering, that's cool. But the things that's going on in this world, like there's plenty of YouTube videos or whatnot. Like these things have to be talked about with the children, like while they're young, and that's what a lot of parents don't really do. They kind of want to shy away from it sometimes. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
you're right, You're right, it's about how you do it. Because I do, like I said, I'll sit down and watch things with my daughter. I'll sit down and watch things with my son, and then like even this Shabbat coming up. I'm gonna have them sit down and watch A Time to Kill with Samuel Jackson. So I think that's a beautiful movie for us to have a good discussion about. You know what I'm
God,
saying? And and once we watch the movie, we're gonna have a discussion about it. I even talk to them about certain things I see. We had a lot of talks about NBA YoungBoy and Little Nas X. So you expose your children to what you want to expose them to, but don't shy away from exposing them to the wickedness of this world. Just so when they in the world and they see it, they can remember the discussion you had about it. And most High will it, you train your child up in the way they should go. They're gonna remember that it's wickedness and they need to stay the hell away from it.
Right, right.
Ah,
Thanks.
Salak.
Good idea though. Art Salaki. Who was that? It was
Hey,
the it was the
Salak.
bar. My fault. Go ahead. Yeah,
Oh no, go
con
ahead, Gabar.
con. So it's nothing wrong with what I'm saying, homeschooling your children. I think up until a certain point. I mean, it could be your decision to homeschool them all the way through. But like what I did with my daughter, who's 21 now, kind of get my age away. But what I did, she went to, we sent her to a private school all the way up until she was in ninth grade, and then I decided to let her go to a public school so that she wouldn't be socially awkward or anything because at the private school she was getting straight A's and she just proved, and all we were doing was kind of monitoring, what I'm saying, who she would be around. We didn't want her to be around, and this was when I was in the world. I didn't have the truth in my logic. But all I'm saying is that, it was just trying to keep her away from getting certain ideas and ideologies while she was, you know, um, just learning a whole lot about life, right? And by the time she became, 13, 14, we felt comfortable enough to let her, be around more people and be able to go to a school that has activities, sports programs and other activities that she could do and not just, just only be a bookworm. I wanted her to be able to experience, people more so that when she goes to college, she won't be social awkward and she can blend in or whatever, whatever. That was just my idea. I wouldn't, they're gonna say Israelites are socially awkward anyway. If you raise a child in an Israelite household, they're gonna say that. They just don't know, what I'm saying, the truth of how people are supposed to be. But some people are socially awkward and they cannot operate, you know, they cannot successfully operate in society because of it. And that's what I didn't want to happen to my daughter. And now, she has a good job, you know what I'm saying? She has a good job while she's going to college, you know what I'm saying? She's doing pretty well. And I think it's important to make sure that our kids can, still interact with other people who are not Israelites too, but to be able to, know who to trust and who not to trust. And they will when they're raising these laws, statutes, commandments. But I wouldn't want a child to grow up and then they just don't know how to, interact and fit into society. Because while we here, the chairs ain't came yet. They're gonna have to do that. You know what I'm saying? And if they only know how to deal with their family members or Israelites, that could become, something over time. But I don't know. I just know what I did. I'm speaking from my experience. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. So I mean, I think homeschooling and sheltering up until a certain point is good. And then I think letting them actually get a chance to reject people when people come at them the wrong way with BS or crazy ideas because of what they know now because they've been taught, they've been built up. I think giving them a chance to go out there and get a little practice at, what I'm saying, at life, may help them, before they actually, finish up like a 12th grade, the 12th grade curriculum. But with that, I yield.
Shalaki. Um, yeah, that's some really good points, man. I mean, a lot of times people homeschool and they just keep their kids, kind of just in the cradle, and they don't give them that chance to kind of spread their wings. They don't get to know that child, their temperament, their personality, um, and even when you're homeschooling, you know, like Shaw Paul says, you know, education don't begin and end in school or in a classroom. You know, just how you interact with family members, how you interact when you come to holy feast days and gatherings. You have to kind of in even in those situations kind of help your kid to be um, not an introvert, but also kind of be able to express themselves. And a lot of times when you raise your child just strict and don't really nurture them, that's when they kind of when they get into, you know, outside of the house, they just go buck wild. You know, they just go crazy because they never had a chance to drink a beer. So now they open to see alcohol and they just go crazy because they never even drank a beer in the house. You know, so don't raise your child in a way where, oh, no, you know, no alcohol for you. Damn, that's the place to make him drink alcohol, where he's with family. So when he does it with the friends, it happens like what happened to that unfortunate to that sister, where they took advantage of her because she never even drank at home, probably with the family. You know, she never knew what her limit was and how to say no. You know, so these are really important. Let me get can somebody pull a scripture for me?
Con,
Ecclesiasticus 26:10.
Salakia, and well, we got a sister, Natanya, on stage. I know she's been up here for a little second. So after Shemaya, we let the sister talk.
Con.
con. This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 and verse 10. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty.
Hey man, you gotta know the temperament of your children, right? You gotta know the child that you can give more rope to, you know, or the ones you have to tighten up on them that leash. You have to know your child. You just don't talk to your child only about academics. You're the one who's supposed to talk to your child about every damn topic. Don't make these teachers in the school talk to your kids about things that you should be talking to your kids about. You know, don't make your kids learn sex education from these damn teachers. Read that again, King.
Con. This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 26 and verse 10. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her
Yo,
in
you
straitly.
gotta know if you got a daughter who's gonna act a fool. Just, you know, because you got some kids who just trust everybody, just believe everything everybody say. You got to know what temperament your child is. Is she going to be shameless, or is she going to be, you know, conservative in her actions, in the way she carries herself? Go ahead, King.
Keep her in straitly,
And if she's shameless, tighten up them leash, right? Now, this daughter wanted to go to this party because she's in Catholic school. If the father had said, no, 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 you're not going without me, then what? He becomes a mean dad? No, he becomes a wise dad because he understands his daughter is not wise enough of things of the world to be out there in a situation like that by herself. So the father was more trusting than he should have been, you know, to put her in a situation where she got taken advantage of. Go ahead, King.
Salakia.
Salakia.
Uh,
Uh,
lest she
lest she
abuse
abuse
herself through
herself through
overmuch liberty.
overmuch liberty.
Yeah. If you just everything she asks you for, you say yes, and you don't say no at all, that's too much liberty, man. You have to know, and this goes not just for females. This goes for the boys as well. If you're one of those parents who just becomes, the toy mart, that everything they ask for they get, that's a bad um, precedent you're setting for your kid. They get everything they want. No, you gotta be a little strict sometimes. You gotta pull in that rein sometimes. But again, based on their personality, based on how well they're doing in school and outside of school, how you have to know. I got two boys, and their personalities are different. You know, my older boy, he's diplomatic. He's a people pleaser. The younger one, he's more circumspect. So with the older one, I know he's just pretty much going to do anything to please somebody. So I got to keep an eye on him more because he's that type of diplomatic type of personality. He wants everyone to be happy. So you got to know the temperament of your kids to know if you're going to keep them in strictly, if you're going to tighten up that rein, if you're going to give them more rope because they have a personality that they're street smart, so to speak. You can put them in an environment and know that they're not going to destroy themselves. Continue, King.
Con.
Uh,
Watch over an
watch over
impudent
an
eye,
impudent eye,
Go ahead.
and marvel
and
not if she trespass against thee.
I'm sorry. Go
As I
ahead. My
walk
phone
through
rang.
the
Sorry,
and
King. Go
marvel
ahead.
not if she trespass against thee.
Yeah, man. If your child has that imprudent eye, man, she's going to do some stuff that's outlandish and crazy, right? Chris Rock says the number one thing a father got to do is keep her off the pole. You don't want to raise your daughter to be a stripper,
God,
right? You got to keep her off the pole. And you got to know with that impudent eye if she is going to be doing some shameless stuff that's going to bring shame to the family. You got to know the temperament of your kids, man. And I yield right there. Let the sister come up. No.
Yeah, Sister Natanya, if you're available, you could talk.
Shalom, family. I just got off a phone call. I'm at work right now. Um, I wanted to comment in as far as like homeschooling go. I homeschool for my kids, and what really drove me to homeschool my kids, two things happened. Well, three things actually. I have a 5-year old. It was her first year starting school. Um, it was a lot of bullying going on, like boys hitting on her and stuff like that. I did not like that. And another thing, the teacher sent home an email saying that by the end of the school year, your kids will learn the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was like, no, my daughter's not allegiance anything in this house. So that's one reason why I took her out of school. My second reason was my oldest daughter. She's in high school, and one day I just do random checks in my kid's phone. I'm like, hey, bring me the phone, unlock it. Went through, saw some videos of her in the bathroom with her so called best friend twerking. I was like, no. She ain't never been back to school since. So it's a few reasons why I took them out of school. My son, he was in ninth grade. One day I wanted to pick him up early. I forgot my ID at home. They wouldn't let me in on the property without my ID. I know it, they say it's for security purposes, but if I tell you, hey, I have a son, his name, all this, you know, you guys have my information in your computer. Why can't I get my son? And that really made me think, if something was to happen and I so forgotten my ID, I wouldn't be able to get my child. I did not like that. So I decided, I'm taking them out of school. I've been home and schooling them ever since. Now, I also work a full time job working from home. So it's a little bit easier as far as not having to take them to school, pick them up, and all that. But the downside of it is that I noticed my two oldest kids, they're more like introvert now. They're like, they don't really like talking and stuff like that. And my son is always in his room, playing the video games and stuff like that. So that's like the only con that I have as far as homeschooling go. Um, right now I'm trying to find different homeschoolers that they can be around, but that right there is stressful because I'm a single mom. So now I'm trying to do the right thing and homeschool my kids, because I don't believe in having my kids around too many people at once, too many different spirits in school, and then they're teaching them this and I have to, they come home, they tell me this, now I have to rewash their brain. And I like that I can teach them what I want them to learn, mold their heads. But it is a little stressful as far as like trying to homeschool. I just started, and it took me a while, like a year, to finally do it, because it's like between the bills and them, I can see why more people just choose to send their kids to like daycare, because I really think school is daycare. But it has its pros and cons. I'm just like trying to figure it all out. But as far as my kids' personalities go, it's kind of hard because now they're like turning into introverts, and I'm like, okay, what do I do now?
John, do you are you associated with a camp or a congregation, sis?
So I do follow a few of them, but I'm in Orlando, Florida, and I'm on Saturday. I plan to go to this lake here. I think WFI, they are usually out there, and I want to try and get involved with them. So my kids, hopefully, they got kids that's their age that they can interact with and stuff like that.
Khan, yeah, those assembling yourselves together is really important, not just for the adults, but it's really important for the kids
Hmm.
to interact with other kids, interact with other kids of the opposite sex. Because even if they're just interacting with only boys, that's also not a good thing. Then because they become awkward again when they meet a female. So, the feast days, the holy days, gathering, is really, really important. And I understand that's one of the things that people say that happens to people or kids who are homeschooled. They become
Hmm.
introverts, you know. But yeah, there's other things that you can do that has like, other kids there. But it's like this society is just so damn wicked now. It's like, you don't want to end up making your kid meet somebody who has two daddies or two mommies, and it's like, oh man, what kind of spirits you just brought into the mix. So it's like you just can't even just go to events that just have regular people, because you don't know what they're teaching their child. You don't know what spirits are on their child. And it's just like I said, sending our kids to these schools, it's a battleground. It's a
Hmm.
hostile environment, and you just gotta, just pray about it. And you know, do you have family close to you that you interact with that have kids of his age or her age?
Yes, I have nieces and nephews, but they live like an hour away, and they don't really believe in the truth. So it's like when I go over to my mom, it's like, okay, why do you have this Christmas tree here? She's like, Kishima, don't even talk about it. So it's like, and I look crazy because we're the only one wearing fringes. We're the only
God.
one not doing certain things on Sabbath. So
Yeah.
it's difficult. And then like with school, I have to worry about, Christmas. My daughter was in chorus. They having Christmas events that she has to sing at. It was just so much. So it's like, okay, I'm trying to do the right thing, take them away from all that. But then it's like, okay, now who can I put them around? Because I don't want them to be just in the house all the time. But like my daughter, she's 13. One day she was on FaceTime and I heard this girl talking. So, I just walked up behind her and the girl looked like a boy. She had a boy haircut. So I was like, what is this? She was like, oh, this my friend. I was like, oh, do she like, someone just told me to ask, do she like boys or girls? She was like, she liked both. I was like, no, hang that phone up. So it's just so much like, it's like constant battle, like trying to protect them. Even though I know that I can't protect them fully, it's just a constant. And it's like, oh my gosh, when am I going to get a break?
Ain't no breaks for Israel.
Con. The good news is the time is closer than it was yesterday that Yahushua is coming back. That's the good news. The bad news is going to get a lot worse, you know, because this whole world will become a battlefield for us. We're not wanted. Righteousness is not accepted. Okay. And living a righteous and holy life is strange and rejected. So anytime you try to bring your child up in that environment, raise your family in that environment, eat clean foods and, not celebrate these wicked holidays and dress a certain way, and you're gonna be, excommunicated. This is what the scripture tells us, man. Anyone who would live righteously in Christ will suffer persecution. And that goes not just for you, but it goes for your kids as well. And we have to be able to, even at this young age, like Shahpar says, have certain conversations. Don't say, oh, no, they're too young. They're not going to understand. Shahpar is having grown folk conversation with his kids. I mean, he's about to make them watch A Time to Kill. That's a heavy movie. But if we don't prepare them, you know, we're leaving them open to be, manipulated and twisted and taken advantage of. So even in your situation, you still have to, keep fighting. That introverted stuff, ah, you could definitely, and hopefully when you bring them out to the camp, there's some other kids their age and they can interact and stuff like that. And, do those things, because even just the video games they're playing is a lot of murder.
Mm-hmm.
It's serious murder. The best games to play is where you're killing people. That's how Esau set it up. And believe me, that's another topic altogether. The spirit don't know the difference between fake killing and real killing, right? Your spirit don't know the difference. But yeah, that's another topic altogether, man. But yeah, keep fighting the good fight, sis. You're not alone.
Khan. My son thinks he can drive based on his video game experience. Ain't that crazy?
God, God. And not just him, a whole bunch of kids jump in their parents' cars and start driving, trying to drive it because of these damn video games too. So there's a lot of stuff going on, man, because these games you think you can do it because you played the game so many times. And this is what we're seeing. A lot of these guys who are killing all of these people, they practice so much killing, they have to they have to actually do it for real.
It's a lock, yeah. Hey, you know how the scriptures say that Psalms 91 and 9 about how we make the Most High our refuge, and also it's talk another scripture that talks about the heathen envying us but not being able to do anything against us. But we know this is all from keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. So I wanted to ask, like, if we keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, and we teaching our children the right way, and we study, we being diligent, keeping the high holy days and whatnot. Well, our children will be okay in school, right? They won't be able to do anything against our children, right?
Where did you get that from? You think because we just follow the Most High that wickedness wouldn't happen? And I'm not being facetious or anything like that.
Well, not really saying that
I'm,
wickedness won't happen.
like what I just said before. Them that live righteously in Christ will suffer persecution.
Yeah, that's
So
true. You're persecuted.
so
But it's like
so
when you
you're
on the
gonna
street
get
teaching.
persecuted. You're gonna get persecuted because of it. So, and it does not exclude our kids from being persecuted as well,
Salakia.
right? But the persecution, right? The judgment that we get, it's temporal, right? The persecution, like the scripture tells us, don't be afraid of the man who can just kill the flesh and can't do nothing after that. Be afraid of the man who can kill the flesh and after the flesh is dead, throw the damn soul into hell, into fire. And I'm paraphrasing the scripture there, right? It means that we
Salakia.
we're gonna get involved in some things that is is damn unrighteous. We're gonna be accused of stuff that we didn't do. Like the brother took his kid to a place he thought she was safe, and she got abused sexually, and now she's not writing her head. These are the things, and these things is the reasons why we have these types of conversations. So we don't like put our guard down. Know that this is a violent environment, and we have to do whatever is necessary to try to tame it for our kids. Try to, like the scripture we just read in Ecclesiasticus, right? If we know how our children are, we could either tighten up the reins on them or give them a little more rope or a little more room to breathe. But they will be attacked. The enemy don't care how old your child is. What happened to Job and his kids? Was Job's kids killed because they were doing wicked stuff? Or it was just the enemy wanted to show that Job is going to curse God and when he gets into trouble? We got to look at these situations and understand that, yes, we're following the laws and the statutes and the commandments, but the enemy is still going to attack. Go ahead, King.
Khan Salakia. I believe I agree with everything you said. Persecution, 100%. But I think what the brother was asking or meaning was like safe from influence, maybe. But I think even that is, that's still a tough thing because now they out in the world battling the flesh. If that's what you meant, young Ottawa. If you meant the, if you meant
Yeah,
the,
time.
you know, the
The
influence of the
influence that it
world,
has. But when you
right? So
when children are watched and built up. Oh, go ahead, King.
no, you good, you good.
Hey,
Go ahead, Sharp.
Salaki, I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna have to start winding it down for this room. But I'm gonna just leave it up to Shemaiah when to shut it down, right? Shemaiah, whenever you're not available anymore, just shut the room down. or just hit the end button on the room. But I'm gonna say this: no servant is greater than his master. Yahweh Shai was perfect in every way, unblemished, and he still was tempted of the devil. You understand? Um, when you read Sirach chapter 2, it tells you when you serve the Most High God, prepare your soul for temptation, right? And you got to endure until the end. So keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, it keeps us away from judgment when it comes to death, but it doesn't keep us away from temptation and endurance. We still got to learn how to fight off temptation and keep the law, statutes, and commandments in the faith with endurance and patience. And we got to install that in our children because the children got their own battles to fight too. You could be a solid person, what I'm saying, in these law, statutes, and commandments, but if you don't get your children prepared for temptation, they might fold up when they go into the world because, the same way Satan tempted Yahweh Shai, he's gonna find different ways and different vessels to tempt your children. If I help you understand that, King.
Yeah, yeah, that
Conky.
made perfect sense. I know. And at the schools, because people be worried about their children, because some people can't homeschool. You know what I'm saying? And some people have to send their children to Esau school or whatever, and they going through a lot. So so yeah, children gonna be persecuted. They're gonna be tempted. But it just makes it that much more important to watch your children and you know teach them the commandments diligently. Then you won't have to worry so much about them.
Uh, I understand where you coming from, y'all the one, but man, the
I ain't
wildness
saying
that
not
we
worry
live
at
off of.
all, but
Oh, kind,
I'd rather my son go to school while he in the truth instead of him going to school outside of the truth.
kind. No, I understand, but we do need to understand too that they on their own. They working out their own salvation as well, man. And like Shah Paul was bringing out, man, he's 100% correct. What's the point of enduring if we're not gonna go through it? Because they definitely go through it. But yeah, man, I agree with you. If they well equipped, it'll be easier for them to navigate. But we supposed to be refined in the fire, so it's gonna be tough, man. They might fall a few times, and something that we're gonna have to deal with as parents.
And teaching them to be wise as a serpent and as harmless as a dove too, because of course you know that you're better than Esau or whatever, but you can't have your child going in there like Esau, you the devil. Like you can't, you got to teach your son how to teach your children how to move, like adapting to his surroundings, but keeping the commandments.
Okay. But man, yeah, I appreciate all the edification coming out from these elders up here, man. I know Shahpar wanted to wind it down. Shahpar, did you want? How did you want to do this?
Nah, I noticed sister Isaiah, she jumped on stage. I was just gonna say, let her talk, and then brothers could start making their final statements, and then y'all can start wrapping it up after that.
Uh,
Shalom, can you hear me?
uh,
Shalom.
Shalom. I just wanted to kind of talk about what Gabar was stating about the kids being sheltered at a young age, and when they finally get to maybe college or get older, they get exposed to certain things, and they kind of like it can possibly get out of control. I just wanted to share just a little bit of my background. I was sheltered growing up. My mom and my dad kept me away from both sides of my family, so I was raised without being around cousins and aunties, grandmothers, grandpas, any type of friends. My mom wouldn't allow people to stay the night. I couldn't go over nobody's house. So the only people that I knew was my sister, my brother, my mom and dad. But the thing is, my mom never taught me about, while she's sheltering me, or my dad while they're sheltering me, teach me about, what I have to look forward to when I get older and I have to be in the world, by myself. Because, Esau make you feel like when you turn 18, you're an adult, when technically you're still a teen when you're 18. So I was sheltered. I didn't stay the night at nobody's house. I didn't hang out. My mom actually worked at every school that I went to school at, from elementary school all the way through high school. She worked at the school that I went to. So there was no, way that I could even, if I had that spirit to be promiscuous or anything, like I wouldn't even think about doing it. So me being in that situation, and now when I turned 18 and 19 and I started to get exposed to, the world, it shocked me. And it kind of put me in a mindset to where, like, I was angry, upset, or even just kind of like frustrated at, life, because I didn't understand, these things that I was witnessing and seeing. This was actually happening, and I'd never seen it, not one time growing up. So it caused me to not only be shocked, but when I turned, like, I had my daughter when I was 21. After I had her, my daughter's dad was, his family and stuff, they were always going out partying and hanging out. So I started to go out, and I got a taste of actually going to like a club and stuff, which my mom and them didn't go out. Um, I actually got excited, and I would go out every day, all the time, every day. I was getting into fights because no one knew who I was from, an Israelite or, so-called black woman. So they would just try to like start fights with me. And, I've been jumped a few times just from finally going out and being exposed to the world. And my mom never taught me this. So once I got exposed to it, I mean, it took me about 3 years. So by the time I hit 24, I was burnt out. I didn't want to be in the world. I didn't want to deal with worldly people, especially after all the different traumatic situations that I had been in. I wanted to just kind of stay at home. So I just kind of like started to build my own life as far as like staying in the house. I was very much an introvert. I was an introvert in high school though. I didn't have a lot of friends until I started playing sports. Um, and I completely, if I wasn't at school, I wasn't talking to nobody. I didn't go to like proms and dances. I just didn't do the things that normal high school kids did. And my mom wanted me to do it so bad, but it was from me being sheltered so much. I got anxiety when I would be around too many people, and I would get overwhelmed. And I still get like that sometimes, but I've learned how to kind of master it, as far as like dealing with other people. But I was very disappointed because I felt like my parents should have at least schooled me on the ropes and kind of taught me, like, even though I'm sheltered, because my daughter is what I would consider sheltered as well, but I teach her. She's in the truth, and I teach her, like, she's 11, she'll be 12. She already knows that sex is marriage, because as we read the the article earlier, that in between the ages of 12 and 14, those kids are already promiscuous and trying out new things. I've already taught her that sex was marriage, and she would need to be married and in order to um have children and all that. And also I told her, if you're at school and somebody peer pressures you, or a boy peer pressures you to, go in the restroom and do things like have sex and stuff, because that happens in high school. um you know that once you have relations with that boy, that is your husband. So you're pretty much going to be single for the rest of your life. So if you want to be single and miserable for the rest of your life, knowing that sex is marriage, go ahead and make that mistake if you want to. I'm for certain that the Most High is not going to allow you to commit adultery. And it's kind of like you just teach them. And I've taught her, and that helps a lot, as far as that. And even when she was younger, I would tell her, being, you know, she knows that God hates homosexuality. She knows that God hates transgender. So she's at school and I don't even have to tell her, don't hang out with her. She's gay or she likes boys or he likes boys. She comes home and tell me like, Mom, I'm not friends with such and such no more. I'm like, why? Because she told me that she liked girls and she's starting to hang out with the gay people and I don't do that. The Most High don't like that. So it's just about you kind of like having these conversations with your child at a young age, because I felt like I was deprived from the conversations that I desired and needed, because now I lack that type of like desire to like have that type of conversation, because I didn't get it. So I make sure that I talk to my daughter often, like all the time. Even when she gets out of school, we sit in the car for about 30 minutes or so and we have these conversations about her school and what they taught her and the things that she's dealing with at school. Like, the promiscuity starts in elementary school now. From what she's telling me and the different things that she's
Yes.
witnessed. Kind. Um, so I just think that it's okay to homeschool your child. Like, I think that that's the best route. For me, working at a high school, I work at a high school down here in Bakersfield, California. So it's ages 14 through 18. And the promiscuity during the different grades, the freshmen and the sophomores are worse than the juniors and seniors. They're the ones that we have to talk to about smoking and having sex and doing stuff that they shouldn't be doing. They talk the worst about sex, and it's really, really bad. And if you try to tell them like that's not okay, like that's you're too young for that. They don't have no guidance at home because their parents are young and they're doing the same thing. So it's like they don't like correction. So my job is to correct my daughter, so when she goes to school, to a public school, she'll know, oh, I'm not, my mom don't play that. Like, and I tell my daughter all the time, you go around your friends, they may not get whoopings, they may not get chastised, they don't have the Most High because their parents don't believe in it, but you're gonna get your ass whooped. So you better make sure before you make those decisions, yeah, am I gonna get my ass whooped for it? Is the Most High going to chastise me for it? Or, you know what I'm saying? The other kids don't have that fear because their parents aren't in the truth. So I let her know, you're going to be held responsible for the action if you allow a friend to peer pressure you into doing stuff you're not supposed to be doing. So my mom didn't teach me that, but at the same time, at a young age, I was kind of mature. So I didn't fall for peer pressure. I was kind of scared. I was kind of scary. I was like, if I see kids around me doing stuff they shouldn't be doing, I get nervous. So I'd be like, oh no, I'm not. My mama gonna whoop my ass. I ain't doing that. So that's pretty much all I had to say, is the fact that I was sheltered. And Sister Natanya, it's a possibility at that age that you have your kids now, to bring them out of that introvert spirit, because like I said, I was an introvert and I still struggle with it. But what it is since you're a single mother, until you get around a congregation to where your son can be around mighty men that could give him a different outlook and kind of like him have somebody to look up to, you're going to have to take them out and have these conversations with them about just dealing with peer pressure and bad examples. And, even we have sister classes where we talk, and my daughter's 11 and I'm like, yeah. I'm putting her in a situation where she's starting to read in the sister classes and be more involved, and I know that at that age they get sleepy from being in the classes, but I do it at increments. Like, I make her sit there for 30 minutes. As long as she focuses and pay attention, she can go and draw, or she likes to do nails and color and be artsy. Her phone, she's only allowed to have Pinterest and certain things on her phone. I got her a government phone. She don't even got a regular phone, and that's all she gonna have until she's mature enough. And she shows maturity in this truth, um, to be able to get a better phone. So you just gotta be very kind of like in your kids' business and do it in a way to where they don't feel like, man, because I was like that. I didn't tell my mom them nothing. You know what the sad part is? I still, to this day, I don't talk to my mom or my dad about my personal life. Like, they've only met my husband 2 times, because I just feel like the way they raised me, they could have done better. Like, they could have exposed me to things as far as like what they felt was correct, even if it was they were raised wrong, you know?
Twice, sis?
Hi.
How long y'all been married?
We've been married 4 years,
And they've
and
only met him twice?
they've only met him twice. And the sad part is, my mom, she's a feminist, so I know that that was one of the topics up there. My mom's a feminist, so I always say I had two daddies in the home because my mom, she was very masculine. She kind of ran the house. My dad let her do it, so me having the two mommies in the house when I met my husband, or at the time I was dealing with him and talking to him. My mom just came into my house. She walked into my house because she feels like, I'm her daughter. And she was like, "Who are you?" And she was talking to my husband's friend. And he was like, "Okay, well, my name is, such and such." And she was like, "Well, who is you?" And then my head came through the garage. He was like, "I'm Joseph." She was like, "Oh." And she looked him up and down like a man would look at another man that's dating his daughter. Like, you know what I'm saying? You better recognize who this is. Like, so for you to be a woman and try to put fear on my husband, you're not doing that. First of all, I don't take the disrespect. Like, either you're gonna be my mama or you're not gonna ruin my relationship. That's just what you're not gonna do. And I'm not gonna take your side if you're wrong. So that right there, my mom was upset because I didn't take her side. And then the other time was I was getting mail to my mom's house, and I went over there to pick up some mail, which was, some money that was coming in. And she would not let me pick up my mail unless my husband came inside because we had to go pick up my daughter from school and we was running late. So he stayed in the car. So then when he finally got out, because she wouldn't give me my mail, um, she was like, "When you come to people's house, you be respectful and you make sure you speak to people." And he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Uh, Gigi told me that she was just gonna run in because we're late picking up my." And she was like, "I don't care." So after she did that, after he was being very respectful, I kind of just was like, "No, I'm not going to put him in, in that situation." And then when I got further in the truth, I thought maybe, things will change. And my mom, she just won't talk to me because she feels like anything that I've learned throughout this truth that my husband has taught me. And she feels like she doesn't want to be taught by my husband. She wants to be taught by the most God, who her God is, which we know is not the Most High God of Israel. So she won't even have two words of conversation with me because she feels like the doctrine is my husband's doctrine, not the Most High's. So I just don't put my husband in that situation.
Wow, that's heavy.
Con.
That is heavy. Damn. You said a lot of things, sis, that is just like so many really great points. Um, you're straight up gangster, though. All praises. I love the fact that you talk to your daughter about everything and you don't hold back. And that's really a really important thing because that's one of the things that, a lot of us don't do as parents. We make that conversation happen with other people, with our kids. And that's why Esau is able to get into the spirit and the minds of our kids, man. And the Most High tells us, man, you got to teach our kids the laws, the statutes, the commandments, but not just that alone. You talk to them about everything, man. When you're in the way, when you're going out, when you're coming in, when you're rising up, when you're sitting down. That's how much we got to be talking to our kids. Can somebody read Deuteronomy 7:6?
Con.
I mean 6:7. Sorry.
Con. This is Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 7. That's a long chapter. Salakia. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
God, all the time, all the time. And if we have conversations with our kids like this, man, they'll be way more prepared than we were because most of us didn't grow up in the truth. You know, I can't imagine how many pitfalls I would have escaped if I grew up in the truth.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying, King? The
God.
amount of arrows that fly by day I would have been able to avoid because I know the truth, because I know who my enemies are, because I know who my brother is. Man,
Time.
so
I'm so
so
happy.
the fact,
I'm so happy.
yeah, so the fact that we have this opportunity to steer the seed that the Most High gave us and bring that tree up properly and not let it get polluted by Esau and his wicked doctrines, man, that's a blessing, man. That's a real blessing. And the Most High is telling us, man, you got to do it all the time. When you're in the way, when you're out the way, when you're laying down, when you're rising up, you got to be always talking to our kids, man. As that's what it says, train up a child in the way that he should go, and when he's old, he should not depart from it. Can you find that scripture, King?
God.
So
Proverbs.
like it, King. I got a
Go ahead.
precept for your precept. Right?
God.
This is Psalms chapter 78 and verse 5. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, that the generation to come might know them, even their children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children, that they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep his commandments, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with God. So he basically told us to keep these law, statutes, and commandments, teach them to our children, and our children gonna teach their children, so that they won't be as our forefathers were.
God. That's generational wealth right there.
Salakia.
God,
That's generational wealth right there, man. Go ahead, King. Bring out that other scripture.
God. This is Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Khan. So even for the brother who asked about whether, you know, us following the laws and the statutes and the commandments, if it keeps our kids protected, in a lot of ways it does, because a lot of the things we fall into is because we didn't follow what the laws say, right? A lot of the pitfalls we end up in is because we sinned. We went against some law that we didn't even know about because it was never taught to us, right? One of the things, this is a different topic, but one of the things that we got to train up our child to do, read the very next verse, King.
God. Salakia. My son in my lap. Proverbs 22 and verse 7. Son, I need you to move, man. It reads, the rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender.
Right there. That's one of the things we got to teach our kids, man. Money. managing money. And this is one of the conversations we hardly ever have with our kids, right? Once you don't have money, the rich is going to rule over you. And the lender is going to be that servant to that borrower. But that's another topic altogether, right? But, you know, we got to definitely keep communicating um, constantly with our kids.
Con.
Constantly. We got to keep communicating, you know? And that's how kids communicate with their parents. Mommy, 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 mommy. Give me 1 minute, Tony. 2 seconds later, mommy, 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 mommy. We got to be the same way with our kids, man. We can't just say it once and think they got it. Nah, you know, the scripture tells you, you know, death and life is in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. You know, whether you're speaking to your kids, I hope you're speaking life to your kids. A lot of parents are speaking a whole lot of death to their kids, man. You know, you got to speak life to your kids and let that fruit that you're speaking of life create a harvest in that child's life. You know, kids, parents telling their kids, "Oh, you're just like your daddy. You ain't gonna be nothing."
Damn.
Man, you just spoke a whole lot of death over your child. I hear parents telling their kids, "Why you so stupid?" I'm like, damn, how you gonna tell your child they're stupid? Them kind of words is death to your children, man. You gotta always be uplifting, building up your kids, man, because they represent your future.
Con.
And Salakia, especially when you homeschooling, because Shemaiah 100% correct, man. You need to be talking to these children daily. Um, and when you homeschool, they need intellectual stimulation every day because they're not getting the same type of environment that other kids in public schools getting. I mean, really, when you really think about it, the type of intellectual stimulation that you can give to your children at home is far better than any type of, because they're not getting that type of intellectual stimulation in public schools, even with their friends, because it's all folly. And I'm okay with with the fact that kids like to have fun and they talk about stuff their age, but a lot of it is stuff that they don't need to be into in the first place. So, I mean, it was an important topic that y'all brought up about the homeschooling and everything because the last 10 years, my kids, they've been homeschooled and they 19 and 17. And my daughter is more so the introvert, like the sister was bringing out earlier. But you can have grown conversations with these kids, man. I mean, I can't even call them kids no more, but being that they have been homeschooled for so long, you wouldn't be able to tell with how they act and how they speak, especially being that they're growing up in this truth. So, let's just take care of our kids, Israel. I know the brother Shower Power was trying to close this room, but y'all brought out a bunch of very powerful points. We need to take care of these kids on a daily basis. We need to strive to be better, like Iran was bringing out earlier. Um, and we need to make sure that we raising up this righteous seed because Satan working double time right now. It's a battle. While he's trying to get as many into wickedness, we raising up all these kids from young age. Somebody about to have to call CPS on me. Hey, Salaki, if somebody can somebody take that over? But go ahead, Shemaya. I'm about to whoop my child right.
Don't spare the rod and spoil the child. Ah. Oh man, yeah, man. Don't be afraid to whoop your child either, man. It's not going to destroy them, man. Believe me. If my parents didn't whoop my ass growing up, man, I would have been in so much of folly. It was crazy, man. They used to store up licks for me, boy. You know, and it just luckily kept me doing things. I mean, I still did a lot of foolish stuff, but it kept me away from a whole lot more foolish stuff. You know, so today our parents are trying to be their kids' friends. You know, oh, my child is my best friend. What? Stop that foolishness and be a parent, and stop trying to be your child's best friend. You know that is so off. That is some type of Esau doctrine.
Right.
Yeah, you
That's
trying to be
so
your child best friend. What is that, man? Where did that come from?
Esau.
Over
Jeez,
much liberty.
God, over much liberty, man. You don't want to be the disciplinarian. You. Oh no, no. Only the dad is the disciplinarian. I just want to be in good with my kids, so I don't discipline them. What, man? I one day I went to the store with my mom's, and I saw a ball in the store, and I act a fool in that store. Threw myself on the ground. I was screaming, bawling. I want that ball. I want that ball. My mom bought me the ball. I got home and she whooped my ass so much I never played with that ball. I hated that ball. I never touched it. And that was a reminder. Don't act a fool. Don't try to embarrass me when I take you out. That ball is probably still sitting on a shelf.
Gold
I
plate
never
that.
played with that ball. My mom wasn't trying to be my best friend. So I don't know where that comes from, man. But parents, be parents to your kids, man. Don't try to be their best friend. When they do bullshit, deal with it. Tell them and punish them. They're gonna get more respect for you. Con,
Con.
Con.
con. All the whoopings I had, I never end up like, I hate you. I hate you. No. Nah,
Con.
when that child is going wrong, correct them, man. Scripture tells you foolishness is bound up in the heart of a child, but the rod of correction
Mm.
will drive it far, far from him. Far.
In the scripture that
Yeah.
you talk about who he who I'm paraphrasing, but if you don't discipline your kid, you hate him.
Con, con. That's sparing the rod and spoiling the child as well. You're keeping the rod on the shelf nice and neat and clean. No, that rod is made for the ass.
Con.
My mom beat me with anything that was close to her.
Con. Iron
Right.
cords.
Whatever she could throw at you.
Broomstick.
Broomstick. A lot of times I got my ass whooped in the kitchen. So it was pot spoons.
Con.
Yeah, my
Like I
mom had this.
remember. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, sis. You got.
I remember my mom, she didn't like us going outside without shoes on. So I was the kid that loved to be around barefooted. So she got to the point where when she would see me in the outside with no shoes on, she'd take that wooden spoon, spatula in the kitchen. She'd like, put your feet up there. And she'd just, like, you tap dance and just back and forth, pat, 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 and just hitting one foot after the other. And I used to be so scared. After that, boy, you wouldn't dare catch me.
God. And that all of that stuff is love. This is the same way the Most High whip our ass when we do stuff wrong, right? The Most High whips us, right? The Most High says, what does the scripture tell us, man? That um, what's the scripture I'm thinking about? You wouldn't be chastised if you weren't sons. I'm paraphrasing.
I got you. I'm gonna get that for you right now.
Yeah, right? You ain't getting whooped if you ain't loved. It's because you're loved, your ass is getting whooped. It kind of like, hey, it's better I'm not loved. But listen, man, I got a T-shirt that says, "I'd rather be a poor Israelite than a rich Edomite," because I understand. I understand what's coming to the Edomites. So I'm gonna take my ass whooping because I know what judgment's coming down the road, right? Weeping may endure for a night, and yeah, we weeping right now, Israel, but it's only for a night. It might seem like the night that never ends, but it's only for a night. The joy that's coming in the morning, man, it's unimaginable. The things the
Salakia.
Most High have in store for us, man, it's unimaginable. Go ahead, King.
Got a precept for Azan, you got it?
Yeah, Con.
All right, Salakia.
Hebrews 12, right?
Con.
Okay, Con. This is Hebrews 12. I'm gonna start at 5, Shemaiah. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? But if ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. Damn.
God, God, look at that, man. Yo, count it all joy, man, when you
That's right.
fall into temptation, when you getting your ass whooped because you are sons, your family. And believe me, the most, as the scripture tells us, man, he's not going to put more on us than we can handle, man. This, this is not here to destroy you. The issues and the problems that you're going through cannot destroy you. You're stronger than that. You're made different. You're built different.
Con.
Esau would have jumped off a damn building already, or go up in his office and try to kill everybody and then kill himself.
And that's crazy. That's the type of spirit that they have on them, man.
God,
And Salaki, because you said, it's not that long, right? I always go here and I don't care. Second Maccabees chapter 7. Okay, these 7 brothers and his mother was getting dealt with because they did not want to eat pork. But there was a lot of things that they said that we need to take to heart. And one of the things that the last son that was dealt with, he said this. This is Second Maccabees chapter 7, verse. I'm gonna start at verse 31. And thou, that hast been the author of all mischief against the Hebrews, shalt not escape the hands of God. For we suffer because of our sins. There's our accountability, right? Verse 33. And though the living Lord be angry with us a little while for our chastening and correction, yet shall he be at one again, with his servants. So even through all the maiming and the burning in these cauldrons that this king was putting out, these sons knew that it was only a little while, because I can only imagine that being in hot burning cauldrons with your members being maimed and chopped off, that felt like forever. But forever is only a little while when you really think about it, man, considering how wicked we were and the ass whooping that we have to endure. Have to. You got to take it. Salaki Shema. Keep bringing it.
No, no, no. I was just about to say. I was just going to say Khan, and that's a beautiful scripture you pulled, King. You know, that's also one of my favorites. Beautiful scripture, man. That family is straight up gangster paradise, man. Khan. That family is straight up gangster paradise. Yo, I look at that story and it's like, man, are we able to love the Most High that much today? You know, is a mother able to look at her seven sons get literally maimed and tortured, and you know, they ripped the scalp off of the son and cut his tongue out and cut all his limbs out and put him in boiling oil and fried him alive, and watch your sons go through that because they don't want to eat pork?
Salakia. Shemaiah. You know why she was able to? Because of the faith. This is what she told the last son. She said, okay, she first comforted her last son and then asked him to do something tremendous. This is Second Maccabees, chapter 7, verse 28. I beseech thee, my son, look upon the heaven and the earth and all that is therein, and consider that God made them of things that were not, and so was mankind made likewise. Fear not this tormentor, but being worthy of thy brethren, take thy death, that I may receive thee again in mercy with thy brethren. That's the faith that we're supposed to have, man, in order to even be able to endure that type of suffering. Watching your babies, all of her sons, man, all of them. At some point, we're going to have to watch our children suffer, man, whether it be from hunger, pain, something killing them, virus, what, who knows, man, what the world's going to bring, what the Most High decides he's going to do. All I know is that if we're not in this spirit, I mean, you better ask yourself if you really have that endurance, man. That's why it's important for us to build it up now while we still have the opportunity. You wake up every day because the Most High gives you an opportunity to be better that next day. And you need to take advantage of that next day that you're allowed to live, man. Salakia.
Khan. Yeah, no, that's true, man. This is it's coming for us, man. We'll get that opportunity, you know. As Job says, you know, though he slay me, yet will I trust him. You know, how many of us got that spirit, you know, to know that your death is not eternal. You're just going to sleep for a little bit. Esau's death is eternal. That's the kind of death you don't want, right? We've been suffering for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years. Do you know how much hundreds of years is worth when you compare it to everlasting life? You can't compare it, man. It's like suffering for 5 seconds and getting to live 24 hours. And that's not even a comparison. Is forever, forever? Yeah, forever, forever and ever, and ever and ever.
He got
In glorified bodies, no less.
Right. That's the goal.
Khan, yo, Israel, you don't want to go through all of this just to tap out. Don't go through all of this to tap out in the last, second, man.
Otherwise, what was the point?
Khan, bring out Paul, man. What shall separate us?
Salaki, call that again.
What shall separate us from the love of Christ? I'm like, can you hear me?
Con, my daughter was crying, so I muted up. Let me go to Romans right quick. Romans 8. Salaki, yo, my kids are bugging right now. Young Otter one, you there? Can you grab Romans 8, verse 35, I believe? Well, I'm there. I got it. He's probably away from his phone. This is Romans 8, chapter 8, verse 35. Who shall separate us from the love of Hamashiach? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword? As it is written, for thy sake we are killed all the day long. We are accounted as sheep for the slaughter. Nay, in all these things we are more than conquerors through him that loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Hamashiach Yahushua, our Lord.
Khan!
God,
Bashim Mashak Yahweh.
Shem Hamashiach Yahushua. Yo, imagine the
God.
king hearing that, getting
You got cut off, King. You there?
out saying, yeah, Khan, imagine, just like the mother was, it's what did it say that she said a, woman with her womanish thoughts and her manly stomach, she said these things. Imagine all of Israel when the time comes standing up to to Esau and to the other nations, saying this. You know what I'm saying? Showing this type of spirit towards them, man. I mean, there's nothing they can do. The only thing they could do is kill us because ain't nothing you could do to separate us from. We're not going to give in to you. You might as well just either whatever you're going to do, you're going to shoot us, you're going to burn us, whatever, man. Like, there's nothing you can do, man. Period. Just like an atheist can never tell me again in his life that there is no God at all. Like, nobody could ever tell me that. So there's nothing that anybody should be able to do to remove you from the walk that you're on. It's a lot.
Khan. All praises, man. Yo, man, these are the things we gotta encourage ourselves with, man. Knowing all of the crazy stuff that's coming, you know, I don't want to die in my sleep. You know what I'm saying? I wanna die for this truth. That's how I wanna go. I wanna go. I wanna die in this truth, man. Not just laying on my bed, Nah. I count it all joy to suffer persecution, man.
Con,
Yeah, and we all will get that opportunity. Just don't faint, Israel. Don't faint. He is faithful. He is faithful, man. He would never leave us nor forsake us, man. Even in the times we think you're alone, you're not alone, man. You got angels surrounded you. If he
Appreciate
opens your eyes right now, you'll get scared because you're like, who are these men in my room? In comely garments standing around me. He gave his angels charge over us, man.
Salakia.
Go ahead, King.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, verse 10. Look at the general. No, I'm gonna start at 9. Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good and for everlasting joy and mercy. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? For the Lord is full of compassion and mercy, long suffering, and very pitiful, and forgiveth sins, and saveth in the time of affliction. But woe be to fearful hearts and faint hands, and the sinner that goeth 2 ways. And just like the brother was said, don't faint. Woe unto him that is faint hearted, for he believeth not. Therefore shall he not be defended. Damn. Woe unto you that have lost patience. And what will ye do when the Lord shall visit you? They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word, and they that love him will keep his ways.
Khan. Khan. Yo. Yo, we got too much, man. Like I said, my t-shirt says, I'd rather be a poor Israelite than a rich Edomite.
You know what the Edomites say?
You can't make me switch place with Esau for nothing. Nothing. I
Con,
don't care what you offer. There's no way I would ever switch places with him. I don't care what tribulations you bring my way. I don't care what persecutions you bring my way. I'm not going back to Christianity. I'm not going back to foolishness. I'm not a dog going back to its vomit. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I know who my God is, man.
con,
And I know how he feels about me, man. Ain't got no woe is me spirit going on here. Nah, forget that. There's promises, man. There's a whole lot of promises, man, in our book. Man, one of the scriptures I always just like marvel on is like, eyes have not seen, nor ears heard, neither have it entered into the hearts of men. The things that he has prepared for them that love him. Yo, we can't even imagine, bro. Now, I got a great imagination. I grew up watching sci-fi. I could imagine all kind of, you know, elaborate worlds and, you know, all type of scenarios. But with this, scripture tells you straight up, you can't even imagine what the Most High got in store for you, man. You cannot even imagine it. It hasn't even entered into your hearts. The things that he has prepared.
precept.
Go ahead, King.
So Second Peter, I'm gonna start chapter 3. I'm gonna start at verse 7. I'm gonna start at 6. Whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished. But the heavens and the earth, which are now, by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men.
Hmm?
But beloved,
Con.
be not
Okay, okay.
ignorant of this one.
Oh,
Salakia. That's my
Shalaki. I
fault.
didn't use my mic. No, that was me, King.
But
Sorry. Go
beloved,
ahead.
come. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. Verse 9. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men count slackness, but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance. That was just to go off of what you was talking about his promises, and we need to come back to repentance.
Con. Con. Yeah, man. Yo, we serve a mighty God, man. We serve a mighty God, man, who keeps his promises, man. He's not a man that he should lie, or the son of man that he should repent. If the Most High said it, believe me, it's good. His word is good. His checks don't bounce, man.
Okay.
Con. His checks don't bounce. Who could stand up and say, nah, he owe me? Who could stand up and say he owe me?
Hell nah.
He ain't owe nobody, bro. If anything, we're the one who owes big time. And guess what? We couldn't pay it. We couldn't pay that debt. And that debt was paid for us, man. Yo, we got mad reason to rejoice, bro. We got mad reason to celebrate, King. Wow.
No more crying.
No more crying, man. And if it's crying, let it be tears of joy.
That's right.
Let it be tears of joy, man. Man, listen, man. The option is to make this place your heaven and be Esau.
Hell nah.
Who wants to trade places? Who wants to give up their Israelite status? Who wants to denounce their blood in the veins that running in their veins right now? Raise your hands and come on the stage. If you're ready to give up your Israelite status and be Esau.
I tell you, like I heard a brother tell me the other day, "La to the ah."
God, God, man, bro, ain't nothing you could give me to make me trade places, man. No way, no how, no time. Anyway, man, I just love talking about the Most High, man. I know we got to close this room down, you
Con.
know.
It's been beautiful speaking with you though, Shemai. It's been a minute, man.
Con. I was just planning on listening in, man. But when you brought out that article, and I know how wicked Esau is, and it's not even like our young people today are not promiscuous, but it's just a narrative that they have always pushed that our young girls and our women are hoes, and they've always pushed it that even from a young age our women are hoes, and back then a black woman couldn't say rape because a slave couldn't be raped. Your property. You understand?
Right. Yup.
There was no laws for you to say you got raped. So many of our women just had to just, instead of enduring the embarrassment of being raped, just, concede and let Esau have his way. But it's not like, oh no, they liked it and they wanted it. No, that's not the case, man. Esau would rape our women and say it's because, it's their fault because their voluptuous breasts and their hips and their butt, they wanted it. They seduced him or whatever the case was. And
I
and
can't
that's
wait to
really
get.
what it was. Go ahead, King.
No, I was just saying I can't wait till they get there so much to watch it.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah, man. They got a lot to pay for, man. Oh,
con,
they got a lot to pay for. You know,
some
don't
Salakia.
conform to this world, Israel. Keep sighing and crying, so that the angels can mark you that you're not with this society. These gay men doing their dance and routines. Don't look at it and be all funny and happy and like it's entertaining. It's not entertaining. Don't be like Lot's wife. She was so enthralled in that society. That's why she had to look back. Don't take this stuff for fun and games. You see a man in a dress and he's dancing and he's entertained. That shit is not entertaining. That shit is wicked. Don't be entertained by these types of foolishness, man. We are in this world, but we're not of this world.
Con,
Kind of like the scriptures say, hate the evil and love the good.
Con, con. A lot of our people are, you know, turning, man, turning to that evil, man, turning to that, we are the world, we are the children, hand joined in hand, ebony and ivory.
No hand join in hand, the wicked shall not go unpunished.
God,
right.
God. But a lot of our people are falling into this doctrine of love. Oh, no, no, no. Love conquers all.
And the way they teach it, the way they teach the love, where you start loving the evil, guess who's gonna start being just like the evil? The one
God,
who's loving the evil.
there you go. Come. Yeah, man.
It's Salakia Shemaiah.
Go ahead,
Do
King.
you think Shower Paul would have uh would be okay with us reading Psalm 51 before closing out? Because usually he closes down, but I don't know how he would feel about that.
Oh, I was muted. Shah would never be against reading scripture, King.
Okay, Con. Yeah, let me know when you're ready, and then we'll Psalm 51 out.
Come, bring it out, King.
Con. It was a pleasure being up here with you, Shemaiah, young Ottawa. Y'all have a safe day
Oh,
now.
Shalakia, King.
Con.
Shalaki. I want you to read Psalms 51 and also Psalms 139.
Con. Let's get it. To Psalm 51. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee, thee only, have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, Thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways. Salakia. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. O God, thou wilt not despise. Do good in thy good pleasure unto Zion. Build thou the walls of Jerusalem. Then shalt thou be pleased with the sacrifices of righteousness, with burnt offering and whole burnt offering. Then shall they offer bullocks upon thine altar. Psalm 139.
Shalakia, man. That's a real powerful Psalms, man.
Con,
You know, Psalms 51 is a real guide for us as people, individuals, to be able to humble ourselves after we mess up, you know, and not be ashamed to come before the Most High, man. The scripture tells you, come boldly before the throne, right?
con,
Because this is David after David took a man's wife, killed a man, and the Most High put it up in front of him. David could have killed Nathan, man, for coming and telling him about, you know, his sin. But David acknowledged that, you know what, I really messed up. And this is the psalm he wrote right after that, man. So don't ever be too proud, man, to say, purge me with hyssops, man. Don't ever be too proud to say, cleanse me from blood guilt. You know, don't ever be too proud to say, wash me, cleanse me, and I shall be clean. We all need to be washed, man. We all need to be cleansed, man. That's what this word does for us every day. That's what humbling ourselves does for us every day, man. Following these laws, these statutes, commandments, man. Because the Most High, even in that situation, we see it, man, how merciful He is, man.
con. He
We
said, I
have
will
a
put,
forgiving God, bro.
right. He said, I will put your sin to the side. That's what he told David, man.
Con, yo, we should all strive to be a man and a woman after the Most High's heart, man. Striving for that every day. You know what? Even if I mess up, I'm still gonna come before you because who else can I go before? Whose name can I call on? Where else
Right.
can I go? Who is going to save me? Who else is going to come to my rescue? Who else is willing to give up their son's life for mine? There's nobody else, man. The wicked says, am I my brother's keeper? You know Esau ain't helping you.
Right.
Only a wicked person gonna say that, man, and that came out of Esau's mouth, you know, and the spirit of Cain. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I gonna look after my brother? Hell no. Yo, Psalms 51, man, that's powerful, man. It's powerful, bro. That you could mess up on the level that David messed up and still come boldly before the throne, man. Still say, forgive me. Still say, I'm sorry. And if we understand that with man, we forgive 70 times 7, what's the measurement with God forgiving us, man?
Damn.
Anybody know that measurement?
Like,
Ah,
above my
First,
Khan.
Azan,
Yo,
what Azan?
I said, like,
Yeah.
Khan. That measurement is nothing anybody could measure, man. If you go and you screw up big time tomorrow, you can still come before the Most High like David. Purge me with hissops, that I might be white as snow. Cleanse me, wash me. Yo, yo, there's no friend like the Most High, man. That's he called Abraham his friend. Yo, you just need sometimes just to just meditate, meditate on the goodness of the Most High, man, towards us, man.
And Yahushua said that we his friends if we keep the commandments, right?
Come.
That's amazing, man. Like you always want to, because I used to believe that Abraham was the friend of God. I'm saying, dang, the friend of God. Like, hey, how do I be the friend of God?
God, it tells you right there, right? God, you know, all praises, man. Go into that Psalms 139, King. That's one of my favorite, man.
Bring it out.
Psalm 139. O Yahweh, thou hast searched me and known me. Thou knowest my downsitting and mine uprising. Thou understandest my thought afar off. Thou compassest my path and my lying down, and art acquainted with all my ways.
Yo,
When
they ain't
Shema, you there? I think he went out. He might have got a phone call. I don't want to continue until he's back. So
All right.
bear with us. Is he showing up on your screen, young
Con.
Can you hear me?
Khan?
Yo, Esau kicked me out the room. I don't know what happened there.
He want to steal ideas how to make a phone, and then y'all be making all these phones that always go bad. Why you don't got no phone that just works ever?
It's crazy, man. Go ahead, King.
Con. Verse 4. For there is not a word in my tongue, but lo, O Yahweh, thou knowest it altogether. Thou hast beset me behind and before, and laid thine hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high. I cannot attain unto it. Whither shall I go from thy spirit? Or whither shall I flee from thy presence? If I ascend up into heaven, thou art there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, thou art there. Mm. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there shall thy hand lead me, and thy right hand
Nowhere to
uphold me.
run, baby. Nowhere to hide.
God,
Yo, where you going? There's no way. There's no way to escape, bro. There's no way to escape the Most High's presence, man.
right.
Yo, there's nothing that you can do. There's no place that you can go that you leaving His presence. There's no place, man. There's not nowhere. The Most High knows everything about you, man. Everything about me. I can't go to the Most High and be like, I got a little problem with this. He know if I'm coming honestly or I'm coming deceitfully. That's why you just gotta go and acknowledge your sin, man. Acknowledge your fault. Go humble, and He got you. This room was about lust, perversion, feminism, all of that stuff. If you got spirits, don't go to the Most High. Be like, well, I got a little problem with lust. Sometimes I'm a little perverted. Don't go dishonest to the Most High, man. Acknowledge your sin, acknowledge your fault, and do like David, man. Wash me, purge me, fix me. Go ahead, King.
God, fix me. 11. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. Yeah, the darkness hideth not from me, but the night shineth as the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to me.
Check that out. Check that out. Daytime, nighttime, pitch darkness is the same to God, man.
God,
It ain't no hiding, man. His eyes is 10,000 times brighter than the sun. How is the night and the day any different with eyes 10 times brighter than the sun? You think you're hiding in darkness? You think nobody's seeing you? You think you're in your place alone and you could do whatever you want? You could hide from me. You could hide from Shapa. You can't hide from the Most High, man. Ain't no hiding from the Most High. Go ahead, King.
God. Then he say right here in Ecclesiastes, he said, for God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. So yeah, ain't no
Come.
hiding.
Ain't no hiding. Wait. What hiding place could you make that the Most High can't see?
I mean,
You
that's
think
not even
you
something
think
you
he's
can
like
buy.
Superman that he can't see through lead?
Right.
I'm gonna make my walls of my house lead. I don't think he can see through lead. Nah, you're dealing with the Most High, man. Ain't no hiding. Go ahead,
uh,
King.
for thou hast possessed my reign. Thou hast covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My
Nah, man.
substance was not hid
Nah,
from
nah,
thee,
nah, nah, nah. You read something wrong. The Lord made a mistake when He made me, man.
that my
I think
soul
there's a
knoweth right
problem with
well.
me, man.
La,
No, that fearfully and wonderfully made. Are you sure that's in there?
God, right
There you
after I
go.
praise thee.
You ain't got no mistakes in you, Israel. You were made perfectly, man.
Right,
You were fearfully and wonderfully made. That's a powerful statement right there, man. There was no mistakes with you. There was no rushing. It was meticulous how you were made. The potter put his hand in it. It's like you say your mother put her foot in the pot. Grandma put her foot in that one. Most High put his hands in that one.
God,
Go ahead, King.
God. I'm gonna run that back to the top. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are thy works, and that my soul knoweth right well. My substance was not hid from thee, when I was made in secret and curiously wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Thine eyes did see my substance, yet being unperfect, and in thy book all my members were written, which in continuance were fashioned, when as yet there was none of them. How precious also are thy thoughts unto me, O God.
Wow, wow, wow,
How
wow, wow, wow. Wait up, King. You think the Lord is thinking good things about me?
uh,
He's not thinking, oh, I gotta kill that wicked nigga. Wait till he go outside. I'm gonna send a car to run him over.
uh,
There you go, man. There you go, Israel. Most High is thinking good things about you, man. The Most High. Read that again, King.
God, how precious also are thy thoughts unto me.
Wow. But I mean, we understand He only thinks about us just sometimes, just a couple of times. So it's not like He has a whole bunch of thoughts about us. Continue, King.
God, O God, how great is the sum of them. If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand.
What? You just made me a liar? Let God be true and every man be a liar? Let
God,
God be true and Shemaiah be a liar? I thought it was just a couple of good thoughts.
I'm done.
how great is the sum of them.
You mean we can't even count them?
How great is the sum of them.
How much, man? How much? Let's find out how much.
If I should count them, they are more in number than the sand.
Okay, so he is thinking good thoughts of me that's more in number than the sand of the sea. Is that what it says?
God,
No, that's not what it says, King. Not the sand of the sea, which we know is too much to even number. He
Con.
says more in number than the sand.
Oh, con.
That means it's way more than just the sand of the sea. It's the sand in the desert. It's the sand outside your house. It's the sand in the sea. Now, please try to count that for me, Israel.
Hell no.
take as take as many friends as you like, and let one of your friends go down to Palm Beach, count the sand over there. Let somebody go down to the Caribbean, count the sand over there. Let somebody go down to Iraq, count the sand down there. As many friends as you need. Go to Dubai, count the sand over there.
Mm, that's a lot of sand.
That's a lot of sand to count, man. That's how much thoughts, good thoughts, the Most High has about you, man, has about me. That's how, do you have any good thoughts about anybody like that?
I don't even want to open my mouth for that.
Man, I don't have no good thoughts about people like that. That's too many thoughts, bro. I can't have that many thoughts about somebody, about anybody. None of us could, bro. We're not able to. But the Most High has that many thoughts about us. Not the sand of the sea, not the sand in the great ocean, not the sand in the great desert, the sand. You can start in North America and get somebody to go down to South America, get somebody to go to the Middle East, and you're never going to be able to count the sand, bro. Wow. Continue, King.
Con. If I should count them, there are more in number than the sands. When I wake,
Hey, I just proclaim no more low self-esteem days.
con,
We just need to cancel low self-esteem
con, ASAP.
ASAP. If you're an Israelite, cancel low self-esteem. Just take it off of your list of things to do.
Right.
Feel sorry for myself. Just take it off the list. Go ahead, King.
Con. When I awake, I am still with thee. Surely thou
Wait,
wilt slay the
wait, wait,
wicked.
wait, 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 wait. When I'm sleeping, he's there too.
Con.
But I'm
When
just
I
snoring.
awake,
Wait,
when I
wait, wait.
awake.
I ain't even awake yet, King. I'm still sleeping. He's watching me while I'm sleeping.
Con.
And then I'm awake, and what happens?
I am still with thee.
He's still with, oh man. The most I just tell you, I ain't going nowhere.
Uh,
You can't get rid of me. I ain't going nowhere.
he'd be like, I dare you to get a restraining order.
I dare you to get a restraining order. It's not gonna happen. I ain't going nowhere. I'm yours, you're mine. Just get used to it.
I'm the stalker you want in your life.
Yeah, just get used to it. You wanted attention, I'm gonna give you attention.
That's right.
God. Go ahead, King.
Cause surely thou wilt slay the wicked, O God. Depart from me, therefore, ye bloody men.
Con.
For they speak against thee wickedly, and thine enemies take thy name in vain.
Hmm.
Do not I hate them, O Yahweh?
Oh, oh man. Read that again.
Do not I hate them, O Yahweh,
Oh
that hate
man.
thee?
Bro, if this is not your anthem, I don't know. If you don't hate the things the Most High hate, I mean, how can two walk together unless they agree?
Come,
You know? If you don't hate the things the Most High hate, you off as hell.
right,
And that comes from that comes from fear of our oppressor. You know, that comes from them beating us in slavery and whipping us in slavery and setting us on fire. You know, so we be scared and we thinking we don't have no God now. But as repentant Israelites come back to the Most High, man, we can, you know, we hate what the Most High hates. We hate what the Most High hates. God. That doesn't mean we have to. We don't have to act crazy, act wild and violent, but we hate what the Most High hates. There you go. It's the Most High. You gotta hate what the Most High hates. I mean, with all of the love we see in already in this scripture, how could you be on the other side? How could you side with the enemy?
right,
And we're not teaching hate. I hate when they say that about the camp. They're teaching hate because the camp didn't teach me purely hate. They taught me love as well. They taught me as a young man how to submit to a man older than me, right? To be able to take orders like an officer or a soldier. That's love. If it was hate, I'd be. You can't tell me what to do. You know what I mean? Right? Wicked. But they taught me love, right? Love, discipline. And that's just me not even scratching the surface. Just barely scratching the surface. You know? They taught me how to speak, how to accept correction, you know, how to follow the most high even more, keeping the commandments, which that's what love is within itself. Con. Without the camps, we're not getting out of captivity, to be honest. Because who's going to go out and teach all of the people? Everybody has to get the word. Con. Everybody has to know that they're Israelites. If nobody's going out there to teach them, we're finished. Without the camps, we're stuck in this captivity. It's over. And Shalakia, and you can't be getting all of the things you just spoke about being an individual like.
right.
Con. It's certain high holy days that you can't even keep without a congregation. Certain high holy days, some individualites can't even afford to have. That's why I'm so thankful for my brethren, man. I keep the high holy days, you know what I'm saying? Out of love, you feel me? They treat me like a son, like a brother. Like, man, listen. When I go to the Shabbat and have a holy convocation, the rest of my 6 days, those are just waiting days for the Shabbat. God. Like that's how amazing it is being around like minded individuals. All we want to do is keep the laws of the Most High God. We don't want to hurt one another. We don't want to kill one another. We don't want to hate one another. We don't want to, we brothers and sisters up in that thing, man. Hallelujah. God, I like what you say there, King. The days are just waiting days to get back to the Sabbath. God, I like that.
All praises, man. Get off of Esau's wicked plantation. Man, I'm just passing the time to get back to Sabbath, bro.
God,
Uh, I'll be chilling, bro. Sabbath is the only day that I get dressed for. Like I
All
do
praises,
like
man.
normal stuff all week. Sabbath day come, I'm in my soldier all black fringes guaranteed. You know what I'm saying? So
Con.
come to that thing, make sure I'm in order. Cause I'm an example to the brother. You know, so
Con.
God,
Yeah, man. Go ahead, King. Continue.
God. Do not I
Just
hate them.
wait. Yeah, there you go. Go ahead. Say that again.
God. Do not I hate them, O Yahweh, that hate thee, and am not
Con.
aggrieved.
Who hates Yahweh, bro?
Esau,
then he,
the other nations,
what's
the
that?
wicked.
Psalm 83. Want me to grab that right quick?
Go ahead.
All right, come. Psalm chapter 83. Psalm chapter 83 and verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken a meaning, they showing themselves. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. Right? Because you see how all these nations against us, right? You look to the left, you got Moab. You look to the right, you look to the left, you got the Chinese. You look to the right, you got the Arabs. You look up to the north, you got Elam. You look back, you got Esau. They have taken crafty counsel against the Most High's people, which is us. They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. And going to the nations, which is the tabernacles, it says the tabernacles of Edom, which is the so-called whites, right? And the Ishmaelites, which is the so-called Arabs, of Moab, which is the so-called Chinese, and the Hagarenes, which are Hamites, or what y'all call a different nation of black people, where they are so-called Africans or Ethiopians, right? Gabal, which is dealing with Japheth, and Ammon, which is the Japanese, and Amalek, which is the fake so-called Jews, Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Like, come on, man. These are all the nations that are right here on the earth. It says that they are God's enemies, and they that hate him have lifted up the head, and they took crafty counsel against his people. So there you go. Who hates God? The nations on the earth. So now I'm supposed to say the nations on the earth are perfect. I rock with. No, they hate God. I'm done.
Con. So there we go. The Most High got enemies, man. So, they don't love God and they don't love his people. But they can't get to God, so they try to go after God's people. So that's just the way it is, man. Go ahead, King.
God, dirty nations. Do not I hate them, O Yahweh, that hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee. I hate them with perfect hatred. I
Con,
count them mine enemies. Search me,
con,
O God, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if there be any wicked way in me, and lead me in the way everlasting.
con. So we gotta allow the Most High to search us, but we also gotta search ourselves. Let a man examine himself, man. Michael Jackson looking at the man in the mirror. Do you truly love the Most High? Do you love His people? Do you
Con-
love His laws, His statutes, and His commandments? Are they
that
grievous to you? Are they a burden to you? Is it a burden to not eat pork? When you go into the pork section, it's one of the cheapest meats to buy.
I hate.
Is that a burden to not eat pork ribs, barbecue pork ribs now? Ham and cheese, a BLT, shrimp wrapped with bacon, the seafood platter, shrimp, crab, lobster, all of the unclean foods you could eat. Is it too much? Is it too hard? Is it too hard to dress modest and not dress like a hoe? Is it too hard to wear fringes? Is it too hard to wear your pants up on your hips or down on your ass? Is it hard not to sell uh, drugs to your people and destroy your nation?
Shemaya, why you teaching so much hatred? Why you telling people not to hurt their own people? Why you
Hey,
telling men to conduct themselves like honorable men? Why you
it
telling
might be
people?
a hard thing, brother. We don't know.
I don't know.
It might be grievous to some people.
Hey, what the Most High asked us when you think like that, the Most High say, Israel, you say my ways are unequal, are not my ways equal? Are not your ways unequal?
Huh?
I'm the God of. He's the God of heaven and earth, the Creator, created you, created the earth, created the sun, moon, stars, oxygen, whatever. He commands you to do something, you don't do it, you already in the wrong. Then you
Con,
punish. Now you say the Most High is in the wrong. Come on now, make it make sense.
Con, and you just said something, King. You said oxygen. No matter how bad we think we are, we can't catch a breath if it wasn't for the Most High, man.
Right.
Just be, you know what? Try to be mad at God and say, you know what? I'm not gonna breathe your air no more. I'm so mad at you. I'm not breathing your air no more. Oh man,
And he love you so
yo,
much, and you think that the way to hurt him is hurting yourself. Or the way to please him. He said you don't have pleasure in the person that dies. So turn yourselves, keep his commandments and live, you know?
huh? Why should you
You
die before your time, man? Follow the laws, man. It's
Hey, and
wisdom for
the
you, man,
laws
to
are
fear the
easy.
Lord. Go ahead, King.
I was saying the laws are easy, man. Yeah, especially when I found out that the Most High doesn't command us to do sin, bro. That took so much pressure off because you back when I was in the world, I thought that you had to do certain wicked things to please God. And come to find out, I gotta keep the Sabbath day holy, wear fringes, not eat unclean food. Like I had to do such easy things. I was just like relieved. I was like, my life is over. Everything is accomplished. Like I can please God. All I have to do is keep the commandments. Like I was ecstatic.
John. I mean, and as you mentioned, the unclean foods. I mean, when you look at all of the issues those foods do to your body, you know, like as soon as you get sick and you go to the doctor tells you, you stop eating pork and red meat, but pork is one of the number one things he tells you to stop eating. But when you're healthy, you want to eat it. These things are poisonous, man. Let the other eight nations eat it, man. Go ahead, King.
That's it on
That's
that.
it on that. Con, all praises.
Uh,
Yeah, man. We carried on, um, way off topic, but still on topic.
uh,
You know, all praises to the Most High, man. We are people who are loved, man. We are people who are scorned as well. But listen, man, I'd rather be scorned by Esau and loved by God than to be scorned by God and loved by Esau.
Con,
right.
Khan,
Con.
there you go. Would you rather be loved by Esau and scorned by God?
New.
No way. La ah. What the brother said before? La to the God. I'd
hey,
rather it this way, man. I'd
bro,
rather the
I rather
world
lose.
hate me. I'd rather the
Con.
world hate me than the Most High to hate me.
Hey, I'm pretty sure everybody would rather lose. You rather lose all the cars, all the money, all the fancy clothes. You rather lose all of that than to lose what you can gain from being in His truth, what the Most High has promised for you. I read the scripture earlier where it said, that no ear have heard, neither eye have seen the things that the Lord have prepared for those that keep His commandments. So, like those that love Him, keep His commandments,
Done.
right?
Done.
No, you can't even fathom the great things that will come to you from keeping the commandments of the Most High God. You can't even fathom it. So all this
Done.
stuff on that junk is not worth it. You might think like, but it's so good right now. That junk is going to perish forever.
Done.
But to
What does it
hear it,
profit a man to gain the world
he lose his own soul.
and end up like Esau?
He don't like that either.
What does it profit a man to gain the whole world and end up like Esau? No way, man, would I trade places with that.
Kind godliness with is a great thing. For we brought nothing into this world, nothing out, and having food and raiment, let us be content. And it is what it is, man.
John, John. Yeah, man. It's 4:30 now, so we're gonna close it down, Israel. It was a pleasure. You know, always a pleasure talking about the Most High and reading scripture and fellowshipping with His people, man.
Oh,
All praise.
What else is better than this, man?
Nothing.
yeah. Psalm
My food is
133.
cold right now. I have food sitting here. It's cold.
God, what is better than this, man?
Brother, work for the Most
Yo,
High.
we just got food, bro. You got some
God,
good food.
100%.
God, you got the real good food, man.
God,
You just
Bread.
fed your soul, your spirit. You just, chased away some demons that was trying to rest on you,
man.
because of whatever depression and sadness and tribulation you're going through. But we learned that nothing shall separate us from the love of the Most High, man.
That's right.
We learned that the thoughts that He has for us is more than the sand,
Mm,
that we're fearfully and wonderfully made,
mm.
that we're
Powerhouse.
supposed to endure tribulation, right? Be
God,
patient and endure, man. That the chastising that we get, we should not despise it. Don't buck up against it. It's because you're loved and you're counted as a son and a daughter. That's why you're going through it. So, again, all praises to the Most High. Ba'ashim Mashak Yahweh.
Bahashima Mashiach Yahushua.
And we're going to definitely be back. If you're not a member of the room, Crown of Thorns, definitely subscribe or follow. So when kosher breakfast is back on, you could get notified, pinged into the room, and all praises to the Most High, man. Again, my T-shirt says, "I'd rather be a poor Israelite than a rich Edomite." I'd rather be a poor Israelite than a rich Edomite. All praises to the Most High. We're going to
God,
close it down, family. You got anything to say, Kings?
nah, just all praises to the Most High, and it was a pleasure, Shemaiah and Young Adawan, for holding it down. Appreciate y'all hanging out, and for everybody that stayed to hear the scriptures, man, the water, man, because somebody needed this today. Even though we do need it daily. Uh, Shemaiah, love you up. Glad you back. Glad you feeling
Con,
good. All
con,
praises. I can't wait to see you again, Young Ottawa. It's crazy,
con.
bro. You young in this truth, and you're mighty. So keep doing what you're doing.
And I'm an old man. I'm old, man. You got the bad.
God. But
Hey,
Shalom, family. Love y'all.
y'all
Shalom,
make sure
shalom.
you tell them heathen that this is our Bible. This is a black man's Bible. They can't do with that.
Con. So where's the button to close down the room again? Can you end the room? Okay, yeah.
God,
I don't even want to close it down, but I know I have to, man.
God.
Cause yeah.
Hey,
Um,
Shalom and chill later, Shemaiah.
I'm still on the plantation, man.
God.
I wonder if our elder's gonna open one up. I'll reach
It'll be
out to
you.
him, see what he's doing. Shalom again, family. Love each
Shalom.
other, man. Love each other, man. Shalom.
Shalom.